featuring Lionel Richie. Not slump. All right. The elevators are out of commission in this building, and it's interesting. Just the elevators go out. We're on not what second. Had to go up the steps. People moaning and groaning. The conveniences that we have. This is a beautiful, wonderful time to be alive. It really is. We should appreciate it, each and every one of us. Can you imagine being born 200 years ago? Oh, gosh, what the hell year was it back then, 200 years ago? What was it? 1825, no air conditioning. I don't think we had electricity then. What a pain in the neck. Everything was hot, humid all the time, freezing to death in the winter. No swimming pools, no air conditioning, no electric lights, no airplanes, no cars. This is like heaven. This is unbelievable, the amount of convenience that we have. And the people, boy, oh boy, grumbling. And there's an amazing story. There was a riot on a plane a couple of years ago. Everybody freaked the hell out. It was a flight from Los Angeles to Sydney, Australia. That's a long haul. That's like, what, an 10-hour flight, something big. And the Wi-Fi went down. Somebody ultimately punched a stewardess. And somebody else, the fight was so bad, they broke their hand and somebody got cut and there was broken glasses. There was a riot on the plane because they did not have Wi-Fi internet. You're there, you are, 35,000 feet. You can have a drink as you're moving 600 miles per hour. You are, as Louis C.K. once said, you are the prince of the sky. You are on this amazing chariot. And you lose your mind because you can't scan the internet, which you quite frankly do on a toilet seat sitting at home, right? You can't do that on the airplane. You can't do it without the internet. Exactly. Just think about what you have. It's a very strange thing that we can be so, I don't know, maybe that's just human nature. We just take it for granted. We think pretty soon we'll have the driverless car and we'll be able to just sit back and all the driving will be done for us, and we're not going to like that. Then we'll have little personal airplanes. We're not going to like that. Personal drones. And hey, Greta Thunberg, hopefully she's still in custody. That annoying kid from Scandinavia showed up and messed with the wrong people, the Israeli Defense Forces. Remember, how dare you? Remember that little jerk? Well, let's see here. Thunberg has been deported from Israel after her boat was stopped. Please don't come here. This is a war zone, Greta Thunberg. Please don't come here. And she kept going and going and going. I think she's got a little bit of an issue, right? You can just tell by looking at her. There's something a little bit off about her emotionally and intellectually. Greta Thunberg. I told you that I caught my daughter reading a Greta Thunberg book. Well, it's not that I caught her. We gave her the damn books. But all these books, Little Women, Big Dreams, they're all leftist heroes. And the campaign to make our sons and daughters woke leftists starts right off the bat. And you have to be so vigilant about this. I, as a new parent, relatively speaking, I've only been in this parenting thing for 5 years now. It's from all sides. And there's no safe space. I told you about my church experience. LGBT queer flag right in front of the church. Are you kidding me? What is wrong with you people? And, I spoke up, and that's the last thing you're supposed to do. Well, talk to the Apostle Paul about that. That guy was writing letters all over Europe, complaining about their churches and how corrupt. Half of the New Testament is about churches going astray, and it's happening right now. Not that I'm any Paul. And not that I'm not that judgy. I've done all kinds of bad things, but certain things are not supposed to be celebrated, all right? And the LGBT queer stuff is one of them. Can I get President Trump real quick on the situation in Los Angeles? Go ahead.
If you want, we'll take a few questions.
Mr. President, what do you think about the Insurrection Act to deal with the situation in California?
If there's an insurrection, I would certainly invoke it. We'll see, but I can tell you last night was terrible. The night before that was terrible. We have, as you've seen, it was on most of your networks, people with big, heavy hammers pounding the concrete and pounding curbs, pounding it, breaking up both, and handing these big chunks of concrete to people. And they were taking that concrete, going up on bridges and dropping it into the roof of a car. They were throwing it at our police. They were throwing it at our soldiers.
And he did the right thing, sending in the Marines and the National Guard. Thank you, Mr. President. We'll be right
Let me lower that down here for a minute. And, oh, my voice is coming back. All right. 1 o'clock in the afternoon here in Yonkers, New York. Is raining today. Very nice, cloudy actually. 68 degrees Fahrenheit, cloudy. And yeah, we're gonna have a few rainy days. I know. I'm looking at my weather update thing that comes up on the Windows 11, and I see rainy days ahead. Yuck. This summer hasn't been good yet. Been nothing but rain. Rain like every other day. Yeah. Just wow. Anyway, you're looking at Times Square. That's Times Square. I just put it on there for a while. Yeah, Times Square. Of course, I was there a few days ago. I did a live stream from there. Actually, I was walking by. I actually walked by this area, and of course, that's the famous or infamous. You see people posing in front of the big black woman. And with the attitude, you see, her hands on her hips. Uh-huh. People you would want to take pictures in front of it. So it's pretty big. I mean, look how big it is compared to the person standing in front of it. And of course, it was Friday night. Yeah, I was there Friday. Friday night, I was there. It's packed. You see, during the daytime, it's not that bad during the daytime. There's a few tourists. You got your posers. Oh, they got an ad. Okay. Anyway, let me put it down. I'll put it down and I don't want to watch their ad. Of course, that's Earth Cam. Uh, Let me just okay, I can skip it. Oh God, Danny, come on, bro. You're losing your step, bro. Come on. Okay, there we go. So what I was saying. Yes, I was there Friday night. As you can see during the daytime, it's just normal, you know, tourists and people that work there, having lunch, whatever. So you saw Friday night was crazy packed. Plus, it was really hot that day. It was weather was beautiful. It was a little warm, but actually it wasn't that hot. It was okay. It was okay. It was a little well, it was a little warm. It was. Um, so I'm just doing this for now. I did set 2 new records yesterday. Live stream went to about 11 hours and 50 officially 11 hours and 55 minutes. I did see the 12-hour mark go by, but I guess YouTube, after they render the live stream, they gave me 11 hours and 55 minutes officially. So I destroyed my record. I destroyed the record by, I think it was under 9 hours. My longest live stream before that was under 9 hours. So definitely I destroyed that record. Also, another thing happened on my live stream. I went over 1,000 views in 24 hours. So my last live stream is over 1,000 views, which is awesome. That is awesome that happened. And it peaked. Oh, hello, RT0. Hi from Colorado, visiting my dad and stepmom. Oh, cool. Hope you're doing well, my friend. So, wow, my voice really, excuse me. Um, yeah, wow. Uh, yeah, I hope you're okay. You're doing well. Yeah, so I went over 1,000 views. Also, it peaked at 1 o'clock in the morning. I had 286 people. Well, I had 286 views in next to last hour of the live stream. So that spiked up my view count. And then on the last hour of the live stream, I had about 187. So it seems that the stream did very well. Not that I know of. I just have that fine spell because I just want to talk about it for a few. So I'm just gonna let it roll today, whatever happens. I don't think. Well, we don't know, but I don't think it's gonna happen here. Well, there were little protests here and there. I know yesterday. Was it yesterday? I think 20 people went to the Trump Tower. They went inside and tried to protest, but they all got arrested. So, and plus, despite of Mayor Adams, he's not Karen Bass. She dropped the ball. What happened in LA for the first few days? They just dropped the ball. They didn't do anything, and that's why it got out of control until Trump had to step in. If you what they did yesterday, they really planned it. I'm talking about the law enforcement. They really squashed it. Yeah, I know. There was Trump Town, Chicago, too, same thing. Yeah, they, Trump derangement syndrome, what you expect. And of course, the later it got, especially after midnight, I had a couple of idiots coming here, a couple of liberals trolling, you know. I have fun with them. I like to troll people too. So I troll the trollers. So right now, this is just Times Square. People going about their business. People having lunch. Let me turn off this light behind me. So people having lunch, minding their own business. People going about their business. So yeah. So I want to thank everybody for that. Went over 1,000 views. 1,000 views yesterday on that live stream. Over 1,000. I'm excited about that. Officially 11 hours and 55 minutes record live stream. And the last 2 hours, I went over 500 views. So the last 2 hours, it really peaked. I think I had over 20 people watching at one time. I think I saw 24. I don't remember exactly how. It might have been 24. It spiked up to like 24. It was hovering around 17 in the last hour or two. I guess I was eventually I was one of the only live streaming that was covering this. So I'm gonna let it roll today. I'm gonna try not to talk too much today. So if I don't read your comments, it's because I'm gonna try to take it easy today. But I'm gonna let it roll. I'm gonna have radio in the background. I'm gonna go different areas. I'm gonna look for LA in a bit and start looking at LA cams. So right now I'm leaving it here in Times Square. I haven't updated. I haven't updated the title either, and I'm gonna let it roll. I don't know if I'm gonna break the record today, but I'm gonna let it roll for a little while. I'm just gonna let it roll. So if I don't read much of the comments today, please excuse me for that. And my son is home. He didn't go to school today because he wasn't feeling well. He had a little stuffy nose. And the last 2 weeks of school is upon us. So I told him to stay home. So he just woke up. I could hear him. So I'm gonna go upstairs and make him some food. Probably make him a pizza or something. All right, so I'm gonna let it roll.
All of them. Elena Kagan, Ketanji Brown Jackson, writing for the full court. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson held that Title VII protects individuals, not groups, and protects minority and majority alike. The Sixth Circuit's rule, Jackson said, violated the basic principle that discrimination law does not vary based on whether or not the plaintiff is a member of a majority group. Oh man, what a great day for America. I love this. I love it. Yeah, even when, that's just great. This is a major decision for the court. The basic principle, it reaffirms that discrimination law protects individuals, not groups, and does not vary depending on minority or majority status, plainly applies not only to sexual orientation, but to race as well, calling all DEI hiring into question. Fundamentally, the Ames decision blows a hole in a concept central to DEI thinking. For a long time, discrimination law in America has been organized around the idea of protected classes. Thousands of cases hold that the first requirement of any Title VII discrimination claim is that the employee must show that he was a member of a protected class. The Sixth Circuit's opinion in Ames repeated this statement. But there are differing views of what the term protected class actually means. On the DEI view, a protected class is a group that has suffered a history of discrimination or oppression. Occasionally, judges state this view explicitly, as for example, when a district court judge in 2018, what always fascinates me about this stuff? How do they keep track of what all these judges are saying in this district, that district, and 2018? Oh, there's precedent. How do you know you're going to find the precedent? Some guy's always coming in with the law book that says in 1865. Well, how do you know that? How do you find that? How do they find it before the Google? I don't know, but they did, and they do. Judges state this view explicitly, as for example, 2018, this was a transgender people in the military case. It said the court also rules that because transgender people have long been subjected to systemic oppression and forced to live in silence, they are a protected class. Ooh, isn't that beautiful? Have they been subjected to systemic oppression? What do they mean by that? A lot of this stuff is kind of like just notional. You assume these things. You assume. The DEI movement holds that protected groups defined in this way, i.e. groups who have suffered systemic oppression, deserve special legal and political treatment. Critically, when governments, employers, or universities give favorable treatment to a protected class, that special treatment doesn't count as unlawful discrimination. That's why it's okay for employers to hire only 6% white people. That's why it's okay to give bonus points to an applicant's diversity, where that word is code for being non-white or non-male or non-straight. And although this is more of a political or moral question than a legal one, that's why it's okay for a president to choose a Supreme Court nomination in part because the nominee is a racial minority or a woman. None of this counts as discrimination because protected classes are being favored. But Ames is a pretty clear rejection of that view, at least under Title VII, stating emphatically that it's the individual, not the group, that matters, and that individuals from majority groups who can't compete in the oppression Olympics are just as protected as minorities. Many are wondering why the court's liberal justices, especially Sotomayor and Jackson, agreed in Ames. Part of the reason may be that the case, which is pretty technical in some ways, does not expressly overrule the court's holdings from the 1970s and 80s, upholding narrowly drawn affirmative action plans remedying a manifest underrepresentation of minorities or women in traditionally segregated job categories. Oh boy. We don't know yet whether the court will hold that all affirmative action unlawful under Title VII, if it will all be unlawful, but Ames points in that direction. Like Students for Fair Admissions, the 2023 Harvard affirmative action case, Ames is another indication from the court that affirmative action has passed its expiration date and that in the eyes of the law, reverse discrimination is still discrimination. Well, this is a major, major landmark decision. And yes, it was eclipsed by, is President Trump mad at Musk? Is Musk mad at President Trump and all that drama? Which, oh, by the way, I do still maintain is somewhat fake. All right, it was designed to kind of rehabilitate Elon Musk with the left. Well, this is going to be terrifying news once people like Karen Bass and Linda Sanchez get wind of it. Hey, all the violence we had, thank you very much. That was Professor Jed Rosenfeld. What a super duper genius. And I'm sorry, did I say Jed Rubenfeld? Jed Rubenfeld. Great guy. Back to the riots, and there are riots. I noticed on the news last night, everybody was saying protest or demonstration, protest or demonstration. Violent clashes with police, protest or demonstration. They didn't call them rioters. They didn't call them scum of the earth like they did the MAGA people, right? But what you've been seeing, you know, the bricks thrown at the cops, that's no different than when, say, the Eagles won the Super Bowl, right? Remember, they all freak out. You don't see that too much in New York. You see it in smaller cities. When the team wins, there is a bit of a freak out. And people climb up traffic poles and that kind of nonsense. But we know a riot when we see one. Cut 16, please. This is actually a Democrat lawmaker that receives money from the government, receives a government paycheck. Cut 16, Linda Sanchez.
Sure. Well, we have been calling for protesters to protest peacefully. That is their constitutional right. The vast majority of protesters have been peaceful. There are always a few bad actors. And yes, we think anybody who commits property damage ought to be arrested and they ought to be prosecuted. But to send in federal troops or Marines when there isn't a war atmosphere or war circumstance going on is just, it's beyond the pale. I mean, it's authoritarian flexing. It's not making anybody safer. Local law enforcement has said they can handle the protests. It's no different than when a team wins a national championship and people get overexcited and they overturn vehicles and light them on fire. Local law enforcement is prepared to handle those types of situations.
Not at this scale, baby. All right? Silly woman. All right? Yeah. I remember, it is bizarre. I have seen that. They have tipped over cars and they've lit them on fire. But the LA police chief himself has said, this is out of control. When he declared it was out of control, and you could see it. You could see it just by watching TV. And it's not authoritarian. It's not oppressive. Was anybody calling George H.W. Bush an authoritarian in the wake of the 1992 Rodney King verdict? Hey, Rodney King, remember him? He was beat up by all those cops, and then there's a full-on riot. Rodney King is dead now, by the way. Got beat up by those cops. I am not one to defend those cops. I think it was wrong. I think that was a total crime what happened to Rodney King. And they were found not guilty, and there was a horrible riot. And Rodney King, they found him in the middle of it. And they said, what do you have to say, Rodney, about all this violence that, in a way, is happening, because of what happened to you? He was visibly shaken. And I thought he had some beautiful words. Just a few, but they were still beautiful. Cut 12.
I just want to say, can we all get along? Can we get along?
Can we all get along? Can we all get along? That was quoted a lot. Can't we all just get along? If you came in and a bunch of people arguing, hey, can't we all just get along? Can we get along? You could say that, no, I thought they were beautiful. I thought that was, he was speaking from the heart. And Rodney had some tough times, but that in that moment, he said the right thing. I don't know if it saved anything or stopped anything, but didn't hurt. And since it didn't stop anything, President George H.W. Bush sent in the Marines, and here he is making that announcement because LA was on fire, much like it is right now, but the death toll is smaller. Cut 14, if you don't mind, cut 14.
What followed Wednesday's jury verdict in the Rodney King case was a tragic series of events for the city of Los Angeles. Nearly 4,000 fires, staggering property damage, hundreds of injuries, and the senseless deaths of over 30 people. I directed 3,000 members of the 7th Infantry and 1,500 Marines to stand by at El Toro Air Station, California.
Yeah, right? Marines standing by, and a lot more than President Trump is actually using. So there is hysteria going on. People see a riot. We know what to do. All right. You send in if the cops can't handle it. All right. This is totally reasonable. You compare this and contrast this to what they were saying about President Trump and the January 6th. This is all very, very reasonable. All right. I love it. I love it. Oh, has Karen Bass found her voice yet? Karen Bass is walking around, stumbling, doesn't know what to do. I'll never forget when she got off that plane. Just picture Karen Bass standing there with a dumbfounded look on her face. She can say absolutely nothing. Cut 1-5, cut 1-5.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? And do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster?
Leadership, huh? Zero leadership. And she got away with it, right? Everybody moved on, and now, Trump derangement syndrome is carrying her through with her Democrat constituency. Well, although maybe her luck is running out, everybody can see that President Trump has done the right thing here, especially if you live in Los Angeles. Be right back.
Greg Kelly. Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month. Level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 800-786-9161. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-786-9161. Remember, 1-800-786-9161. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
1-877 cars for kids.
All right, you got an ad going on there. Cars for kids.
Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
Hold that down for a minute. Go let it roll today. So of course early up there. It's 1 o'clock Eastern time, so it's about what? 10 a.m. right? It's morning time. It's yes, sir. It's yeah. So it was nuts last night. the aftermath of all this stupidity on the left. When I grew up in the Bronx, I remember hearing it from the neighborhood. Why we don't have nice things? That was the first thing I kept hearing over and over. And I said it. They looked at me like I was like, I told them because you people fuck everything up. You know, that's why you don't have nice things in the Bronx. I grew up in the Bronx. I remember when it looked like they dropped a bomb. It looked like Nagasaki in some areas. Everything was leveled because of all the fires and, you know, and I said like it is back then. I told them, you know, they whatever say, oh, you full of shit. No. It's the truth. You guys can't have anything nice because the minute you guys act up, you burned everything down. What business is gonna want to go in the Bronx? And this is what I'm talking about. This is the 1980s. You know, so the same thing is gonna happen in LA. A lot of businesses are gonna leave because of stupid people. You know, it takes the 1% to ruin it for the other 99%. Because the politicians are pandering to that 1%. You know? The same thing happened in New York City. Because the 1% people ruin it for the rest of the. That's why finally, you know, well, that wasn't the only reason, but I moved out. You couldn't pay me to live in New York City anymore. It's a cesspool now. So, you know, it could happen. It could happen in New York City again. Just like 2020, they burned down a lot of businesses, and they're still recovering from that. And some businesses never came back. You know, so believe me, I told people back then. You know, every bar in the Bronx has bus stops with a glass on it. Oh, well, we don't have bus stops like that because you guys fuck everything up. You guys can't have good stuff. You know, you guys either write graffiti all over it or you break it. Even those rentable scooters, same thing. They don't have no business want to deal with that shit. So you do it to yourself. And you know who I'm talking to? I'm talking to the minority groups. You do it to yourself. Remember that. Go to your neighborhood and you wonder why you don't have goods and services. Like Rite Aid, they're out of business now. Rite Aid's out of business. CVS is not far behind. Pharmacy. I know people say, oh, it's Amazon. No, it's not only Amazon. There's so much shoplifting now. No brick and mortar store can compete with that. And on top of that, on a given day, your store can get burned down to the ground. So I'm just keeping it real here, folks. I know some of you are in a bubble. I know some people that are in the bubble. They're in denial about their own people. Me, I'm not in denial about my own people. I know what they're capable of. Some are capable of doing great things, and some are not. Some of them destroy everything in their path. You know, it's just a fact. You know who you are out there.
Topics that affect the man on the street to the executive suite with unscripted, authentic perspectives that spark in-depth discussions with experts in the field. Go to buildingbridges.nyc to watch episodes or download wherever you get your podcasts.
Donate now to toysfortots.org. Working year-round, delivering hope to children at Christmas time and beyond. In 2024, Toys for Tots provided over 30 million toys to nearly 13 million children in need. Donate now. Go to toysfortots.org. Since 1947, Toys for Tots has distributed 708 million toys to 314 million deserving children. Working year-round. Toys for Tots. Donate now. Go to toysfortots.org. The 77 WABC's Staten Island law firm of Ann Julia and Gentili chime time is 1:30. For 40 years, the Staten Island law firm of Ann Julia and Gentili.
Yeah, RRT08. Many older businesses in Chicago were destroyed the last few years. Exactly. And unfortunately, 50 years old restaurant gave up after 3 times being looted. Yeah. You know, I grew up, I grew up in the Bronx. I was in the South Bronx. I remember when Reagan went to the Bronx. This is 1980. You know, he was running for, to become president. He went to the South Bronx, Ronald Reagan. And behind them, it looked like they dropped a bomb on the neighborhood. It was all abandoned buildings, leveled lots, like Hiroshima after the bomb. That's where I grew up at. And then there was a renaissance in the 90s. They started building houses. But every so often, these people act up and get stupid and burn down their own neighborhood. And unfortunately, some of them are my own people. Puerto Rican, Dominican, of course, Black. Let's not forget about them. Let's not forget about them, please. It's not Chinese people. It's Hispanic and Black. That's it. That's the majority of the shit that happens. I'm keeping it real here. And I tell them that. That's why you don't have good things in your neighborhood. People always complain to me. Oh, why this? Well, you do it to yourself. How you see with the flag waving, you taking 10 steps back in your culture when you do stupid shit. When you do stupid shit, people are gonna judge you whether you like it or not. You want to call it prejudice? Call it whatever you want to call it. Call it whatever you want to call it. But that is the truth. People are going to perceive you just like me now. When I go, I used to love Mexican food. I still do like Mexican food. But I boycott with my wallet. There's a bunch of Mexican restaurants around here. You know what I do now? I don't buy there no more. I don't eat out no more in these places. I'm going to hit them with my wallet now. Because if you support this shit, if you support all this shit, you're not going to get my money. I'm done. I'm done with. And by the way, not that I ever traveled to Mexico, I wouldn't, but I would never go. Now, I would never go there. Now, I would never go there. Because you guys did it to yourself on this one. You Mexicans, you Salvadorians, you know who you are. I got a whole bunch of them in my neighborhood that did it to themselves. You took 10 steps back the last few days with your flag waving shit. my glasses on. You know, the dude to himself. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I guess a good point. Good point. RT08. They tried to come out to DuPage County suburbs. Our dear doesn't play that. Over in Yonkers, so far it's been quiet. You know, even though we have a Democrat mayor, here in Yonkers. He's tough on crime. He's tough on crime. He's very tough on crime. He was a Republican, and he switched over to Democrat to win the mayoral race in Yonkers. He's been in four terms now. 4 terms. This is his last term. 4 terms. Mayor of Yonkers. He don't play. Mike Spano. That's our mayor. He's a Democrat. Yeah, RT08, Walgreens, Walmart, etc. closed down, even McDonald's. Yeah, over here, we have a Walgreens down by South Broadway and CVS, and that's it. Rite Aid is gone. Dwayne Reed in New York City is gone. You know, it's disgraceful. RT08, I have co-workers, RNs from Cuba, and they don't like to see that because you see, Cuba knows what real oppression is. They get it. They understand real hardship. This drama is manufactured by the left. You know, all of this is because they hate Trump. That's it. This is all Trump derangement syndrome. That's it. These people don't really give a fuck about those people getting deported. They don't really give a fuck about that. It just manufactured drama to say, oh, look, Trump is a dictator or whatever. That's all this is. It's drama at the expense of the residents of the city of Los Angeles. That's all this is. So that's what I told my people. I told them that. I said, you guys don't deserve shit. Because you guys don't know how to fucking act when you don't get your way. When you don't get your way, you're like fucking children. You don't get your way, you start fucking destroying shit. You don't get your way, you start crying like little bitches. That's what this is about.
I'm big. I know you do, dog. I'll spit in your plate. I'll put my on your plate. Your family, your kids. That's all it is. I can't sleep comfortably because of you.
He be getting a whole plate. He be expecting us to give us a whole. That's right there.
Do you go to college?
Yeah, you do. Stop playing. Yeah, you do. Act like I don't know your face. Stop playing. Talking about, can I get a discount? Can I get a this? Can I get a that? That's right there. Point that at him right there. Point that at him right there.
He doesn't look like he go to college though.
He ain't going to that cover.
What's your favorite thing to order at cover?
Everything.
All right. There is a very fine police officer standing there totally professionally. He's got a gun and a bat and a hat. The cops call it riot gear. And he is basically part of a barrier that's sealed off a street that the maniacs want to take over. But they just want to harass him and say awful racist things to him. And the other thing is there's a restaurant called Cava, and I guess he's getting accused of doing what the cops sometimes do, which is they get discounts, right? 10%. I always ask for the discount for the military rate. Hey, I'm a veteran. I don't like those prices. Can you do better? I do it at hotels and I do it with airlines. There's often a there's sometimes a military rate or a veterans rate.
You gotta wear a mask, bro. So wear a mask doing
have
that.
I seen it abused? Not really. So they're hassling him, but they're really hassling him because of the color of his skin. And there is a racial component to this stuff. That the rioters are racist against black people and against white people. These are primarily Hispanics here illegally, backed up by some white liberals, some older white liberals, and possibly big money. There are paid agitators in the mix, but this is very, very much native to Los Angeles. All right, I keep hearing about, outside agitators. Somehow that lessens the burden and the responsibility of the local lawmakers, right? So we'll keep our eye on this. Ooh, and also, I really hope they arrest this guy. You saw that they have identified the man who was throwing the great big cinder blocks at the cops. What about the people who were cheering it on? Cut 5, if you don't mind. Cut 5. Well, couldn't hear it that well, but that was the other one. That was attempted murder. Throwing him right at the windshields of the federal vehicles that were going by. Attempted murder, plain and simple.
Yep.
Whereas Gavin Newsom is now hating his life officially. 7, please. 7.
Let me give you the opportunity. You mentioned there are people out there causing mischief and mayhem. What's your message to those people who are out there tonight? Not the peaceful protesters that are out there protesting for the rights of immigrants, but for the people that are doing damage to buildings, to law enforcement.
Well, they're doing more than damage to buildings and to property. They're potentially damaging the very foundation of our republic. The democracy is in the balance.
Wow. It just sounds like their muscle memory. What is your message to the rioters out there? They're damaging the foundation of our democracy. Do you think that's going to resonate? How about this? Here's a line. When the looting starts, the shooting starts, right? Something like that to scare these sons of bitches. You're threatening the foundation of our democracy. Please, you're the governor of the state of California. You have all this media, all these tools at your disposal. They'll listen to you if you talk to them, maybe. What are you going to say to them? Cut 8?
You're seeing these authoritarian tendencies now are being acted out by this administration. And we're case in point as it relates to nationalizing, federalizing the National Guard, threatening now to put in Marines. So I hope these people would pause and just consider. Now, some of them, they want that kind of chaos. Some ways, they're adjacent to where Donald Trump is.
Adjacent to where Donald Trump is.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to let it roll today again. It's early. This is day number 5. Hopefully, they won't act up today, but we're going to let it roll today. Just gobbling up the viewing hours today. Yesterday's live stream got 1,000 views. I went over 1,000 views. The last hour of the live stream was around 2 in the morning. 1 or 2 in the morning. Those two, I went over 500. I think hour number 11, I had 286. And then the last hour was 187, something like that. It was crazy. It spiked up like crazy. I had people trolling in here. So I'm going to let it roll. It's going to roll all day. There's times I'm not going to be here for maybe 30 minutes at a time or whatever. I'm just going to let it roll. I'm going to have the radio in the background.
Because of their ignorance and recklessness.
Recklessness. Their ignorance. incoherence, recklessness, threats to.
Yeah, because I like to troll the trollers. I like to lure them in and blah.
Those are the guys I'm pulling for. The rest of them are out and out degenerate bums. Really bad. Never a worse crew, especially that psychopath Cuomo. Please. Ooh, the other thing. Project 65. I think we've got them on the run, folks. What the hell is Project 65? This crazy McCarthyite group that started filing complaints about lawyers
Yeah, you dealt
when
with
they had no standing to
trollers very
file
well. Yeah.
complaints about anybody. You know, if I'm a person and I hire a lawyer and my lawyer doesn't do a good job, for whatever reason, I can send a letter to the Ethics Commission or to the Bar Association and the ABA and say, this lawyer stinks, you should disbar him. This is what he did to me. He stole my money. He forgot to file the paperwork on time, so therefore I have no case. Or he fell asleep in the courtroom, whatever. People complain about their lawyer every day, and that's all right. And you have some means at your disposal. But if I'm on the outside watching some lawyer do his thing, I can't file a complaint against Diddy's lawyer if I don't like him. I can't do that. I have no standing to do that, and that's what this Project 65 did. And they tried to scare, and they largely succeeded in scaring away so many good lawyers to discourage them from serving in the Trump environment, right? In the Trump world. Stefan Positano. My God. You know what he did? He gave boilerplate, you know, the kind of thing you're going to get from a lawyer. Hey, I gotta get deposed tomorrow. How do I do it? What I need some tips. Everybody says since I'm going through a deposition, I need to talk to a lawyer. And what they'll say is invariably, tell the truth, don't overtalk, don't volunteer anything that you don't have to volunteer. You know, be very specific in your answers. The specific questions, specific answers. Don't speculate. Don't wonder. Just say what you know. And that's like boilerplate stuff. And they tried to disbar the attorney for saying that. That's how crazy everything got after January 6th. And the Biden's America. Alan Dershowitz, the greatest law professor ever. And not only that, thank God, you know, a lot of smart guys out there. But he's smart and he's brave. And therefore, he's incredibly useful. Alan Dershowitz on the 65 Project, an illegal effort to tarnish and cancel lawyers aggressively fighting for their clients. That's allowed in America. Cut 3.
The 65 Project has to be gone after. And it's not, if you wrong us, do we not revenge. This is a terrible thing to exist, the 65 Project. And it's just going to become stronger and stronger as Trump moves into the White House and assumes the presidency. And they're going to continue to go after every single lawyer. And they sent a message saying, any lawyer who defends Trump, we're going to send messages to their law firms, to their clients, to their community. Don't use them, bankrupt them. And so there have to be hearings in Congress about the 65 Project. Every aspect of their proceedings have to be subpoenaed. We have to find out who's funding them. We have to find out what the criteria is for going after lawyers. And that's not just revenge. That's designed to protect the American public.
It sure is. When lawyers are afraid to do work for a viable for a president, for a movement, MAGA's not extremist, no matter what they did to portray it that way. It is mom and pop and straight down the middle in so many ways. Yes, what is it, Joe in the Bronx? Hello.
Hey, Greg. No, I usually agree with everything that you say. I'm a big fan, but I think you're wrong, completely wrong about Diddy. Because you're not in the loop as far as what's going on in that industry. I don't think you really know what Diddy has done to people and their careers.
All I know is what I'm reading in the indictment, pal. Have you read the indictment?
No,
you haven't. But you got an opinion on the industry. It's a depraved industry. I agree with you. But I'm looking at what they actually allege in the indictment. And what you're hearing about is not what's in the indictment. And you know what? This is not the industry. This is not the entertainment industry or the rap industry or whatever the hell industry he's in on trial. This is an individual.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I went over 1,000 views. And then before I went to bed, I put in the members area. So it could have went up. It could have been more, but I stopped it at 1,000. I was hoping somebody get a member out of it, but I didn't get no members out of it. Yeah, I'm trying different things. Yeah, I know. If I didn't do radio only, all right, I could easily do the Danny Show. I could have done this on the Danny Show and eventually surpass my own channel. If I just do walkthroughs, lives like this. What is this guy talking about? What is this guy doing? Okay, what is this guy talking about? First of all, you shouldn't start heckling people with guns. Idiot. What a fucking idiot this guy is. This guy sounds like of course he looks like a fucking you know fucking halal guy. What a fucking jerk off. I look like he just want to agitate people already. Look at this guy. I would have been a bystander. I would have told him to shut the fuck up. Go on your merry way. Fucking guy. You believe this shit? Yeah. Yeah, it was good numbers. Jace Farley, yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that you had to get those numbers this way. Yeah, like I said, you know, listen, YouTube is doing what it's doing. So the coverage that I gave that yesterday, you're not gonna get that at the other channels, especially the one that's always asking for pizza. The pizza fun guy. I like to cover a lot of. Listen, I like to cover a lot of things. I'm not a one-trick pony. And I may at some point just go take this over to the Danny Show and blow that shit up. Because you know what? The more I do this, the more better I'm getting. I'm getting really good at this stuff. I can keep people entertained for 12 hours, 10 hours, 6 hours. You know what I'm saying? Even with my raspy voice. So I just let it roll. I can just let it roll and I'll get people coming to watch. It's like a drive-by, like a train wreck. People want to see something happen. People don't want to go to a live stream and hear you asking money for pizza. That gets old. That gets old. That gets boring. It gets old. Asking for, pizza fund, pizza money. And people are stupid enough to keep watching that shit. It is what it is, bro. Yeah, it is unfortunate that I finally got 1,000 views on a live stream, and I had to do it at the expense of, you know, of jerk offs like this. A jerk off right here. There you go. We got a jerk off already. Jerk off alert. Right here. Jerk off alert. Here we go. Yeah. RT08. Yeah, this long-term cost business insurance stereotype, you know? Stereotype. This ruins. This is what ruins your own culture. These people. They're doing it to themselves. You know, the average person is a hardworking person that wants a good life for their family. And jerk offs like this just takes them 10 steps back. Because the jerk offs like that, you know. Just funny, but I stay with you because you tell the truth. Thank you. I appreciate it. I try. RT08, RT08. Do we get a 80 members only jacket?
She does have a background. She did a pre-med program at Columbia University. Her dad's a doctor. She actually went to medical school for a little while. And not saying that, oh, that means she's qualified, whatever. We just had to talk about it. I got the vaccine. I also got a horrible, horrible episode of, flu-like symptoms times 100. I was hallucinating. I was moaning. I got spots. I got lumps. I got bloating. I got dehydrated. I felt so weird. Especially the visions, the nightmares. Ooh, gosh, it was terrible. One of the most terrible things. And of course, a couple of weeks later, I got the second dose. A couple of months later, whatever it was. But it wasn't. I didn't get my picture taken. I didn't say, hey, everybody should be vaxxed like me. And the stupid Band-Aid. That was Travis Kelce, right? That was a certain co-optable celebrities. Give them money and they'll do anything. I opted to do it. I regret it, but whatever. I still get MAGA people giving me a hard time. I'm as MAGA as they come. So you're not really MAGA if you got vaxxed. Well, tell that to President Trump. All right. The big difference here, we don't believe it should have been compulsory. We don't think it should have been mandatory. Nobody can force that on you. All right. So, and you can't force me from getting it. If somebody wants to create an experimental whatever, I can put it in my body if I so choose. I can. I should have that option. Now, this is the ultimate breakup of MAGA. But it's not MAGA breakup as in, like, it's disintegrating into nothing. It's like a breakup as in a family is breaking up and branching out. The Make America Healthy Again movement, which is very, very much libertarian, and a lot of what they do is actually independent of the MAGA stuff. The MAGA principles aren't necessarily the MAHA principles. There's going to be MAGA and there's going to be MAHA. And they'll come up with a different name for MAHA. The Democrat Party is gone. All right, 5 years, no more Democrat Party. But we will have a MAGA party split in two.
This is New York's talk leader, the crown jewel of talk radio. WABC New York, WRCR Haverstraw, and 107.1 WLIR Hampton Bays. News first at 59 past the hour. 77 WABC News starts now.
77 WABC News, first at 59 past the hour, 66 degrees, overcast skies on this Tuesday, June 10th. Good afternoon, I'm James Flippin. President Trump and California Governor Gavin Newsom are going at it again today from the Oval Office. Trump said he phoned Newsom yesterday and told him he's doing a bad job handling the anti-ICE riots in Los Angeles. He added that he told Newsom he's causing a lot of potential death. In response, Newsom posted on social media there was no call, not even a voicemail. And the Democrat then added, Americans should be alarmed that a president is deploying Marines onto our streets and doesn't know who he's talking to. Meanwhile, a masked group of individuals there in LA seen giving out riot gear to those taking part in the demonstrations. Fox 11 recorded a video of that group handing out riot shields and gas masks near federal buildings yesterday. The masks being handed out had the name Bionic Shield on them. Police did not intervene and would not say whether or not the matter's now under investigation. At least 9 people are dead in a shooting at an Austrian high school. Police say the gunman also died in an apparent suicide. The victims' names and ages have not been released. This happened in the city of Graz, about 120 miles south of Vienna. Back in New York, the MTA is launching a customer ambassador program ahead of a massive bus route redesign in Queens.
The ambassador program is being put into place ahead of the first phase of the bus network redesign that includes various route changes starting June 29th. Starting June 16th at select bus stops, there will be customer representatives or ambassadors on hand to help answer questions. The entire redesign includes 124 routes. Phase 1 includes around 70% of the plan's changes. Phase 2 starts August 31st. Lisa G., 77 WABC News.
It's primary day in New Jersey. The polls are open until 8 o'clock tonight. On the Republican side, President Trump has endorsed Jack Ciattarelli, as this is all setting up for the race for governor that'll be held as a general election in November. The Democratic potential nominees include representatives in Congress Josh Gottheimer and Mikey Sherrill, as well as Newark Mayor Ras Baraka and Jersey City Mayor Stephen Fulop. And meanwhile, sports talker Stephen A. Smith says he has no desire to run for office.
The sports commentator said he no longer had an interest in a political bid because he'd have to give up a lot of money to do that, and he'd rather be a hellraiser. Smith has publicly teased a political run in the past.
Yeah. James Farley, they probably already released those people from last night. Yeah. They probably get a desk appearance ticket. Yes, they don't go through the system like central booking. When you go through central booking, normally it's when you're facing a felony charge. When you go through the system, I know about this. Believe me, I'm talking about New York City. I'm not talking about LA. I don't know how LA. Probably similar. If it's like just protesting, they probably take them down to a local precinct or some holding area, and then they all get a desk appearance ticket. They get a ticket to appear in court, whatever. And then that's where they have to, they get the case heard. Now, if you're facing a felony charge, then you got to go through the system because you're going to get arraignment. So you're probably going to spend the night. I don't know about over there, but in New York City, you wind up spending overnight in jail. And then the following day, they take you to the courthouse and you're going to face arraignment. And that's when they tell you what charges you're facing, how you're going to plead. And then if you're not a flight risk, they're going to release you on your own recognizance. If you are a flight risk, you're going to get bail. And it happened to me 2 times. One time, most of the time for me was release on my own recognizance. And I'm not proud of it. But one time, and I'm going to get into that in a minute, because I already had another case open. This time, they gave me bail. They said, you was here a month ago, and now you're back. Well, this time, I'm going to give you bail. And my bail was $5,000. And I had to come up with 10% if I wanted to get out. So back then I couldn't come up with it, and I don't want to talk about the other stuff, but my family basically could have bailed me out, but they didn't. I'll leave it at that. And I had to spend 3 days. I spent 3 days in the county jail. And then my next hearing, I was released on my own recognizance after 3 days. And then eventually that case was dropped. But so most of those people for protesting, they got a desk appearance. That was it. So they were probably released within a few hours. At least a few hours. With a desk appearance ticket. That's it.
WABC Weather Center. Showers are likely around the tri-state this afternoon. Maybe a thunderstorm, and otherwise we're looking cloudy, a high near 76. Overnight, a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Mostly cloudy, otherwise gradually clearer overnight, and a low near 66.
You see, people like this got nothing better to do than to stand there with their fucking flag. But what it is some of those people are getting paid. They're getting paid for that shit. They're getting paid just to stand out there with their flag, whatever. And of course, some of them probably hoping that, he's probably that too. He probably is a ringleader. Telling people where to meet up.
700 Marines is not a lot, all right?
Just probably this guy on the screen now looks like he's one of the ringleaders. Yeah, he probably is. They gather up, and then from there they'll start going to wherever. There is an app that they use. Usually they have an app. They have an app for them. It's called Act Blue. Act Blue. From what I hear, it's an app called Act Blue, and it basically tells them where to go, how much they're gonna make, how much they're gonna make a day. How much they're gonna get paid for the day, things like that. Because a lot of them are doing it for money. The people that are not doing it for money are already tired. Every day that goes by is going to get smaller and smaller and smaller. Because the everyday type of person, it doesn't care about this. They don't care about this. These are all professional agitators. That's it. They're all just doing it for the money. They're doing it for the money. I could probably go on Craigslist or Facebook and find these groups and make some money if I wanted to. That's what this is about. Anyway, I'm heating up some pizza in the air fryer right now. My son is he didn't go to school today. I told him to stay home today. He had little sniffles. I said, you know what, stay home. He's done with the test. He scored very high in his test. So we was looking at his grades. But there's a portal you can log in and we can see. So he's doing very well. So I let him stay home today. Probably around 3 something. I think 3 is almost 4 o'clock. I think I went to bed. I ended the stream around 2. I know I ended the stream about 2 a.m. I could have kept it running, but I had to get up early. because it spiked up during the overnight hours. A lot of people started watching me. What I mean by a lot of people is I was getting double-digit numbers like crazy. I was getting double-digit numbers like crazy. I know the last hour I had 187. The hour before that I had 285 or something. Also, YouTube, after 12 hours, it doesn't record. It only records the last 12 hours of the live stream. So that too. Hello, my ready DX. I hope you're doing well, my friend. I'll be right back. I'm going to go check out my pizza.
Assistant at a substantial pay cut and replaced by a program administrator by a gay man. Ames sued under Title VII, the federal statute banning employment discrimination. She claimed she'd been discriminated against because she was straight. Now, the Sixth Circuit actually threw the court out. Said, you have no evidence of that. You have no evidence. And basically, because if you're in a protected class, you don't have to provide any evidence. It's already assumed that there's validity to your position because you're a protected class. Sixth Circuit decision was, a lot of people do that. Let's see here. Ketanji Brown Jackson, the liberal, wrote that individuals, not groups, protects minority and majority alike. The Sixth Circuit rule, Jackson said, violated basic principle that discrimination law does not vary based on whether or not the plaintiff is a member of a majority group. Now, let me just ask you this, all right? Forget the legal mumbo jumbo. I do feel like there was a gay clique. I feel like gay people, and this is kind of a nice thing, by the way. It's not a terrible thing. It's not the worst thing. It's kind of nice. But gay people, I mean, you're very skeptical here.
I am. You've talked to me about this before, and I don't.
Well, no. I don't think I put this twist on it. All right, you ready for the twist? That gay people look out for each other more than straight people look out for each other. So, like a gay supervisor, in this case, was looking to promote a gay person instead of a straight person, because in my experience also gay people tend to socialize a lot. Not always. I mean, we're painting with a broad brush here. Often we'll celebrate and socialize together, and a straight person can feel easily excluded. Look, just like a black person in a all-white environment might feel excluded. Technically, you could theoretically you could feel that. You could see that.
Right.
Just like theoretically, I think you'll allow that a straight person in the environment of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, whatever, might feel a little bit marginalized and might, in fact, be marginalized. I pretty much answered this question. I know the answer.
You did. I don't know what you need me for.
Well, I guess I need a little bit of validation. You'll find that a lot in cable news. When the white guy wants to make a point about race, he must have two people of color. Right. I specialize, by the way, in blowing that off.
Well, I think that you're right in the sense that people who see themselves as a member of a minority group, some of them, feel a certain type of way about trying to advance other people that are sort of within that so-called minority group.
Yes!
And that's true. That's definitely a thing.
You guys are so guilty right there. The Supreme Court. Wow, you're right.
But at the same time,
you admitted it.
Well, but here's the thing that's weird to me is I remember having an argument with a friend of mine years ago where he was saying, actually, did you know, and he tends to be a little bit more left of center. He was saying, did you know that you could get fired and at the federal level, there's no protection against being gay? You could get fired for being gay and there's no protection. I said, that's not true. That's totally not true. And then he said, look at the statute. Look at the law.
I don't think that's true either.
I kind of don't necessarily buy it, but apparently sexuality is not a protected class at the federal level.
I mean,
so should the woman be protected for being straight if somebody's not protected for being gay?
Yeah, look, I mean, you should not be judged on anything you can't control. And I think what they're looking for, is that your friend who leans left and is exaggerating and spinning and taking things out of context, all right? That's not true. You can't be, are you kidding me? If you're a federal employee and somebody attempted to fire you because you're gay,
that's what I said.
They would send in the National Guard. Right. Barack Obama would have sent in the National Guard for that one. It is amazing, also, by the way, how far we've come. And something about like if you go an inch, people are going to take a mile. So Barack Obama was opposed to gay marriage. He was. He didn't believe in it. He said so publicly.
Right.
Now gay people can adopt children, they can get married, they can do all this stuff, and the transgender, and if you object to the transgender people showing up at school reading to children, you're a bigot in New York City. I mean, we have gone so crazy far left, and this is why I do believe the Democrat Party will soon cease to exist.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise. I mean, I'm not going to disagree with that because I think they're so far beyond anything resembling what the majority people think.
Quick timeout. I hate this guy so much. Mark Short is his name. I love him as a human being, but I do not like him. How's that? All right, because everybody has a mission. Mark Short is on the TV bad mouthing Trump. He is a Republican. He's the go-to Republican because he's very anti-Trump, right? But you know what he used to be? And he used to advertise as the chief of staff to Mike Pence. Ladies and gentlemen, the chief of staff to Mike Pence, Mark Short. Mark Short, how much do you hate Donald Trump? Oh. And now he calls himself Donald Trump's first legislative director in the White House. That was, which is now 20 years ago. 9 years ago. Something like that.
Comments.
Anyway, bad guy. Mark Short, right there.
Let me read the comments. I'm heating up some pizza. I'm heating up some pizza. Yeah, I might get a desktop version too. I'm looking into it. I like the FM DX server. I like that. I like that. What you did. I actually tuned your radio a couple of times. Let me lower this down. Yeah, John Doe. I don't know what you mean. Can you write in English? You know. And like I said, come in here, say hello first. John Doe. When you come in here, say hello first. All right, before you start, voicing your opinion. Otherwise, I'm gonna shine the boot, and I'm gonna kick you off my live stream. Capiche? Capiche? So there you go. Yeah. So I tuned your radio a couple of times. When you first, set up the DX server thingy, the FM DX server. So I'm looking at the desktop version. But first, I want to, as soon as I get paid, 3 more weeks, I get paid, and I'll buy my L-shaped desk. And then I'll probably get the desktop version of the radio. I'm probably going to do the DX server too. I'm going to do the DX server on it. That way people can tune into my radio. And of course, I did some FM DXing. Of course, I got a couple of catches. Of course, I got the Jamaican. Jamaica was a big one. Look at these people posing. Look at this stupid dumbass. What a dummy. Fucking posing. My God. A lot of junk in that trunk. You saw the junk in the trunk? Oh my God. Yeah. I'm heating up my other pizza. So yeah, I'm gonna be looking into a desktop version. I want to hook it up to my stereo here, the Sony. Yeah, I know, but I don't want to connect that one. No, I know, but I don't want to connect that one. I want to use a desktop version. Either I get a desktop version or I get a second one. You know what? Maybe I get a second one. Maybe I'll get the one with the. Yeah, I know. But I want to get a second one because I'm thinking about getting maybe I'll get the DP666 because I saw the review on the one that you got. I saw your review on it, the one that you got. And you got it backwards, dumbass. What a dumbass. So, hello, Chris, collision manager. All right, let me go set my pizza. Should be ready.
Into America at ACLI.com. Paid for by the American Council of Life Insurers. The Relentless Patriot has just been released on Amazon Prime.
The recipient of this year's VFW Americanism Award, Mrs. Scott Labedo.
That's it. Gonna paint a flag on a rooftop in every state near a military base. God didn't give me a gun and a bayonet. He gave me paint and brush. And I will fight, etc.
The Relentless Patriot. Watch it now on Amazon Prime. Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. Building Bridges, that which unites us. A thought-provoking new podcast hosted by Michael Hirschman, CEO of Solaviv Group.
I'm Michael Hirschman. Join me as I tackle vital national topics that affect the man on the street to the executive suite with unscripted, authentic perspectives that spark in-depth discussions with experts in the field.
Go to buildingbridges.nyc to watch episodes or download wherever you get your podcasts. Donate now to toysfortots.org. Working year-round, delivering hope to children at Christmas time and beyond. In 2024, Toys for Tots provided over 30 million toys to nearly 13 million children in need. Donate now. Go to toysfortots.org. Since 1947, Toys for Tots has distributed 708 million toys to 314 million deserving children. Working year-round. Toys for Tots. Donate now. Go to toysfortots.org.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial Cornwall or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. That's what everybody's talking about. Judge Janine Pirro.
All right, my pizza is ready. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get a second one. You know what? I may get another one instead of the desktop one. Because I know you mentioned that the desktop one doesn't have a ferrite or something. I thought there was a ferrite antenna in there. I think you mentioned something about that. So maybe I'll get the DP666. Maybe I'll just get the DP666 or something similar, and maybe I'll get it in a different color, like black color one, or the yellow one. Okay, all right, yeah. Okay, so it has AM antenna, but it's too weak for DXC. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was disappointed on that though. All right, let me go. I'm gonna eat my pizza.
Your favorite podcast platform.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO.
So of course this is WABC 770 here in New York City.
Four things to consider. One, how much
And this is the Greg Kelly show is still on
we use less data
for another
on a wireless phone.
half an hour or so. Then it'll be Dominic Carter.
Designed for 20-somethings. Two, if you see get a phone on us, get your sneakers out and run the other way. No one is giving you a free phone. You're paying for that phone over time with an overpriced rate plan and a long-term commitment. Three, check the fine print on that $15 a month plan. It's probably an intro price that'll double or triple later. You might even have to pay for several months of service up front. Number four, be aware of cable company wireless plans. Most of your usage will be on Wi-Fi instead of 5G, and your calls and battery life could suffer. Switch to consumer cellular and get the same fast, reliable nationwide service without the big wireless bill. Our plans start at just $20 a month.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Here's what's trending on WABCRadio.com.
Did a couple from China, one of whom works for a University of Michigan lab, smuggle a fungus into the U.S. that can be used as an agro-terrorism weapon? Head blight causes billions of dollars in damage every year to crops like corn, wheat, barley, and rice. Prosecutors say one of the suspects expressed loyalty to the Chinese Communist Party. Read the article at WABCRadio.com. That's what's trending. I'm James Flippin, 77 WABC News.
This is the Greg Kelly Show.
We're back, and shoot, I don't want to download yet another streaming service, but I guess I might have to. No, I'm going to bootleg it or get somebody's password.
I'm already the extra. I definitely recommend this. The Ham Geek. Let me turn the light. I'm going to make a review on it soon. Ham Geek. Low noise amplifier. This is a great LNA. Portable, built-in battery. Will last for hours. That's how I got Jamaica. When I was doing that live stream, and I got the KUAF out of Fayetteville, Arkansas. This is the amplifier. So, with the Q-Dosing.
They had evidence that said he was at least 6'2" tall and very, very big, bulky guy. They had evidence that the Gilgo Beach murderer drove a Chevy Avalanche. They had evidence that the Gilgo Beach murderer worked in Midtown Manhattan. Massapequa Park, huge hulking guy, Chevy Avalanche. Those four attributes, right there. You can look it up in the phone book, almost. Rex Hoyerman. Rex Hoyerman was the guy, and the DNA matched the Chevy Avalanches. And they knew that stuff for the earliest days of the investigation, but they did not know what they knew. They didn't put it in the right computer, and nobody, if the computer doesn't know, it must not be, right? So here's the documentary, all right? Let's go. Do me a favor. Get the longer clip, all right? This is on Peacock. They talked to the family of this guy. Boy, oh boy. The first question I want to know is what the hell all right. I accept that you don't know anything about your husband, the serial killer. I want to know what you were doing in that rundown house, right? Every house on that block, so meticulously maintained. And you guys lived in a barn. What was up with that? All right, go ahead, hit it. A lot of creepy visuals.
The question everyone keeps asking is, how could you not know?
Never before seen footage. Pictures of Rex with his kid.
Gilgo Ford was one of America's longest serial killer cold cases. After 13 years, this bombshell dropped.
Rex Heuermann, architect, father, husband.
He basically was the person that lived next door.
He was a monster, living a double life. One person saying this, one person saying that, but my memory says this.
There's so much evidence against you. I don't even believe you, and you're my best friend. Convince me. Give me something. Did you do it? Rex Heuermann insists through his lawyer that he's innocent.
Is it possible that family ever suspected that something was off about this guy?
The Peacock original. Do we get it? It actually does look very good. Pictures of him with his kids. He looks like a nice guy, but I'm pretty sure he is a monster.
Many dedicated first responders and service members like Austin Reese have paid a high price for the safety and freedom we enjoy. Austin served 3 deployments in Iraq, spending 13 years with the Navy Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit. He learned to skydive on the job and became a military free-fall instructor. But in what was thought to be a routine jump, something went terribly wrong. Austin hit the ground at 65 miles an hour. In that moment, his life changed forever. Austin broke his pelvis, ankle, and he suffered a spinal cord injury that left him
All right, take care.
paralyzed. Thanks to the generosity of
Take care, my radio extra. Thank you for stopping by.
Austin a specially adapted smart home to enable him to rebuild his life after an unimaginable hardship. You helped Austin restore his dignity, independence, and hope for the future. And in doing so, you honored his service in the most meaningful way. Help heroes like Austin. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Christine Nome, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security. The business world is evolving, but saving wherever possible remains smart business. That's why PSE&G designed many different programs to help you save on energy costs. Our experts will help find the energy solutions that are the right fit for you, your business, and your world. Because saving energy impacts so much more than your bottom line. Connect with a PSE&G Energy Efficiency Advisor to learn more at pseg.com/business savings.
The one and only Goya Adobo All-Purpose All-in-One Seasoning, perfect for all seasons. A simple shake is all it takes. Spring, elevate your veggies with a shake of its secret blend of Latin spices. Summer, step up your grilling game by shaking Adobo's bold flavor on your favorite proteins. Holiday season, shake some more and add some Latin magic to your favorite holiday roasts. Goya Adobo, your all-in-one seasoning for all seasons. Find it in the Goya section of your local grocery store. If it's Goya, it has to be good.
Hey, pick up the phone. It's me calling. Hey, folks, it's Gary from the Real Estate Authorities. And let me first say thank you so much. I appreciate the business. 800-707-1452. And if you're looking to sell your property, pick up the phone because there's not a house I can't sell. If you own a home right now, you've got gold. There's not enough supply for the demand, and money doesn't motivate me. You do. So guess what? I'm not looking to buy your property. I'm not looking to put you in harm's way. I'm looking to get you top dollar for your home, no matter what the situation is. You're more
Oh, look at her. Oh, she there. Oh, look at that. She got that junk on her trunk. God damn, and she's thick. Shut up, Daddy. Yeah, she got that junk on her. God damn. Yeah, adobo's good seasoning. Yeah, I use it all the time. And sazon. Sazon is also good. Excuse me, sorry about that. Excuse me. I just have Baron pizza. Barons, whatever it's called, Barons. Little pepperoni pizza. I just had 2 of them. The 2 little pies. They're very small pies. That filled me up. Yeah, they're exchanging numbers over there. They're exchanging numbers. You know he's gonna. He said, "God damn, I gotta get that number." Oh my god. Okay, he throwing out sausage and peppers. So yeah, I had that. I had one day before. I buy it from ShopRite. Little hoagie, sausage and peppers, sandwich or sub. Yeah, sub. And my radio just says, I am thinking of getting the TF 5.0 version that has the LNA. Okay. Yeah, eventually I'm going to get a second one, whether it's a desktop version or another one, because I want to have one connected to my stereo. It's a much better. The Sony one is disappointing me now. That Sony HD receiver that I bought, I'm getting a couple of issues on it. Well, one is the issue. One, I expected it. Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, you can. Oh, maybe I should do that too. Maybe fire up another computer and just play the feed. Yeah, you know what? That's a good idea too. But I'll play the radio maybe later because I'm gonna let it roll today. I'm gonna let it roll as long as I can. Not trying to break a record. I'm just gonna let it roll, see what happens. If it's not eventful, then I'll shut down the stream. Because it's probably the last day I'm gonna cover this. Probably I don't know. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Because I don't know how long they can keep this up. But yeah, I'll leave it on WABC. Then okay. So yeah, I'm gonna look into which radio I'm gonna get next. And of course, RT0A. I didn't forget about the Eton Elite Executive. I still haven't forgot that. I know you donated last time $49, and I appreciate that. So I'm definitely gonna get that radio. But I want to get the L-shaped desk. That's priority. And then whatever's left over, I'm probably gonna get the Elite Executive. And then is there anything left over that, which there probably won't be, I won't have enough. Because I know I'm going to get sent enough just to get the L-shaped desk and maybe the Eton. Maybe I might have enough to get the Eton. And now that's going to have to wait to the following payment for that one. But I'm definitely going to get the desk first. I need the desk. And then, although I like this format right now, it's pretty cool. Yeah, you're going to see how many times Sandra calls in. Yeah, no, that's priority. That's going to be the first thing I'm going to order. L-shaped desk because I want to bring down my radios. I want to finalize my setup, and also I can start bringing in all the coax. Some of them that goes upstairs, I'm going to start bringing them down here. So until I get that desk here, right now it's priority. L-shaped desk.
They're described as Mexican activists getting in the face of an African American police officer. Cut one, if you don't mind. Cut one.
You gonna cover on face? I know you do, dog. I'll spit in your plate. I'll put my on your plate. Your family, your kids. That's all right. I can't sleep.
That's enough. That gives you a sense. This guy is standing there stoic. He's part of a line of cops. You have pointed out that people kind of forget that cops are people. They're human beings. And like that has to be factored in when you deploy troops, when you deploy the National Guard. And there is a human factor. These are not robots. Fair enough?
Absolutely. And they're standing for long hours. It's very tiring. If you wear one of those field protective masks, It's very uncomfortable, and several of the police officers that I saw are wearing it. So it's very, very demanding on cops that are doing it, and you need to rotate them. You need to get them, off the front line. Don't forget, the police department needs to police the rest of the city. LA is about 600 square miles. That's twice the area of New York City. And they only have about a little under 9,000 police officers. So, the deployment, how do you get these officers together? How do you coordinate? There's at least 6 or 8 departments there that I counted. So you have to coordinate that. You can't be stepping on each other. There are radio frequencies that have to be used, joint frequencies that have to be used. So there's an awful lot of planning, and you're right. It's very debilitating on the police officers who have to stand 10, 12 hours and then come back the next day and do it. So people forget that.
And they also forget that a lot they're trying to provoke the cops. And you usually see, and when you see the struggles, you see more. Sometimes you see the provocation, but you often see the reaction by the police. And I know we ask a lot from cops. They got to be, it's a tough job. But, these are often young men and there's testosterone and, they can only be pushed so far. I mean, it's understandable that they would say, hey, you know what I mean, right? You can only push these guys so far. You don't want them to lash out, but sometimes they will.
Yeah, and it's human nature. You hope to train so that doesn't happen. But if someone puts their hands on the police officer, that's a different story. And that's certainly subject to arrest. But if it's just words, you try to look the other way, but that's not easy. As you said, he's a young man who, the natural instinct is to defend himself. And,
Sorry, but you mentioned the mask, and I have seen, this is like in recent years, I've actually seen a lot of it over the past few months, whether they're federal officers, these ICE guys, or sometimes cops, I see them wearing masks. And I'm not talking about the COVID masks. I'm talking about like, I don't know, they're like ski masks designed to protect their, what seems to be, facial recognition. And I guess I get that to a point. To me, I'm programmed to think a guy in a mask is a bad guy. I think we all are. Going back to like the old Westerns and cartoons, the bad guys wore masks. I see it as a growing trend in law enforcement. Do you recognize it as such? Am I wrong about that? Have you ever had concerns along those lines?
Yeah. Well, they're concerned about doxing. Doxing is where
sometimes Craig Gelly annoys me when he brings up this topic. They have to wear masks because they're getting doxxed. Like he always talks about that he doesn't like the law enforcement wearing masks. They have to wear masks because in today's, this is not 30 years ago. Now we have the internet. We have all this shit now, online stuff. So if you identify somebody, you could easily go after their family, that type of shit. So he doesn't get that. Sometimes he annoys me with that to no end. That's why they do it. That's why they wear the mask. So only criminals can wear masks. And sometimes I listen to Greg Kelly, but sometimes he turns me off. Especially when he goes into the Bible shit. I guess he's a born again Christian. I understand he had issues in his life, but I don't like people preaching over and over. So sometimes I got to tune him out. He starts throwing Bible verses every it just annoys me after that. So I'm going to silence him for a while. Yeah. James Farley, you're not going to. No, did you see the one that was there? Yeah. Oh my God, the one that was there. She's gone. The one that was in the shot earlier. She was right here. Then they crossed the street. Like she had some kind of spandex pants or something. No. I said, remember? I said, yeah. She's wow. She's cute too. She looks cute. My wife is not home, so yeah. Oh my God. I'm gonna get in trouble. I ain't gonna get in trouble for this one. I gotta talk about that another day. Oh, she's probably right there talking to those. She was right there hanging around there. There she go. That's her. Look at her. Look at her. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Torta. He's gonna check it out too. Look. He's gonna sneak a peek. Watch this. Hey, yeah, get out of the way, fatso. Fucking fat fuck, get out of the way. Jesus Christ, this fucking jerk off got in the way. Okay, dumb fuck, get out of the way. I'm screaming at the I'm screaming at the screen like, hey, get out of my way. Oh my God. Yeah. James Fogg, you're not going to believe this, but I'm using a chair that my dad got me when he was a chief. Oh, there she go. Look at right there. There she go. There she go. She posing now. Look at her. She posing. Look. There you go. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Bam, bam. Anyway. They're just posing. You know, that's all. This is all just to get views. Probably TikTok. And now she's talking to the other guy. I think they who knows, they might hook up after this. Unless they go to jail together. Oh my God, this is funny. My own I'm narrating this live stream. Yeah, why those old women have big butts now? Like, I don't know. Something in the water, I guess. I don't know. So he got you that chair. That was his desk chair in the 1960s. So it is well built. I got it 40 years ago. Yeah. Wow, cool. Yeah, Latinas, hey, listen, I'm Puerto Rican, but yeah, Latin women, you know, they have their reputation. Puerto Rican women, Dominican women, Cuban women, they can get thick. I mean, look at J-Lo. Look at J-Lo. She made a career out of her ass. She has no talent. And J-Lo made a career out of her ass. That's it. Her thick ass. He's going to call it for what it is. She has no talent. But she made a career out of her ass. First major movie she made was what? Selena. Selena was a Tejano. It was a Tejano music. And she was murdered by her. I think she was like the head of her fan club or something. So she was embezzling her money, and Selena found out and she murdered her. So J-Lo was when they made that into a movie, they picked J-Lo, Jennifer Lopez. Why? Because she had a fat ass. Just like Selena. God rest in, maybe she rest in peace. But she was thick. So there you go. All right, let me see. This guy starts preaching and shit now.
Today with me, Dominic Carter, 77 WABC.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is 77 WABC Newsroom Extra.
President Trump is threatening to cut funding for Amtrak's Northeast Corridor, impacting riders throughout the Hudson Valley and New York City. New York Congressman George Latimer, who represents parts of the Bronx, says he can't get behind the proposal that would pull funding for the nation's busiest rail corridor that runs between Boston and Washington, D.C.
This is an essential service, and the willingness to cut the Northeast Corridor by 25% is a bad business decision because you need alternatives in moving people from point A to point B. In this corridor between Boston and Washington, that's close enough to be served by rail, you still have airplane service and you can still drive.
Westchester County Executive Ken Jenkins adds the proposed cuts threaten to undermine reliability and delay modernizing projects. Lisa G, 77 WABC News.
You're listening to the #1 Nielsen rated The Greg Kelly Show. Thank you for listening. 77 WABC. This is the Greg Kelly Show.
Wrapping things up, and 800-848-9222. Moshe, hello.
Hey, Greg. Hey, Greg.
Hi.
Hi. Love the show, first of all. Second of all, I wanted to mention, you've said that you want anyone to win, including Zoran Mandami, instead of Cuomo.
Well, I didn't say it that way. I said, I look, Cuomo has blood on his hands, like literally. All right, the guy killed people. Now, Mandami seems like a total crazy person in the other way, all right, in a totally different way, but equally, well, almost as offensive. In that, the only credit that guy deserves in my book, he hasn't killed anybody that I know of. Do you?
No, I don't.
Right.
But if he wins the Democrat primary, he'll run on two-party lines, whereas if Cuomo won on the Democrat Party, then Mandami would take away votes from Cuomo and Curtis would win.
All right. I think Curtis is going to win, period. I am very confident in that.
Not if he runs on too long.
You know what? I can't game it out like you guys game it out. I understand that. You know what I mean? I can't let Cuomo get any closer. All right. So I appreciate your sentiments, and other people have said that, but it can't be Cuomo. We can't let that happen. And it's a bizarre moment that the media and the Democrats are just going to roll over for this guy. I will not. Moshe, I appreciate it. I can't stand Manzami, Zoran, whatever his name is either. But I think he's very, very beatable. More beatable than Cuomo, by the way. Terry in Long Island, yeah.
Hey, if I'm wrong, you could tell me. But I feel like whenever I turn you on to this, turn the station on, I was just wondering why you talk so much about gay marriage to James Flippin. Why do you think we want to hear that?
I don't really, it's what interests me, all right? And look, James Flippin happens to be gay. And perhaps I should, I'm prejudiced, all right? What do you want to say? What are you getting at? You think I got a hang up about being gay or something like that? That's not a very nice thing, all right? Listen more often if you want. I don't really, but there's more going on here than gay marriage. By the way, what do you think of gay marriage? I'm only kidding, Terry. I don't want to know. I want to talk to the interns right now. Hello.
Hello.
That should settle any questions about me, and never mind. How are you? Your name is Paige, correct?
Yes.
All right, Paige, where do you go to university?
I go to Rowan
A
University.
little bit closer to the microphone, if you don't mind.
I go to Rowan University.
Are you you're an intern here for the summer?
Yes.
Are you related to anybody important?
James Flippin is my cousin, actually.
We were just talking about him. How about that? And he pulled strings to get you this internship.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm not intimidated because James is over there, right? Yesterday they had the president's son in here, and I got freaked out.
Oh, wow.
We'll get back to you. Your name is Haley.
Yes,
Haley, you're here for the whole summer.
I am.
Where do you go to? Where do you go to school?
I go to the University of Scranton.
What brought you to WABC? Do you know somebody important?
My dad actually knows John, the owner.
John Katsimatidis. All right, so you're a VIP. So far, so good. I mean, what do you guys? You like it here?
Yes, I love it. Learning a lot every single day.
Like what? What have you learned so far?
The board operation and news and writing articles.
You know how to run that board? There are like 1 million dials
Oh
on that
no, we don't know how to run it. That's just one of the
We're
things.
slowly learning how they run it.
thing. Yeah, I see what you mean. Good. What else about that? What do you want to do when you get out of college, Paige?
I'm still figuring it out right now. Hopefully this internship will help me narrow it down.
Now, forgive me, I don't get a chance to talk to people your age all that often. You happen to have a nose ring?
Yes, I do.
Now, when did you get this nose ring?
I got this nose ring when I just turned 18.
Why?
My siblings both had one, and I like the look of it, so I got one.
And there it is. What happens when you have a cold?
I've just gotten used to having it, so it doesn't really bother me. I don't even know it's on my face anymore.
I see. Haley, I see only traditional jewelry on you, but the nose ring is becoming a thing, especially with...
Yeah, it's popular.
Why? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Do you have any tattoos?
I don't.
I hear tattoos are really... I mean, tattoos are... You do?
I have two, yes.
What do you have?
I have no matter what, and my siblings have no matter when and no matter where. And I
What's that supposed to mean?
It's something, I don't really know. It's something we saw that we liked. And I have a Z on my ankle for my dog.
What happens? He's going to die someday.
Well, I got it when she passed away, so it was like a memorial for her.
Alrighty then. No, I am a big, look, tattoos, whatever. Who am I to judge? It's amazing, though, that so many women are doing tattoos now. It used to be like, sailors and prisoners, and that's it. Now young, attractive girls and that guy back there. So what do you want to be when you finish your school and all that stuff, Haley?
I'm also still figuring it out, but I'm studying journalism at Scranton, and I'm interested in being a journalist, or I've really enjoyed learning about radio, but I'm also interested in learning about TV as well.
TV, and don't forget TikTok and
Yes.
the social media and all that stuff. Well, fantastic. What's life like in the dorms?
I actually lived off campus this past year.
Ooh.
But the first 2 years at Scranton, I lived in the dorms, and I liked it. I love it there.
Yeah, no, it seems like a nice little... Oh, The Office was filmed in the...
Yes,
right?
it was.
All right, final word, Paige. Overall, did I ask you your career destination?
Yes, I'm still not.
You're still not, you still don't know. Boyfriends, you two?
No, I do have a boyfriend, yes.
How'd you meet? The Tinder?
I met him at school.
Oh, how traditional.
Yes.
Well, that's wonderful. Meeting face to face. Well, Paige and Haley, I wish you the most successful internship imaginable.
Thank you.
And we will probably never be talking again because I try to keep my distance from the intern.
All right. You can talk to a couple of interns there at the. Hello, Ken Martin. I hope you're doing well, my friend. And yeah, I'm not gonna read the Ripple stuff. I'm not gonna read it out loud. James Farley, I was surprised to see John Catsimatidis. You never see how he look. Yeah, I known him for many years. He ran for mayor of New York City back in wow, it was a long time ago now. He ran for mayor. This is probably 2000 and off the top, I can't remember now. I can't remember, and it was a long time ago. I'm gonna say like almost 20 years ago, because he lost to De Blasio. So he ran for mayor. That's how people got to, he's the owner of Gristedes and D'Agostino. So he owns those supermarket chains. Of course, you heard him on the Anthony Cumia show. He owns a lot of stuff. He was involved in airlines and all that. He's a billionaire. He's a billionaire. So of course he bought the station WABC for I don't know how many years ago now. It's been a few years now. About I forgot when he bought the WABC. Maybe 3 or 4 years ago. I don't know when he bought exactly. So of course, now you hear about him more. But I known him for a long time because he ran for mayor of New York City when I used to live there. But he lost to de Blasio in the primary. And then de Blasio went on to win. Of course, he became mayor of New York City for, I believe it was 3 terms. And then now, of course, we have Eric Adams. But yeah, he ran for mayor. John Catsimatidis. Yeah, he's old. He's like 80. I think he's 78 or he's almost 80 now, I believe.
Karen Bass says the National Guard and Marines should not be in.
And he has a daughter named AJ. I follow her on Instagram. Of course, his wife, Margot. So, and by the way, he's a registered Democrat. Registered Democrat. He's a common sense guy. Just like I was. I was a registered Democrat until the party left me. They went crazy. Especially, Obama. Second term Obama, they lost me at that point. And then I switched over to Republican. So I'm a registered Republican now. Yeah, Sandra's at home. Sandra's not gonna. She's not. Same thing with the next show. She's banned from there. He doesn't take everyday callers. So
it has remained dead, and you have not witnessed a lot of activity, but that's not where we're going in the future.
He says the terminal would be a key connection on the East Coast and would remove an estimated 9,000 monthly truck trips from city streets and reduce roadway congestion. I'm Lisa Ritchie for 77 WABC News.
Late yesterday, the New York State Senate approved a bill that would allow people facing terminal illnesses to end their lives on their own terms with the help from doctors and drugs.
New Yorkers with 6 months or less to live would be able to end their own lives if they're able to take the drugs to do so on their own. Right to Death advocates have been pushing for this legislation for more than a decade.
Giving people that right to die on their own terms. So 2 different doctors have to confirm that the person has a terminal illness.
And New Yorkers seem to be on board with this bill.
I think that if you have a legitimate reason, it should be available.
The measure must be signed by Governor Hochul, who's not revealed her position on the bill. Noam Layton, WABC News.
In New Jersey, it's primary day ahead of the election for governor in November. It's a crowded field of candidates on the ballot looking to replace outgoing Governor Phil Murphy, who is term limited. Some going to be focusing on turnout. Republicans hoping they can flip the governor's office from blue to red in November. WABC News Time. 3:04 sports, weather in Wall Street, next.
Nielsen rated #1.
Sydney Friends in the morning.
Nobody can do it.
It's Cousin Bruce, everybody.
I love the music. Music radio. Nobody can do it. Hello.
Coming up at 3:30. 8:55 p.m. Listen to Dominic Carter for the Top of the Towers Foundation Dominic's Final Thoughts on 77 WABC. Sitting Friends in the morning, the right and the left. The best talk every day and music on the weekends. We are the world famous 77 WABC. 77 WABC News, continuing the tradition of delivering the best radio news.
77 WABC Chime Time 3:05. In sports, the Indianapolis Colts are officially under a new generation of ownership. The Colts announced Monday its ownership has been reorganized following the death of longtime owner Jim Irsay, the eldest of Irsay's three daughters, taking over the top role. Carly Irsay Gordon, named owner and CEO, designated as the principal owner. And on Wall Street, stocks are in positive territory. The Dow is up 20 points. More now from 77 WABC business expert Joe Connolly.
Small business owners' optimism about the economy rose for the first time in 5 months. Business owners are more optimistic that tariffs will not be as high as feared and that the tax cuts and spending bill will get through Congress. Nearly 25% of business owners say they plan to invest in their business in the next 6 months. That's the most saying that so far this year. But the Small Business Owners Federation says uncertainty is still high. Joe Connolly, 77 WABC News.
From the 77 WABC Weather Center, showers are possible this afternoon, but should be clearing up as we get into the evening hours. Cloudy, a high near 76. Overnight, there is another chance of rain, but mostly becoming clear. WABC News Time 3:06. Dominic Carter coming your way next. 68 and overcast in Midtown. I'm James Flippin.
From New York City to the world, it's Dominic Carter.
And we'll get to the rioting in L.A. and the mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, and police commissioner Jessica Tisch declaring, "Don't bring that garbage here." We'll get to that. Plus, Elon Musk hints the fallout with President Trump may be cooling off. We'll get to that as well. But I'm starting with a heartbreaking story out of the Bronx. And I've received your emails, and that's what alerted me to this story. And it's every parent's nightmare, in particular, divorcing parents. A father who had a custodial visit with his child in the Bronx on May 10th, right? In the Hunts Point section of the Bronx, had a custodial visit, meaning that the child is with the mom, as is customary the case, and the father will get visits with the child to take the child out to spend time, the biological father, right? You're trying to split the time between the two parents. Only one major problem. The father never brought the 2-year-old boy back home to the mother. Absolute nightmare situation for a parent. And now police, the NYPD, fear that the boy is dead and that he may have been thrown into the Bronx River by his own 20-year-old father. Again, we'll get to LA in just a moment, but this report from WABC TV, Channel 7, here in New York City.
We begin with breaking news in the Bronx.
Emergency across the Bronx River right now for a 2-year-old boy who yesterday. Detectives now believe the toddler's father threw his son into the river near the Bruckner Expressway.
Eyewitness News reporter Stefan Kim is in the Longwood section of the Bronx with new details. Stefan?
Los Angeles drove the desperate search for this 2-year-old boy, had investigators and search teams to the Bronx River, and dive teams here appear to know exactly where to be looking. We are standing under the Bruckner Expressway inside Garrison Park. Now take a look through those bushes there. We have some video we just shot moments ago to show you that NYPD dive team has been slowly moving up and down the river, focusing on this specific area under the overpass and along that tree line on the opposite side. Police launched the search last night because detectives now believe, as you said, his father threw his son into the river by the Bruckner Expressway. 2-year-old Montrell Williams was last seen a month ago with his father in Hunts Point for a custodial visit on May 10th. The 20-year-old father appeared in Bronx Family Court yesterday to answer a warrant for failing to return the boy to the mother per their custody agreement. He would not tell the judge about the boy's whereabouts, so the judge put him in jail. Police do not believe the mother, who is 17 years old, knows where her son is. She saw the father yesterday and asked where their son is. His response raised alarm bells as she subsequently called police.
And so, again, a heartbreaking story out of the Bronx. It just seems so unfair. This child, 2 years old, has not even been given a chance at life. And police believe that his body has been thrown into the Bronx River. The NYPD divers, to see the divers in this weather, and they have on these suits, going into the water. And think about this, folks. If they are successful, think about this for a second. If they are successful, they will recover the body of a 2-year-old child. And these officers, these divers, they have to go home that night to their own family and their own children. So think about that when you want to criticize law enforcement. Somebody has to do the job. Those divers in the water looking for the body of a 2-year-old child. Now to Los Angeles, and we see your calls where you folks want to talk about it. And it's John Fetterman, the senator of Pennsylvania, that's making a lot of sense these days. You know, folks say he has a problem with mental illness, but he's the Democrat that seems logical and reasonable these days. Fetterman putting on social media that it's anarchy and true chaos, what's happening in L.A., and that his party loses the moral, meaning the Democrat Party, loses the moral high ground when we refuse to condemn setting cars on fire, destroying buildings, and assaulting law enforcement. So Senator Fetterman gets it. Only 99.9% of his Democratic Party does not. The mayor of New York City and Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch addressing reporters declaring, don't bring that garbage that's happening in L.A. to the Big Apple.
I understand that some New Yorkers may be angry, afraid, and ready to express that. New York City will always be a place to peacefully protest, but we will not allow violence and lawlessness. The escalation of protests in Los Angeles over the last couple of days is unacceptable and will not be tolerated if attempted in our city.
We have no tolerance for violence. None. We have no tolerance for property damage. We have no tolerance for people blocking entrances to buildings or blocking driveways or blocking cars from moving. And any attacks against law enforcement will be met with a swift and decisive response from the NYPD. We are responsible for public safety and maintaining order in this city, and we will never abdicate that responsibility.
And let's go ahead and open up the phone lines on this Tuesday, 800-848-9222. The horrible situation in L.A., 800-848-9222. So I always say that I never kiss and tell in terms of the behind-the-scenes shenanigans of the stories I've covered throughout the years. But here's one that I will admit. So the 1988 presidential campaign, I'm assigned to cover the Reverend Jesse Jackson. And God only knows where we were. I guess we were in California at the time. I don't remember, but we hit 4 or 5 states a day. and there was this young, attractive, up and coming member in public office, and we all know her name because she's a clown now, a complete sideshow that's an embarrassment. And her name was Maxine Waters, and so this is going back some 40 years. So we're on the bus and we're about to pull out, and Reverend Jackson, I can't use the exact colorful language that he used to address her, but he shouted, and he said, Maxine, blank, blank, up, shut the up, you put in the word, and sit the down. And she did exactly what Reverend Jackson told her to do. That's the same member of Congress that's embarrassing herself these days, embarrassing her community, embarrassing her race. But boy, did she get rich along the way. Her and her husband that served as an ambassador. Boy, they got paid. The rest of us starved, but she got paid. Her and Pelosi for that matter. Right? Oh, I don't invest in stocks. My husband, oh, well, your husband is a master at selecting stocks and knowing when to sell and when to buy. He is just so good. What a coincidence. Anyway, Maxine Waters, one of the clowns that says in LA, the violence that you see every night, no, you don't see any violence.
And even those who were out of step with what we are advocating, peaceful protest, did not create any violence. Nobody was shot. Nobody was killed. Get it in your head. And so when martial law is called, what are you going to say? I missed the point. Don't miss the point, you all. Don't think that somehow, because they called out the National Guard, there was violence. There was no violence. I was on the street. I know. And I went from downtown detention back out into the community, talking to people what happened in Paramount, what happened in Compton, what happened in Inglewood. So, first of all, get it straight. And don't just rely on what you're being told or the few incidents that you saw.
Congresswoman Waters, you're an embarrassment. It's time to retire. I get it. You don't want to give up the financial gravy train. I get it. But you are an embarrassment. It's time to go. How long will you stay in office here? It's time to go. Let's begin with some of your telephone calls. I want you to listen to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem blasting LA Mayor Karen Bass, but I'm going to get some of your calls first. Let's begin line one. Robert in Brooklyn. Robert, what's on your mind?
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to point out, that Bill Bratton, the former commissioner, he said that the National Guard, they brought him in too soon in Los Angeles, and that they brought in the wrong units because they're not trained in crowd control.
Oh, okay. So what's the point? He's entitled to his opinion. He wait a second, Robert. He was a police commissioner in LA, police commissioner in New York. I love Commissioner Bratton. He's entitled to his opinion. I don't understand why you're making a big deal out of this.
Well, I mean, he's an expert, and it seems like Trump got it wrong.
Oh, come on, Robert. Drop call one. Come on. That what this was about? Come on. I mean, do we really sit? Oh, let me see how I can prove that Trump was wrong on Angle 1, Article 16.5. That's what it sounds like to me. Drop call one, please. That's what it sounds like to me. Let's go to Jay, line 2 in New Jersey. Jay, what's on your mind?
Yeah, hey, Dominic. I think that these Democrats, they love violence. You see it by Antifa, BLM, the Moss campus protesters, the Tesla vandalism, and you see these Democrat senators going down to meet with MS-13 gang members in their Tren de Aragua cells in El Salvador, and now they're all defending what's going on in LA. And I think that they enjoy the violence. They believe in violence. They worship violence, and they're happy this is happening. And that's a sad state of affairs, Dominic.
Yeah, I don't know if I would agree with that. I would say they have nothing else, so they're clinging to anything that they can grasp onto because they have no answer to counter the excellent job that President Trump is doing. Well, Dominic, how could you say that? It's not just Dominic that's stating it. Look at the public opinion polls that show how bad Democrats are doing and how great, or at least much better, President Trump is actually doing. We see all of your calls. We're going to get to them momentarily. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll do exactly that. 800-848-9222.
It's Dominic Carter.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month. Level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 800-786-9161. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-786-9161. Remember, 1-800-786-9161. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Roger Stone here for Colonial Metals Group. Pay attention, because China is leading the largest anti-American alliance since World War II. One that's already dumped U.S. bonds, grabbed 43 million acres of our farmland, and is plotting to dethrone the dollar. That's why IRA and 401k savers are protecting their savings with gold. Go to freegoldguide.com/stone or call 800-747-6589 for your free gold guide on how to protect your wealth with gold, and it's 100% tax-free.
Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. Building Bridges, That Which Unites Us. A thought-provoking new podcast hosted by Michael Hirschman, CEO of Solaviv Group.
I'm Michael Hirschman. Join me as I tackle vital national topics that affect the man on the street to the executive suite with unscripted, authentic perspectives that spark in-depth discussions with experts in the field.
Go to buildingbridges.nyc to watch episodes or download wherever you get your podcasts.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
A lot has changed since Goya launched its coconut water. Leg warmers in the 80s.
Here we go. 1, 2, turn around.
Dancing lambada in the 90s. And in the 2000s, waiting hours to connect to the internet. But what hasn't changed is that Goya coconut water continues to be deliciously refreshing and has that sweet tropical flavor you love so much. Goya coconut water. So good, it's always in style. Find it in the Goya section of your local grocery store. If it's Goya, it has to be good.
There we go. Let me with my glasses. Okay, put my glasses on here. Yeah, Sandra's she's not gonna be on this show either because Dominic Carter doesn't take everyday callers anymore. He kind of, if you call once, he don't want you to call the next day. He wants new callers all the time. And then after him is James Golden from 4 to 5. So he doesn't take callers. He rarely takes callers. And then after that is Rita and and cats. So they don't take callers there. And then, of course, it's, Mark Levine after that. So you're probably not going to hear her tonight. Unless it's late tonight. Even Greg Kelly, she used to call him Greg Kelly a lot, but Greg Kelly kind of put the brakes on her. Because she would call all the time, every show. I think what happens is some people complained about that. That, I don't know why people complain about that, but, but it makes sense that some people try to call and she always gets through. So let me turn on the fan. I was cleaning upstairs. I was throwing out the garbage and stuff. Oh, I need to cool off. I worked up a little sweat there.
Quote, I'm still trying to figure out why these agitators are flying the flag of the country that they are fleeing from. It's an excellent, excellent question. I guess sort of just Donna Marie and Philly to poke their thumb in the collective eye of the American citizen. I don't know why these savages are doing what they're doing. There's no rhyme nor reason, except for they just want to destroy stuff. They just want free, free, free. And they want the American government to take care of them. That's what this is all about. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. And they want no law and order. These savages want to do whatever they want to do, whatever they feel like it, at you and my dime. It really is that simple. I'm going to get to the, and by the way, former Congressman Peter King is going to be joining me in just minutes. And I want to get to the feud between President Trump and Elon Musk, or more, I should say, the feud between Musk and Trump, because Trump is turning the other cheek and, trying to diffuse the situation. And it appears to be working. Elon Musk hinting that this fallout could be a thing of the past. So let's go right back now to some of your telephone calls. Let's go to line one, Rob in Oceanside. Rob, what's on your mind?
Dominic, my man, I just want to give kudos to President Trump. You know what? Law and order is back, baby. Law and order is back. He's not
no doubt about
it. Not in 2020. You know what? He's going to lay the gauntlet down. You know what? He is the president of the United States. Okay? He's calling the shots. Not Gavin Newsom, not Bass out there. Dominic, they're all petrified because that's their base, Dominic. All the illegals voting for them in office. That's how they keep their congressional seats.
I don't know if that's how. I think they have a strong base amongst liberals. But Rob, thank you. You make some excellent points. And let me go. Thank you, Rob, for the call. Going back to the first call that we received, he's quoting Bratton, and this means that Trump was wrong because the wrong units of the Marines were sent in. How idiotic can you be? First of all, when you're the president, President Trump is going before largely minority crowds. He can't come in complete heavy-handed to begin with. You have to let them make a fool of themselves, and then you send in the cavalry. So you notice now they're starting to bring in the Marines more. They're going to be armed and so on. There are reports, but you don't start out that way because and it's like, okay, so you saw Bratton say, good for Bratton. I love Bratton, but that doesn't mean he's right all the time. And don't call me up, quoting people like it's a matter of fact because this person said it. Bratton, yes, he was the police commissioner in LA. He was the police commissioner in New York. He's entitled to his opinion just like anybody else.
Exactly.
Period. End of the story. Let's go to line 4. Chuck in the Boogie Down Bronx. Chuck, what's on your mind?
Hey, Don, thanks for taking a call. I'm a regular listener, but I'm also trying to confirm giving first-time listeners a shot based on your request. However, my take is the hypocrisy of the Democrats in this regard. When Biden was in office, people were coming through the borders, they were silent.
Of course.
And now they're raising all kind of hell trying to, protect people who jumped the fence and came in. I mean, it is putrid what's going on. And Trump is on the right track.
I agree. Hey, Chuck, I agree with you. Unfortunately, I'm up against a hard break. I love first-time callers, man. I want to hear from you again this week. We are coming right back.
There we go. 3:29 in the afternoon here in Yonkers, New York. And live streaming. Some feeds here. And we'll see. We'll see how long we can go today. I don't know. Today might be a little slow, but it's early. It's still early over there. It's 3:30 here. So right now it's what? Noon? 12:30-ish? So right around lunchtime. So let me look for another feed in the meanwhile. I'll look for another feed. Because this one is kind of boring right now. Actually, I'm even thinking about moving this feed over to this live stream to Danny Finance or the Danny Show. Maybe that's a better idea. Let me see. I'm just gonna let it roll. I'll probably let it roll all night. Try to replicate that. Let me see what other feed I can find. I was thinking about that yesterday too. Originally, I was gonna go to the Danny Show. And of course, they have their own chat, some of them. So let me go back for a minute. Let's see what his view is. Oh, it's a different view. So it's a different view. This one right here. I'm looking at different ones here. You have that one. I have to put the radio up.
Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us. No, I don't know.
Where's the my radio, my TF 6686? I like that FMDX server thingy. It's pretty cool. Let me bring the radio over here so I can show you. So I can show you what he was talking about earlier. Let me move this down here. Move this down here. Let me lower this down. Yeah, so Marriott DX set up his radio. This radio right here, he has one of these. as an online FM server. It's called FMDX server or something like that. FMDX web server. I forgot the name of it. So basically what you do is you hook this one up. Of course, you got your antenna. And then you hook this up to the USB to a computer. And then this has a software. You gotta install software on it. I believe, or on the computer. And then this communicates with the computer. And basically what you do is you're setting up an online server for this. So anybody around the world can tune into your radio on FM. On FM. Only FM, not shortwave. It's not an online SDR. It's similar to that, but it's not an SDR. This is not an SDR. So basically you can share FM tuning on this radio. So he has his setup. I went to his online radio and tuned around, locally, which is pretty cool. So eventually I might get a second one and set that one up as I'll probably set this one up or whichever new one I get and set that one up as an FMDX server or FMDX web server. So people can come in and tune the FM band. And I know in his case, he has it set up where he has his set up where he also has a map. And you can see the station on the map, how far it is from where he's at. So he a couple of times he caught sporadic E. I think he caught a station for Sweden on FM. Of course, he lives in Southampton, England. So I know he caught an FM station from Sweden. He even had the RDS. And that happened online. It was pretty cool. So that way people could connect to my radio and hopefully FMDX, a station. And I'll hook up my radio to the FM loop and leave it on 24/7. And people can tune into my radio and hopefully pick up FMDX. So, there you go.
I went on a number of trips overseas with him to countries, and you see he's respected. Whether it was at NATO meetings, whether it was in Israel, Ireland, no matter.
I'll show you his video. I'm sure he don't mind if I show his video. So let me go to his channel.
I was one of the few Republicans who stood with him when Democrats abandoned him when they brought those phony charges against him in the House. He was a great guy, but a classy guy, war hero. He said it all. And Charlie was Mr. New York.
You see what I'm saying about you, Congressman King. You were up in the community in Harlem today. This is the type of man you are. You go to wherever you need to go. You go.
Well, we'll start with this one.
My name is Mad Radio DX UK, and this is a video where I'm letting everybody know that my TEF receiver is available to tune online on the FM band, available through the fmdx.org website. So what you do is you go here into this website, fmdx.org, okay, and then here, this top right corner here, you just click on this right arrow to see the available web service online or remote TEF receivers, as well as other receivers that are available online. And then if you want to find mine, it's right here. So you look at the map of the UK here. I'm right in the south of England. There you go, Mad Radio DX Southampton, okay? And then you just click on connect there, right? And there you go, look, this is my TEF available online for anybody to tune. Now, just want to point out a couple of things. First thing is that this is a test only for the time being. I will leave it on for the weekend, Saturday 10th and Sunday 11th of May 2025. Hopefully it'll be on all that time, 24/7, but it's not going to be a permanent 24/7 thing at the moment, because like I said, I'm doing a test and there may be moments when I have to take it down, say for testing purposes, because I have to update the dashboard that you see in front of you, or maybe because I might be doing other things where I will need the TEF receiver, the antenna connection, and so on. And the second thing is that if you see more than one person using the tuner or using this web server, please ask for permission before using that, before using this tuner or server. The reason is I don't want any fights happening on the, on my tuner itself. Everybody seems to be well behaved when it comes to sharing the web servers, so I hope it stays that way. So let's just have a quick listen to what we tuned to at the moment.
Un grand poète de Calcutta, et je me souviens que parfois je marche.
Okay, so France coming in via tropospheric conditions here, and also a little nice trick that you want to use to see which signals are strongest on the band. So you just click here on spectrum like I've done, and you can see the peaks of the strong stations as well as other
cool.
weaker stations that might be coming through. So I do urge you to use the spectrum utility here on the top. Like I said, to see which stations are peaking and which are not. And also as well, because at the time of doing this video, it's going to, well, it's supposed to be the e-skip season, at least here in the UK. It hasn't really quite kicked off yet. Do have a look out, because there might be e-skip signals about on the band, right? So yeah, but at the moment, no e-skip so far. Seems to be taking its time coming here to the UK, at least in my area. I just hope it's not another disappointing season like we've had the past few years here. But for the time being, you can listen to local stuff. You can listen to also other things, stations from outside my area in the UK, from the surrounding towns, cities and counties. And also as well, you can hear stuff from outside the UK still, like for example, France and Belgium, that coming via tropospheric conditions. If you want any pointers, the best Belgian stations I can get so far is VRT Clara on 90.4, VRT1 on 95.7. That could both come from the Eggen relay in Belgium, and also for France, like for example this one here, 89.2, also 95.6, 95.4. Usually they're the best signals to come from France, but there could be others as well as and when it happens. So like I said, just have a little tune around and see if you can find anything outside of the UK, or anything exciting that I might be receiving on my TEF receiver. So that's just a heads up. If you want to have a tune around this weekend, like I said, it won't be a permanent 24/7 thing, but in any case, it's just something I want to experiment with, and I want to share with everybody as well, because I know that when I've done my live streams doing tuning the FM bands, people have really really enjoyed it when I tune around listening to all sorts what I receive on the FM band here in my area. And I'm just showing my TEF setup here for the web server. So yeah, obviously got my TF6686 desktop, which I'm using as the receiver for
that's what I want to do.
Web server. Then I've got it connected via USB to my laptop here. I'm having to use a USB sound card to get the sound from the TEF desktop to my computer, because the thing is, modern laptops these days, they don't come in with things like line-in microphone sockets and so on. What you have to do is you have to buy, like I said, this USB sound card in order to have things like line-in and the microphone sockets available, so you can connect sound devices to your laptop. And yeah, my laptop here, that's running the server software for the TEF web server. Yeah, right now somebody's having a go at tuning my receiver, as you can see there. You know, it's quite funny looking at it.
That's pretty
tuning
cool.
on its own. It's like, oh, somebody's taking over my, my TEF receiver.
That's pretty cool, right?
Publicly available.
That's pretty cool right there.
Tune around. So yeah, so just have have yourselves a go at tuning my receiver. Like I said, when it is available, and like I said, also be respectful if other people, if there's more than one person in the room doing tuning, just be respectful. Ask in the chat permission before you start tuning as well. Okay, then. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in another video.
There you go. So thank you, my Ready DX, for that awesome video. Yeah, so I'm gonna put his channel in the description. Let me click on it. Let me copy his link address. I'm gonna put the channel, and I'm gonna put the channel link now, so anybody want to watch, check out his channel. He has an awesome channel. Well, whenever this live stream ends or whatever, I'll put a link to the video and his channel. But definitely check out his let me go back up here. Sorry about that. And then he has one that it was an e-skip right here.
Tjena. Ja, vi tänker ju alla bara på samma sak. Spionmantar.
Får jag bara
ja.
Vid ingången till Sveriges Television här i stan så har det gått ut på internet.
I guess you call it a Swedish station.
Jag hittade en blomkruka precis. Men jag har satt en liten pilotodling i havet här i Malmö. Så den är 400
Gertie.
Så jag pratar upp med min sittbräda och kikar på tillväxten.
Gertie.
Hur ofta är det?
That's pretty cool, right?
Vi har inte gått igång på den ännu. Så jag ska göra en del korn och lägga den på bioanalys för att se.
I jul, vi har Ekonomiekots oväntat det var med ett nytt tullhot. På ett sätt är det väl inte speciellt överraskande. Det tycks ju som att sådana här utspel för att få som man vill är en del av Trumps sätt att förhandla. Han går ut hårt med ett första hot om vad som kommer att hända och sen så blir det lite mindre, det mildras i nästa utspel och att man ska förhandla och sen om man då i förhandlingen inte riktigt går som han har tänkt sig, då kan det komma ett nytt hot. Så att...
There you go. That's pretty cool. That's awesome. I like that. I like to see stuff like that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Let me go back to the I'm going to go to the website.
Hello everyone, my name is Matt.
Let me see his website right here. I think it's is it right here? Yeah, the website. Let's go to the website. So this is the website for that. So for example, right now it's 309 servers online. So you click here and you're going to see this map. Right? So there's 299 of, I'm reading down here. 299 are available, 10 are locked. I don't know what that means, but anyway, and 0 unreachable. So let's zoom in. And right now he's not online. So it's yeah. So he lives around here. So his is not on. But we're gonna connect to another one. I'm gonna connect to this one. And then you go over here. Let me move it like that. Let me move down, sorry. You see there's a button that says connect. And now it's gonna open up this radio. Okay? And there you go.
Specialism stuff to support them. And Smith. Party we don't want. You're right. And I'm not 6 feet off the floor. I'm waiting for you
Yeah, and sometimes you have to wait. Sometimes there's a little delay. Okay, so you keep that in mind too. Remember, you're connected to an online server.
crazy.
There goes my copyright. It's all the way up there. I know it's on a. I'm on. Remember it's a 55-inch screen. It's up there. There's some other stuff like Spectrum. One person connected as me. This is I get the chat. So you can leave a message or send a message. And then this is over here. So we can close that. All right. So anyway, let's go to another one. How did I disconnect from here? How you disconnect from here? I guess you go back. Let me see. No. So this one is an SDR? No, not SDR. I think you just no. I think you just close it and that's it. And then it's disconnected. Okay, well let's try another one. Let me zoom out. Let me try one in the United States. Oh, this one is in Montreal, Quebec. And let me try Florida. Glenn's TEF server. Let me try that one for Florida. So right here, you connect to it. Right here. So this one is from Florida. All right, so let's turn it on. Trying to get a talk station. You could also type it in here. So I can just put like 99.7. I don't know. Try that. See?
Radio world, life sees sunrise.
Merchant. Here in Lakeland. Nate, how does the word tech apply to tree care service?
I've been asked over the years what the tech side of our name is at ArborTech Tree Care. We're not just your average tree cutters. I mean, we only specialize in trees. So the tech side of it is we have machines that can detect decay and cavities inside trees without doing any drilling.
This
or
one has a
cutting on the
recorder,
trees.
record,
We have
and
growth
spectrum.
regulators to control the
It has a
growth
spectrum.
of trees. They have a 3-year
What is that?
residual. We have injections for pesticides, fungicides, and even fertilizers.
So this one you have the spectrum, right? So you can see, signals like SDR. Okay. So that's a pretty cool feature right there. So you can just jump on any of these.
ArborTech Tree Care today for a free estimate. That's ArborTech, T-E-C-H, Tree Care at arbortechtreecare.com.
Second Plate Catering is the premier choice for all your graduation and summer events. Let us handle your full-service off-site events with alcohol service available. Or if you need a beautiful and affordable event space, we have over 5,000 square feet available at Cleveland Heights Country Club. Mention this.
So this is Central Florida. You see Orlando. Orlando's right here. Orlando. Where I was staying at was in Claremont. So it's somewhere over here, Claremont, I believe. Let me see. All right, there, Claremont. There you go. Orlando, Winter Garden, Claremont. There you go. That's where I was staying at. So that's why I know these stations. Tampa's right here. That's where Tom Styles is from. Hamrad 88. He's from here, Tampa. We never got to meet. I wish we would have met up. That would have been cool.
To the president. Also, the president answering questions in the Oval Office next. Hey, Sean Hannity here. You know, I've been buying precious metals. Somebody gave me great advice. I'm so grateful every day that I did. And I've been doing it for decades. Every paycheck I get, no matter what, I put aside a portion of money to diversify into precious metals. Now, especially during uncertain times. Remember the 2008 financial crisis? Who do I choose to make my gold and silver purchases with? What company do I now use? Who do I trust? Well, I've been partnering with a great company for 3 years. I am a customer. The company's called Gold Co. Gold Co. will send you right now a free 2025 gold and silver kit to learn more about diversifying with precious metals. Now, this kit from Gold Co. has been a huge help to me. I think you'll learn a valuable lesson. You'll also learn about their unlimited bonus silver offer. You're not going to want to miss out. All you have to do is call, no obligation, 855-815-GOLD, or just go to HannityGold.com. That's 855-815-GOLD, or go to the website, HannityGold.com.
Financial news you can trust beyond dollars and cents. Wednesdays at 5 on Talk Radio 96.7.
Hi, I'm attorney Dean Bermetti. For over 36 years, I have provided legal representation to people.
So there you go. So that's Glenn's TEF server out of Central Florida. From, I guess it's near Tampa. So let's try Texas. We're going to connect Texas. Hey, yo, country music. Down home. George Strait. RDS. KJ40, KJ97, I guess. Latino 91.7. $96.7 Kiss FM.
KXXM-FM en HD1 San Antonio, una estación de iHeartRadio. Desde los estudios de DJ Silo, lesionado, llame a DJ Silo, 210-220-2222. Haznos la número 1 en el radio de tu carro y en la nueva y mejorada aplicación gratis iHeartRadio. Escucha toda tu música, radio y podcasts. Gratis nunca sonó tan bien. Mix 96.1. Tus favoritas de siempre.
Atama fire, Atama. You know, there you go. So you see, you can tune all around the world, connecting these radios right here. TF 6686, all around the world. All right. Oh, never mind. The rhythm of the heart. Yeah.
Hi, this is George Strait.
Hey, this is Casey Musgraves.
Hey, y'all, I'm Cody Johnson. KKMJ HD3 Austin. K240EM Austin. This is Austin's 95.9.
Yeah, he got look at the tower. Yeah, he's picking up this state. Wow, look at that. San Antonio, then Austin. Yeah, his antenna got to be really high up in the sky. Wow.
Ándale, ahí quedó eso de Fuerza Régida y la banda MS. Aquí en la Cámara de los Pinaros, 104.9 y 95.1. Buenas tardes, buenas tardes. Oye,
Te saludo tu compa Javi, aquí en la que mandamos Team La Raza 104.9 y 95.1. Y también estamos en vivo a través de la aplicación La Raza Austin, ¿eh? Oye, pues feliz martesito. Oye, día calientito pero sabroso.
That's 95.5 La Raza out of Austin, Texas. Pretty cool, man. This is cool. This is nice. I like this. All right. Let me see if there's any Caribbean ones. No Caribbean. Only Brazil. Let's see. Oh, let's try down here. Chile. Let's try that one. Oh, that's Mauro. Oh, that's right. Oh, Mauro. You know Mauro. He has a channel. Patagonia. There we go. Let's connect to that one. Mauro. Oh, this is Mauro's radio out of Chile. Oh, wait a minute. Okay.
No, allí lo tocó Igor Lichnowsky. Vuelve otra vez a territorio, a campo boliviano. Controlar Gabriel Villamil, apertura hacia la derecha, Lucas Chávez la va controlando, tiene muy cerca a Diego Medina, pasando por la espalda del lateral, recién cruza la frontera Bolivia, entra en acción nuevamente Diego Medina, la vuelve a centralizar, toca claramente el cuadro de Oscar.
So I'm reading that. Radio Agricultura Punta Arenas. 98.7. So I guess that sounds like a soccer match.
Ofensiva, todo Chile replegado, incluido Alexis Sánchez, todo Chile en propio campo, en propio sector. La posesión, la tenencia es absolutamente boliviana, que va a la carga con Diego Medina, profundo el lateral, la meta al área, ojo que puede estar el primero para Bolivia. ¡Gol!
Timing, baby, look at that.
Boliviano Miguel Terceros en 4 minutos. La amplitud de los bolivianos se vinieron por la derecha, el centro al corazón del área. Tuvo tiempo absolutamente para todo. Miguel Tercero penetra entre los centrales, se acomoda y saca el zurdazo más o menos a 10-12 metros. Disparo furibundo cruzado, nada puede hacer Brian Cortés. Comienzo del terror. En 4 minutos y medio, Bolivia 1, Chile 0. Convierte el hombre que nos tuvo de cabeza en Santiago, Miguel Terceros.
Lo habíamos anticipado, ojo.
So I guess that's an international friendly match. Bolivia versus Chile, and Bolivia just scored a goal. So that is a soccer match in Chile. Pretty cool. All right. That's pretty cool. Look at that. That's pretty freaking awesome, right? So this is what? Bermuda. Let's try Bermuda. You gotta wait till it loads. Let's see if they. No, let me turn it on and see if it. Okay, no. Yeah, something's wrong with this one. Yeah, there's a delay on this one. I don't know. I think this one is something going on with it. Reconnected successfully. Okay, let me try it again. All right. Yeah, plus there's another person on. So yeah, I'm gonna disconnect from this one. Okay, so this one is somebody else is on it. Let's try what's this one over here? Let me try Australia. I'll try this one. Australia. All right. Let's try Australia. Oh, nice. Look how nice that one looks.
Is in place will make these events rare as they are, and hopefully even rarer than they have been.
National Uniform Laws were the primary recommendation of a comprehensive review conducted for the facilities for crimes to be
How dear you were to me. He used intimate terms. To keep this simple and easily remembered, I want to suggest that people affection boils down to two qualities. Number one, small yet frequent acts of kindness. And second, stated or written words of appreciation.
I suspect you.
Those you lead should have a few notes from you.
Oh, you see a spectre, you can just click on it and jump around.
And to do that, one must have courage himself.
Support local. Listen to your community radio.
There you go. All the way down the dial. Let's see.
Till thy blessed face I see. I be your best
That was a good time to introduce himself to everybody.
at the table, and they're about one table from the actual lectern up the front.
I don't want to ask a hard question right off the top of the show, but in your speech, Gary, and I know Tim likes to have a bit of fun with your relationship with Richard Goyder, the chairman of the AFL Commission, but did you say that when the football world was in Perth, and Brisbane ended up, obviously, Melbourne obviously ended up winning the 2021 flag, that he said to you, words to
Interesting how much of a gap there is right there on the FM dial in Australia. So there's not so many FM stations in that part. Basically from 89.1 all the way to 98, there's only a couple of little bumps. That's a big gap for FM. Wow. You can probably DX. Let me see what's on this one.
When this was not needed, the idea that the administration would usurp the authority of our state government, take it away from our governor, Gavin Newsom, that the governor knows that if we put a request in for the National Guard that would go to them, he would comply. It was never in his
court at a very early stage. These latest reports, though, indicating that it is incurable, are certainly worrying, although it doesn't come with a total negative cloud, as it appears he may be able to keep battling through it, and it ultimately won't be the thing that takes his life. But we'll continue to keep an eye on that here on the Brekkie Flow. Coming up for you next on our Brekkie Flow program this morning, Jess Dempster is going to give us our agri-news update. That's on the way for you after music from Tonic and the Afters. But right now, here's Snow Patrol with their song, But I'll Keep Trying.
All right. Oh, hello, my DX. Yeah, I just showed them your video. I just showed them the video about this FMDX web server, and I'm tuning a couple of stations around the world. So right now, this is Australia. So I'm just tuning some stations. It's pretty cool. Yeah, so I really like that spectrum. Yeah, I really like the spectrum. So, pretty cool. Anyway, let me go to another station. So I was here. Let me go, let me see. Let me try that one in India. Right? The southern tip of India. Right there. Yeah, I was listening to one because I didn't see yours online, so I went to the one west of you. It's west of where you are. I forgot the name of it. Oh, somebody else is on. Yeah, there's somebody else on. Okay, so I'm gonna get out of that one. Somebody else is on that one. I saw somebody else on it, so two people. Yeah. Let me check on this one here in near Kazakhstan. Right outside Kazakhstan. Oh, okay, that'd be cool. Yeah, this one's taking forever to load. Okay, I'm not gonna wait for that one. Okay. Let me try Texas again. Actually, I'm gonna try the let me see which one. This one here. Cape Cod, Hartford, Connecticut, Akron, Ohio. Let me try the Texas one again. I like the Texas one, this one. This is a Texas one. You see the tower? All right, let's play Texas.
Ya menos se llega el día. Llega Shakira al Alamodón de San Antonio en su gira Las mujeres ya no lloran.
Let me go to the bottom of the dial.
Sí, cierto, doña Mela, sí, cierto que las mujeres.
Said it's not. It doesn't mean the tough times aren't going to come. They are. You are going to feel feelings, anger, frustration at times, but she was able to manage all that better by already having an established relationship with God and a habit, in some cases, of going out, getting away from her house in nature, and just praying for a little bit. So that had an impact on me, I would say.
I like the fact that you have yours with the map. A lot of these don't have the map. I like the map that shows you the distance. So those you have to install separately. Like, does it comes with the Spectrum, or you got to put that separately? See, this one only has a Spectrum. If you go up here, some of them have like the user map. Some of them have another map that comes over here. I noticed yours has a map. Oh, okay, those are optional. Okay. Yeah, I definitely want to put the map and the Spectrum. I'm sure they probably take up a few more resources, but I would like to put the map. I really like the map and the Spectrum. That's pretty cool. Now, I noticed one other thing. Some other people, oh, it's very light. Okay, cool. Some people put SDR on theirs. So is this the only radio that you can run on that? Or are there other, blah, 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 sorry. Are they, or can it run on other radios that are similar? Oh, the AirSpy. Oh, so I can share my AirSpy. Oh, interesting. Oh, man. That opens up another possibility now. So I think you can run AirSpy. Oh, I have to look into that then. That I have to look into. Because I hook up my AirSpy. I'm not using it. Might as well use it. Man, now you got me. Woo, AirSpy. All right, let me play some of this. That's cool.
One time or monthly pledge as well. Again, 1-800-476-3311. And Sammy, I'm having a feeling we're going to start having to thank some people here for this hour because, well, we haven't got any yet. It looks like we have 3 people entering pledges right now, so I'm optimistic.
King got the paper for behavior like this. You gon' be in line.
Unlike most people who want to see all the monuments, the first thing I wanted to see was the exorcist steps. And, you know, those are the steps that Father Carra.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Sony XDR. F1 HD. RTO SDR. Yeah, that I have. I have RTO SDR. Yeah, I'm not even using it. I could use it for, oh, man. Sony XDR F1 HD. And of course, oh man, I gotta check that out. Let me click on that link. So let's see. Let me move that tab over here. Move that tab right here. Oh, it's right here. And spy. Oh, okay. Unofficially via SDR Sharp and the XDR GGK plugin. Oh, okay. So it's supported unofficially. Wow. I'm sorry you guys can't see it, but let me get it right. Let me put it right here if we can see it better. I don't know if we can see it better or not. Oh, wow. That's interesting. That is interesting. And of course, I'm going to go through Windows. I'm going through Windows. So, wow. That is cool. All right, that's cool. XDRF. I have to look at it as a Sony one too. But definitely the AirSpy. I mean, I also have the RTL SDR version 3. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's the one I have. I have the HF Discovery Plus. Where is it? It's right here somewhere. It's on my desk. It's on my desk. Anyway. Yeah, that's the one I have. HF Discovery Plus will be a better option. Yeah.
Many of Tom's awful first drafts, which he abandons after.
.com and click on the resources banner at the top of the homepage.
Did you know that every day Preborn's network of clinics experiences hundreds of miracles? How? Preborn gives women
So this guy has an
with
antenna.
pregnancies a window into their womb through free ultrasounds. So when I
decades is a shared
wow.
secret that they need to keep.
So this guy has 2 antennas. He has a V dipole, right? And he has this one, 2-time element V Yagi. So if I can switch back and forth. Oh, this guy is cool. Check this out.
Preborn's life-saving work, dial pound 250.
So that's the Yagi.
Baby. That's pound 250 baby.
This is the dipole.
Preborn.com/CSN.
In this together, this is our lives, our shared lives. But as things progress,
see that?
And it happens pretty fast that they start to hide things from one another. You know, it does make you wonder if along the way they had remained completely open.
That's pretty cool.
Maybe they'd have existed longer. Everyone deals with guilt to a certain degree, and we all deal with it in slightly different ways. And I think that's one of the major themes of remained completely open. If maybe they'd have
oh, that's cool. I like that too.
Everyone deals with guilt to a certain degree, and we all deal with it in slightly different ways. And I think that's one of the major themes of this book.
Peter Swanson telling us about his new book, Kill Your Darlings. Peter Swanson, thank you.
Thank you so much for having me, Mary Louise.
This is fucking cool. Oh man, I'm loving this thing.
Hour of Grand Rapids, Michigan, now known as Keys for Kids Ministries, and it's no longer in production. BBN has special permission to air these classic programs featuring Uncle Charlie. If you'd like to connect with Keys for Kids Ministries, you can write them at Box 1001, Grand Rapids, Michigan, 49501.
In our faith journey by calling 800-476-3311, 800-476-3311. So thank you so much, Virgil and Arlene. Thank you, Anonymous in San Antonio, the folks who have called in thus far to make a pledge of support. Wow, let me just, oh, look at this. We had another one. Juanita in Mercedes listens on 89.7 KJMA. So that's Mercedes, Texas, right? I don't think she's driving a Mercedes, although she could be. You know, Catholic radio sounds good in any car. It doesn't matter what kind of car you're driving. But thank you so much for that, Juanita.
Called Wolbachia. Wolbachia exists symbiotically in about 50% of insect species. When introduced to mosquito populations, they consume essential molecules within the insect, like cholesterol, the same thing that Zika and dengue rely on. This means these diseases can't survive within the mosquito and can't be transferred to more humans. Wolbachia don't kill the mosquitoes and are found to be harmless to humans and other creatures that depend on mosquitoes for food, like birds and bats. A microbiological treatment for a global disease problem.
Yeah, another station's trying to come in now. 91.5. And this is Texas Hill Country Tuner. Let me see more. That's the setup right there. Johnson City, Texas. Trying to see if I can catch another station. FMDX off of somebody else. Let me switch antennas.
This view, and thou shalt live. But he.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, this is Moodray. I am your DJ Daddy Fam, aka Park, and this is Photosynthetic Soliloquy, a set shaped by the quiet persistence of plant life and the intricate invisible systems that sustain us.
Yeah.
There's another quote from the book that I've been reading, The Light Eater.
Yeah, same thing here in Yonkers. In New York City, we have a couple of them. Yeah, a lot of USA has a few of them. We have a couple. Classical music.
not singular. We are these ecosystems, living networks of breath, bacteria, memory.
No, I enjoy it too.
And the set is an honor of that.
Huge superstar who will be improvising a really beautiful jazz concert in
So switching antennas.
Before and after.
Switching antennas, I got two different stations.
The festival started on June 8th and runs through the 21st and includes a gathering of cello masters.
This Saturday night, Yoon-hee Cho, who's a professor in Houston, will play a stunning program with Lindsay Gerritsen in St. Joseph's Hall, cello and piano.
All right, I'm gonna try another station. That's pretty cool. So that's this one. K5TR, Texas Hill. Let me try the one in I don't want to try one local to me. That's too close. I'll try one more. Anyway, let me go back to it. I'll go back to the UK. So this is the one I was tuning last time. Earlier, excuse me. Let me go up here then. Let me try this one. So that's Newcastle. Yeah, I know. I showed your cat to Sweden. I was showing that earlier.
That they're not the only ones, and that there will be good days ahead in amongst the rough ones. So thank you for that. A great song choice from you two. This is the Corgis, and everybody's got to learn sometimes. And this is for you, Joe. Change your heart.
Yeah, this one has a live map.
Look around you. Change your heart.
Not at Fisher Investments UK. We work with you to create a personalised retirement plan. Fisher Investments
UK, yeah.
Retirement advice.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Individual as you are. Learn more at Fisher Investments.
Yeah, who logs into your server? Okay.
The risk of loss. Fisher
Yeah, I know. It's pretty cool too.
By the UK Financial Conduct Authority.
Why am I leaving a
So
gift
this
in
one,
my will to Cancer Research UK? Through my
Oh, this one has a live
son's
map.
cancer treatment, I've seen how far research has come. Yet I know I can do more to protect my family, my friends, but also those
I like that
beneath.
feature.
So I'm pledging a gift in my will to
I like
play a
that
part
feature.
in beating cancer.
Gifts in Wills fund a third of our work helping us develop life-changing cancer research. Visit cruk.org/giftsinwills. Together we are beating cancer.
Over 50s life cover from Post Office guarantees acceptance for 50 to 80-year-olds with no health checks and a gift card worth £125 plus 24/7 online GP access. It's never too late to start something new, like life cover. Oh,
yeah.
Hitting the open road! Visit www.postoffice.co.uk/coverme. Offer ends 30th of March 2026. Minimum premiums apply. GP access is non-contractual and may be withdrawn anytime. Total payments could exceed payout.
On our farms, there's room to roam. Our girls come first in a happy home.
Happy hens lay tasty eggs to the Happy Egg Co. I've had a few. Jimmy was my first. He was gorgeous and gave me so much space.
In my heart, stand still.
In 2018, I actually pitched to Dizzy's club at Jazz Lincoln Center, and they offered us a week-long residency there to workshop the music and try it out. That was where the project was really came to fruition for the first time, but then over many, many years,
The Heart Evening Show with Simba Mattresses. Treat yourself.
This is just magic. It's an album that brings quite a lot of stillness, despite being moved. This song of theirs, called Of Amber. on Future.
Tell me if blue skies fade to gray. Tell me if still tears fall as snowflakes on your body.
Sure, those two.
Hang on, what about rotisserie chickens?
If it's in your grocery shop, Chase has got your cash back. Join today and get 1% cash back on debit card spending on groceries, fuel, and everyday transport. Chase, see what your money can do. 18 plus UK residents. Eligibility applies. 1% cash back for your first year. Maximum £15 per month. Exceptions apply.
The Northeast #1
hit music station.
Tuesday night, Capital. This is Jimmy Hill, and here's Alex Warren and Ordinary.
And I love his energy. The one, though, and I've not got tickets, and I'm still hoping for a miracle for this, the one that I do love and adore is Stevie Wonder.
Oh, yeah.
And he is coming soon, in fact, next month. And yeah.
That one is pretty weak. Let me switch to tennis. Yeah, it's pretty weak. What is that? 104.2. Is that a DX? That's a DX, right? It's not coming up on the map either. I don't know what it is. One of 4.2.
Wel, y arall yn y cymaint yna sy'n sy'n y cyfeiriad newid i gloch a sy'n ffil o hos y cymaint yn gwybod television agos pwyn agos y ffilm gyda'r ydyn y clasgu ac yn y ffôn
It's definitely not French. I know it's a little sweet in it, but all right, somebody else. Who the hell moved? Okay, somebody else is moving it down now. Come on, man. That was you. Well, you can hear it now. Oh, that's German. German or Dutch? It sounded like German or Dutch. Well, now it's mixing with another station. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna disconnect. All right. Anyway, have a crack at it. Have a crack at it. I got the last of it. It sounded like German or Dutch, but I think it was more German. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna sign off. Oh, you got a message. There you go. I just replied to your message. Yeah, I figured that was you.
What she is advocating is we need to ignore illegality. Well, folks, we've been doing that for decades now, and it's time for that to stop.
Let me take a break.
Donald Trump has the answer to all this because he's being.
All right, that's pretty cool.
If you just take act, if you just stop, everything will be fine. And President Trump addressed that today.
Mr. President, these protests obviously started in reaction to these large-scale ICE operations in Los Angeles. Should people expect to see similar operations in the rest of the country?
Yeah.
And will similar protests see similar response?
As you know, we're moving murders out of our country that were put here by Biden or the auto pen. The auto pen really did it. I mean, the people, whether it's Lisa Monaco or whoever operated the auto pen, these are criminals. People are criminals that allowed these criminals.
Oh, see, I was showing them your video.
And I don't think that Biden knew what they.
So you see, I was showing them your video, and then I showed them the one that the catch that you did from Sweden. So check out his channel. Ready the extra. I'm definitely gonna install this on my. Well, let me get my final setup with the L shape, because I may be using the AirSpy if I can get it to run. So I think for the AirSpy, it's just a plugin for SDR Sharp. From what I see. So of course I already have that set up, because once I set up my L-shaped desk, this computer is gonna be for SDR and stuff. This is not gonna be my streaming computer. I'm gonna get a brand new computer for that, or I'm gonna bring down the one that's upstairs. I'm gonna bring that one down to stream, because I want to have a streaming computer only. So this computer is going to be relegated to FTA, and SDR. Have it on the screen in the back behind me, because it's going to be in the background when I get my L-shaped desk. So I've been taking collection on it. So I will be buying it after. Yeah. I have a few PCs I'm going to dedicate it to. I want to dedicate it to a small PC. Or, I have a few of them. It's probably going to be running Windows 10. I may just probably upgrade it to Windows 11. I am going to put an SSD on it. I want to have an SSD. I don't want to use a mechanical drive. And that one is going to have, like this one. This one is an SSD. So I have it dedicated to one of these. Let me send up a stretch. I got to stretch. Oh my God, I got to stretch. So anyway, check out his channel right there. I already put the link in the chat. Married DXer UK / Mike 7 Echo India Whiskey. So check out his channel. He has an awesome channel. So check him out. Check him out. Subscribe to his channel. And I'm definitely gonna look into and he also does live streams too. As you can see, he does live streams. So this is FTA. He was doing live stream there. So definitely check out his channel. And I'm definitely gonna look into this for dedicated. Yeah. Yeah, my viewing, I didn't do one for a while, like, once a week only for about 3 weeks. And, it started going down the numbers. And for the last few days, I've been on a marathon. Yesterday, I got 1,000 views on my live stream. I went over 1,000 mark. It took me 12 hours. So I was covering the LA riots. So we're going to go back to the LA riots. Let me see what's going on with LA. It's still early over there. It's 4:50 p.m. Yeah, I know. We've all been busy. And this is the only way you're gonna find me. I'm not on. I don't know if you know the story, but I'm not on the other live streams no more. So if you're gonna talk to me, you gotta find me here. This is the only place to find me. Basically, this is the only place to find me now. So I'm gonna put the radio up. I'm gonna go check out my son. I'll be back in a bit. He's upstairs.
What? There's a lot of original stuff I haven't seen.
What? Be right back.
We have an intern sitting. FaceTime, mic time. Yes. Come on, don't be shy. You're in a radio station. Yes, you. Do you know what this song is about? Have you ever heard this song before? Introduce yourself. No last names, because we don't want stalkers on here. Yes. It's a microphone. You can talk.
My name is Juliana. I lost my voice, so sorry. It sounds like this right now.
Hi, Juliana. Juliana, you from Los Angeles by any chance?
No, I am not. I'm from New Jersey.
You from New Jersey? Oh, New Jersey's a rebel state, too, though. Did you know that New Jersey's in the Confederacy, the new Confederacy? You did not know that New Jersey was a rebel state, a Confederate state? They're part of the new Confederacy. They are a sanctuary state. They're in rebellion against the federal government. So you're from a rebellion state. Cool. Now, back to the original question. Juliana, you have such a nice voice. Juliana, have you ever heard this song before? You know where this song is from?
I love this song so much.
You do? Where's it from?
Where's it from? Wizard of Oz.
Have you seen The Wizard of Oz?
I have. It's a very popular movie. I can't believe some people haven't.
Yeah. Which part did you like the most? Were you scared at the part when the wicked witch starts like, I'm melting?
A little bit. My favorite part is when she walks down the yellow brick road.
Oh, that was a sweet part. You know, when I was a kid, I was frightened by the part. Oreo, Yobo, Oreo. Remember that part?
Yeah,
Yeah.
little Oompa Loompas.
Yeah. Anyway, Judy Garland has a heavenly birthday today. Born in 1922, Dorothy in the 1939 film The Classic, The Wizard of Oz. James Golden started with you. Should be required viewing in America, but sadly, some people watch it.
This is The Rush Hour with James Golden. Nerdly. The Relentless Patriot has just been released on Amazon Prime.
Recipient of this year's VFW Americanism Award, Mr. Scott Lovato.
Gonna paint a flag on a rooftop in every state near a military base. God didn't give me a gun and a bayonet. He gave me paint and brush. And I will fight for this country. The Relentless Patriot. Watch it now on Amazon Prime.
Many dedicated first responders and service members like Austin Reese have paid a high price for the safety and freedom we enjoy. Austin served 3 deployments in Iraq, spending 13 years with the Navy Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit. He learned to skydive on the job and became a military freefall instructor. But in what was thought to be a routine jump, something went terribly wrong. Austin hit the ground at 65 miles an hour. In that moment, his life changed forever. Austin broke his pelvis, ankle, and he suffered a spinal cord injury that left him paralyzed. Thanks to the generosity of friends like you, Tunnel to Towers gave Austin a specially adapted smart home to enable him to rebuild his life after an unimaginable hardship. You helped Austin restore his dignity, independence, and hope for the future. And in doing so, you honored his service in the most meaningful way. Help heroes like Austin. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. Building Bridges, That Which Unites Us. A thought-provoking new podcast hosted by Michael Hirschman, CEO of Solaviv Group.
I'm Michael Hirschman. Join me as I tackle vital national topics that affect the man on the street to the executive suite with unscripted, authentic perspectives that spark in-depth discussions with experts in the field.
Go to buildingbridges.nyc to watch episodes or download wherever you get your podcasts.
Lunch was great. Greenwich Village is a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
There's a unique destination, Cap St. George's in beautiful Cyprus. Visit the gorgeous Cap St. George's Hotel and Resort. That's where dreams meet reality. Go to capstgeorges.com. Visit capstgeorges.com.
Kick off the summer with the sure way to have fun. Play the new Sure Thing scratch-offs from the New Jersey Lottery. It's 3 unique scenes celebrating the beach, eats, and nightlife of the Jersey Shore with a top prize of $500,000. Play today. Anything can happen in Jersey.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You're listening to the #1 Nielsen Radio. The Rush Hour with Bo Snerdley. Thank you for listening. 77 WABC. It's the Rush Hour
with James Golden.
Vote by the pseudonym most nerdly.
Rush. Now, here's James Golden. And there goes James Golden. It is the fastest hour in American media. Thank you for being here. May God bless, protect each and every single one of you, your family, your loved ones. Love and gratitude always for you being here. Allowing me to be with you. God willing, we are back tomorrow for the Wednesday edition of Los Angeles Rush Hour. Until then, my friends, as always, I bid you adieu. Bye.
The 77 WABC Suffolk County Police Benevolent Association chime time is 4:59. Police officers are the thin blue line that stand between your family and the criminals that would do them harm. They are your neighbors, protecting your neighborhood. Support law enforcement and stand with the Suffolk County PBA. Go to SuffolkCountyPBA.org today. WABC New York, WRCR Haverstraw, and 107.1 WLIR Hampton Bays.
77 WABC News, first at 59 past the hour, 72 degrees, some sun peeking through the clouds on this Tuesday, June 10th. Good afternoon, I'm James Flippin, and let's dive into the 5 stories you should know at 5 o'clock.
This is the Top 5 at 5.
New York and LA at the center of the anti-immigration enforcement universe tonight. For Los Angeles, it's been a multi-day-long reality as people acting out in response to illegal immigration crackdowns have been throwing rocks at cars, setting cars on fire, generally speaking, causing riot-like conditions. Here in New York, the hope is things won't get to that level, as a gathering is planned to begin this hour in Foley Square. President Trump has deployed an additional 2,000 California National Guard troops to L.A. County, and the mayor of Los Angeles remains steadfast in her position.
You're welcome, Mara DX. Yes, I'll be back in a bit. Okay. Yeah, take your time. I'm gonna be on for a while. I'm gonna let it roll. You know, I'm letting it roll. Of course, this is all for the YouTube algorithm. You know, viewing hours and all that stuff. So, you know, this is why I do these streams. You know, let them roll. 4 hours and 5 minutes in the books. So thank you for watching. Let me lower this down for a minute, and I'm gonna find a feed for the. Let's see what's going on in LA. Let's see what's going on in LA right now. Let's see where we at now with that. Of course, this one is the Associated Press, and this one. Yeah, let's go to this one.
We know that finding high-quality foods.
Of course, I'm going to mute that. And right now they have an ad. I'm going to skip the ad, and here we go. So, of course, they're gathering up now. You know, day 5 of the protesters. Here we go. I'm going to let it play there for a while. I'm going to go do some stuff. I'm doing some laundry also, things like that. So I'll be checking in and out. I'll leave it here in the meanwhile.
It's time for Common Sense. Now, it's Cats and Cosby with John Catsimatidis and Rita Cosby, standing for truth, justice, and the American way, bringing common sense to the world. Now, here's John Catsimatidis and Rita Cosby. Breaking news, WABC.
Well, the good news for Andrew Cuomo, Mike Bloomberg has endorsed him.
That's big pockets.
The bad news for Andrew Cuomo is that
Mike Bloomberg endorsed him?
No, no, Tony.
Oh, sorry, what's his name?
Zohan Mondami, who is the self-professed socialist, is within 2 points.
And
I like Mike. I think, and I support Andrew.
But I think that's going to get all the crazy progressives that vote in this Democratic primary.
That's Tony Carbonetti is our special guest today.
Right.
I think
we got Tony Carbonetti as a special guest today.
And
Kevin Roberts.
Kevin Roberts, head of the Heritage Foundation.
President of the Heritage Foundation.
We love him.
And Judge Richard Weinberg used to be Chief of Staff, or not Chief of Staff, General Counsel to the Speaker of the City Council, Peter Vallone.
Now, do you shake your head, Kevin? You're based in D.C. area. You're sitting here and you're hearing now this self-professed socialist who came out with a very anti-Semitic comment a few hours ago. He's in a hair of maybe getting the Democratic primary here in New York, maybe becoming the mayor. What are your thoughts?
Rita, it scares the daylights out of me for two reasons. Number one, the obvious, that what happens in New York is important for all of us in America. But secondly, I just got back from a Heritage Foundation trip to Paris, which is in real trouble, as you know. And if that guy is elected mayor of New York, then this city is going to go the way of London and Paris and so many European cities, which is not a compliment. It's obviously a real danger.
That's a real danger.
I'm more afraid of going the way of Philadelphia and Washington, D.C.
Fair.
Before we even get to Europe.
What about L.A.?
No,
there's
one worse. How about Detroit?
And exactly.
Oh, exactly. Or Newark.
I don't want to give our city to the progressives. We worked too hard to create this.
Right, and it's a time where we're seeing attacks on police and crime.
Well, common sense or no common sense, does that mean he's Muslim? Does that mean that all Muslims in the 5 boroughs are going to vote for him?
This has nothing to do with him being Muslim.
What does that
It's all about his crazy socialist mentality.
Yeah, but he is Muslim.
No, it doesn't matter. They're a crazy socialist. AOC is not Muslim.
Okay, but he's an anti.
But she's crazy.
She's crazy. Acknowledged anti-Semite and anti-Israel.
Correct.
And that's the issue.
Wait. I don't think he likes Greeks either.
Or the Poles and Danes.
Well, he's Italian. I'm sure he doesn't like this Italian guy.
Kevin, what about you?
He definitely doesn't like the Heritage Foundation.
So I don't know what's going to happen, but I think we have to stay tuned.
Yeah.
And how many Muslims are there in the 5 boroughs, Tony? Tony Carbonetti used to be the Chief of Staff of Rudy Giuliani.
I think it's well over 1 million now. How many are registered to vote? I don't know.
Yeah, I thought it was like over 1 million, I think.
Yeah, but I don't know if they've come and voted as a block yet.
Who knows?
You know, the Chinese have for years been here, and if they voted as a block,
so that means
they could elect a mayor. Never did.
You advised Andrew Cuomo that maybe he should run more than one line?
I for months was saying he needed to have an alternative. So someone like me, who is going to vote for Andrew, I can't in a Democratic primary because I'm not a registered Democrat. A lot of the white ethnics that remember his father, Staten Island, Queens, Bronx, are registered Republicans or independents. They want to vote for Andrew. You can't in the Democratic primary. So
they can vote
we now have an
November.
opportunity because he created a third-party line.
And there's no rank, but let me just say,
no ranked choice voting.
No ranked choice voting in November.
Right. No runoff.
Which is why Andrew will win.
If you have 8 socialists running against Andrew with ranked choice voting,
they gang up on him.
Yes. They can gang up on him and lose, and Andrew could lose the primary.
Right. But remember this, in November, you're going to have 5 candidates, and you could win.
You had the Republican, you had Curtis Lewa.
Right. You're going to have Mayor Adams.
Yeah, Mayor Adams. You have
Andrew Cuomo.
You have Jim Walden as an independent.
And let's not forget this Mondami guy.
Well, listen.
So Ron will be on the.
But Mondami, yes, Mondami is going to be on it because he's on the Working Families line. He already has it. So he's carrying on.
He might have the Democratic line.
Right, and he might have the Democratic line. You're right. Wow.
Move on. Los Angeles.
Oh, no.
Los Angeles.
No. Kevin, Trump came out and said if he didn't send in the military, LA would be burning to the ground. I mean, thank goodness he brought in the military. Thank goodness.
Thank goodness for his courage. I spent some time with some left of center political reporters in the city earlier today.
You were Zoran Mondami?
I was not, but it's a very similar kindred spirits. And they said, what do you think about the president's action in LA? I said, the president of the Heritage Foundation. What do you think? I think it's awesome, and it's past due. And it should have happened in 2020 with that summer of discontent, because we had so many Americans not only lose billions of dollars in property damage, but also several dozen Americans, as we have reported, lose their lives. This is the kind of common sense leadership that Americans of all political backgrounds want. I applaud the president.
Kevin Roberts, president of the Heritage Foundation. Now, it's how many states? It's 12 states.
12 states.
12 other states. You know, riots. and maybe they're starting forest fires.
Yes, because as we've been warning at Heritage, and sometimes people in the media, not you, don't understand that we're serious when we say this. It's the left that foments this violence against us and our person, against our property, and obviously a lot of these arsonists committing this forest damage.
The left has become a culture of violence.
Well, and let's talk about how violent it is.
You know, I hate to say left and right. I mean, it becomes, the Democrats, there's a lot of common sense Democrats. Judge Weinberg is a common sense Democrat.
He is.
On Thursdays and Fridays, we get Governor Patterson.
He's a common
sense Democrat. But the common sense Democrats, Kevin, have not stood up enough against the bizarro Democrats.
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, that's what's scary. And you know, one thing I want to say to you guys before we move on about what's happening with how bad it is. They are literally breaking up the sidewalk. They're taking the concrete from the cement and they are throwing it off bridges onto patrol cars and drivers. That's attempted murder. I mean, this is not like just we're doing this, we're saying this. They are actually attacking officers and drivers. This is serious stuff.
And now how the media is reporting it, they're just having fun.
Now, Rita, there's one other thing that was upset. We tried to get Rick Caruso, who ran for mayor of Los Angeles
against Karen Bass.
He's a common sense Democrat. And what happened? Tell us his exact quote.
Well, his exact quote seems to be attacking President Trump like a lot of the other ones in Los Angeles, John. And that's the trouble, that even ones that seem to be fairly common sense. He was upset with Karen Bass and Newsom during the fires. And so it sounded like he was going to go that way. Now he's like, oh, no.
Hold on. As we're standing here right now.
We're sitting.
As we're sitting here right now, Gavin Newsom is trying to find a federal judge in California to do what?
Oh, yeah, this is a biggie. To get a temporary restraining order to stop the military from coming into Los Angeles. Of course, the National Guard's there, but he has the Marines also on standby. That is really, really scary. What are your thoughts? And Judge, what do you think is going to happen?
If you have an honest judge, they throw him out of court because the president has an absolute right under the federal constitution, under federal statutes, to bring in the National Guard. It is neither the mayor's consent or the governor.
In the next few minutes, we got Jim Jordan coming on.
Yep.
And,
can't wait to ask him about it.
And he is our congressman.
Yep, from Ohio, but also chairman of some big committees. Yeah, and I can't wait also Alan Dershowitz, because we can talk about the legalities, especially of this temporary restraining order.
And then we got John Solomon, that the FBI has opened up an investigation on all these people that show up at these riots.
Who's paying them?
Who's paying them?
Yes, who's paying them?
They all show up with the same uniform.
Yes. And did you see the shot the other day, John? They pulled up, you guys, in a van, and you see the guys handing out, here's this weapon, here's this, here's the mask, here's this.
Yeah, I witnessed that years ago here during the Black Lives Matter. There was always someone in charge, someone with a clipboard that was handing out waters and food and had a directions as to where they were going. There is always someone in charge of these things.
Well, I hope that Patel, the head of the FBI, will get down to the bottom of it. Who is funding them? And if there's any murders, the people that are funding them should be co-conspirators.
I agree.
That's a great point.
Absolutely.
I agree. I
Absolutely.
mean, it's extremely dangerous if you're throwing something at law enforcement. And that's, by the way, part of the reason that President Trump, it's come out, is essentially sending the military there, because what's going to happen is now Attorney General Pam Bondi is federalizing the charges, because what they're worried about is some soft on crime DA in LA is going to say, oh, maybe we'll arrest them and we'll let them go, just like they did in New York
They got to
during
catch
some of the
that
protests.
guy. The guy that was throwing the concrete off the overpass.
Oh,
at
yeah.
the cop cars.
There were many.
They got to catch that guy.
There were many. How scary is that? I mean, and you could even see them like throwing it as people are driving by, throwing them off the overpass.
If this is an
That's
insurrection, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I agree.
I just got a message from Washington that Jim Jordan is running moments behind. He's walking out the bill that's marked up for Congress, and he'll be with us ASAP.
Okay, great.
That's
what I'm thinking. Let's get Dershowitz on. And in the meantime, I can't wait to ask Professor Dershowitz, what kind of charges could they charge these people with? Attempted murder? Could they charge? And the fact that they're now trying to federalize the charges, I think, is really interesting, because it shows that it hopefully will have the might of the federal charges, and hopefully they'll stick. Because, Pam, I have a lot more faith in Pam Bondi than in Los Angeles.
Well, there's no doubt, and Professor Dershowitz will give us a good answer to that question. I think it's really important to take a step back and realize this threat to personal security, regardless of what your political background is exactly what Americans wanted fixed by electing Donald Trump. And remember, his majority is not of just conservatives and independents. There are people on the left who said, I am tired of the status quo. We are witnessing right now what people voted for, and Trump is handling it really well.
Exactly. We have Professor Alan Dershowitz who is joining us. Professor Dershowitz, let's get right to this big news that just broke that the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, is asking for a temporary restraining order to block Trump from dispatching troops to patrol there in Los Angeles. What do you think is going to happen? Or does it depend on which judge he gets?
On which judge, but in the end, of course, he will lose. Many years ago, I did a complete survey of every instance in American history where governors and presidents have declared martial law and emergencies. And in almost every case, the courts have sustained the discretion of the executive to decide when it's necessary to call out troops, to take emergency action, etc. And so I'm confident that in the end, whether you think Trump is right or wrong, whether you think his actions, as some people have said, may have contributed to the violence. I don't believe that, but some people are saying that. But even if you believe that, if you also believe the elected president has the right to be wrong, he has the right to exercise his discretion because he was elected to do that, then the courts will sustain him. And I'm confident the courts will sustain him. You may get a district court here and there that will allow personal opinions to prevail and rule against him. That's happened now all across the country. But in the end, when it gets to the higher courts, Trump wins.
Trump wins, but meanwhile, a lot of other people can get hurt in Los Angeles if we have to withdraw the National Guard and withdraw the Marines.
I don't think that would happen. If they issued an injunction, it would be appealed immediately, and I think it would be reversed immediately, certainly within 24 hours. So I don't think there's going to be a long period of time when a district court will be able to stop the National Guard. Because if they stop the National Guard, there'll be more riots. There'll be more cars torched, more businesses attacked, more ICE agents throwing rocks at. And so I don't think any court wants to be responsible for that.
Let me ask you, Professor Dershowitz, about, I don't know if you heard, but some of these people, it's really frightening. They're like breaking up literally the sidewalk. They're throwing concrete off of overpasses onto people driving by. And there's also video I saw earlier of guys throwing literally at ICE cars and patrol cars. I mean, this is dangerous. What kind of charges could you go against some of these rioters that are really out of control? On a federal level.
Well, you can get very serious charges at the federal level and at the state level, but at the federal level you can. Interference with the right of free speech, interference with civil rights. There are riot statutes. There are a lot of statutes that Pam Bondi could invoke and bring them into federal court, because I know the last thing anybody wants is to have them brought into state court, where there'll just be a wheel which will let them out as soon as they're let in. So I think you need a federal intervention here, just the way you would in 1955 when in the South they were letting Klansmen out, and finally the federal government had to come in and say enough's enough. And so, now the shoe's on the other foot. Now it's the people on the left who are saying, oh my God, don't bring in anybody federal. In 1955, it was the people on the left who were screaming, bring in people federal, bring in the federal police, bring in the marshals, call out the troops. It's such incredible hypocrisy. And you just have to ask yourself how anybody can get away with that hypocrisy. And they don't, because they're losing election after election.
Judge Weinberg.
So where do we go from here, Alan, with these charges that this is all Trump's fault? If you just let it go forward, the thing would have died on the court. What do you think about that issue?
Well, first of all, you show films of what happened when they didn't have federal troops after the Rodney King case and after the George Floyd case and after the other cases. There's a lot of natural experiments here when federal troops were not called in, and the rioters overwhelmed state and city policemen. And particularly here, where you have a mayor and a governor who are essentially not on the side of law and order, it would be worse. So I think you just prove it in the court of public opinion, and if you have to, in the court of law. But in the end, the courts are not going to substitute their discretion for the discretion of the president. Courts live in ivory towers. They're not on the streets. They don't understand, and they don't have any competence to make judgments about when there's sufficiently high danger to call out executives. Now, you could argue he's overdone it. You can argue maybe he's contributed. So that's a good argument for not voting for him or not voting for the Republicans next time. But it's not a good argument for interfering with an executive function under the Constitution to see that the laws be enforced. And that's part of the obligation. The other obligation is to assure that every state has a Republican, small r, form of government, that the people's views prevail. And we don't know what the people think in California. I doubt that there is a majority behind Congresswoman Waters and Congresswoman Pelosi and Governor Newsom and the mayor. I don't think there's a majority behind that point of view.
Yeah, great point. Professor Dershowitz, we also have Kevin Roberts, head of the Heritage Foundation, with us. Go ahead, Kevin.
Good, Professor. Thanks for joining us. My question is about timeline on clarity for when we will know from the Supreme Court that the president is exercising his authority, because the everyday American elected Trump to do this. Yeah. And interestingly, with each passing day, his actions become more popular.
Yeah, and it's not going to happen overnight. I don't think we're going to see a single decision that says, the president prevails on all these issues. I think it's going to come up subject by subject. He's going to prevail on cutting off funding to universities. He's going to prevail on cutting off visas. He's going to prevail on calling out the National Guard. He's going to prevail on all those. He may not prevail on, and I think he won't prevail on ending birthright citizenship, for example. He won't prevail on that, I think, but he will prevail on many of the other issues.
Well, before I let you go, Professor Dershowitz, I have a question. I've been watching a number of these people, and Democrats, you brought up Maxine Waters and some of these others. I couldn't believe it. I mean, you see her on tape. She's sitting there shouting at the National Guard, saying, if you shoot, you better shoot straight. I mean, she's it's almost like insightful. And then you're also hearing Gavin Newsom, the governor there, saying, arrest me, Tom Homan, arrest me, arrest me.
And then he complains.
Right.
He says, the president said he's going to arrest me. He's the one who came up with the idea. And Waters, remember, stood outside the courthouse in the Gavin case after the George Floyd and demanded a conviction, or else there'd be violence and riots.
Yeah, you get in their face. You tell them they're not welcome.
Yeah. I mean, she has really come as close to obstructing justice as any member of Congress could do. But, she has immunity because she's a member of Congress generally. She doesn't have immunity from everything, but generally has immunity. Look, the American public's watching, and they want security and safety, and they don't want these rioters, and they don't want these people coming in from around the country. They listen to President Trump when he says these are people, many of whom come out of jails and were gang members, and they're coming in and hurting Americans. And so as long as President Trump follows due process, dots every constitutional I, crosses every constitutional T, and that's what the courts are there to assure, on the merits, on the substance, he's going to prevail in all of these cases.
Well, we're going to be following it closely. Professor Alan Dershowitz, we love having you here. Thank you, because, boy, these are big stuff. Big, interesting times we're living in. Thank you, Professor.
Rita, do we take a break, or do you want to? Yeah, let's take a break, and we'll come back with John Solomon.
He always has some good scoops.
He's got some super scoops, and he's going to have talk about Patel, the FBI director.
Who's funding these protests?
Who is funding these protesters? Let's take that break, and we'll be right back.
You talk, we listen. 77 WABC.
Allie Dwyer and her three sons lost their hero, Stephen. Serving our country in the United States Army was Stephen's calling, and flying helicopters was his passion. Stephen died in a Black Hawk helicopter crash over the Mediterranean Sea. He was awarded the Bronze Star Medal, the Meritorious Service Medal, and the Air Medal with Combat Device, among many others for his service. Allie says Stephen will always be the love of her life, and her boys family's real-life superhero that they are proud to call their daddy. Tunnel to Towers provides mortgage-free homes for families of our country's fallen heroes and builds specially adapted smart homes for catastrophically injured heroes. The foundation is also committed to eradicating homelessness among our veterans and helping our nation keep its vow to never forget 9/11. Help more families like the Dwyers. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. Cats and Pudding, hosted by Jen DeLandro.
I have the one and only Mario Bosco. Why were you taking this golf course? Just because you wanted to drive
around with the block is huge. The Daryl Zanuck building, so I started borrowing golf carts on the studio lot. But I would crash them or I dropped them. I borrowed all of them. My Petey Blue left them bad with no plug-in. I was naive. And then I'd go to The Simpsons, because Simpsons was a course. I'd go to The Simpsons and I go, excuse me, can I please borrow your golf cart? Like, well, we only need it for, it's very important. And I'm weak and I'm on NYPD Blue. You're on NYPD Blue. Like, well, yeah, I'm a cast member now. Oh, nice. Cast member. I was a guest star. I crashed one golf cart because I saw Whoopi go.
What? Did she see you crashing?
Yeah, I smashed the front end of the golf cart. So let me drive your car.
Download all of Red Apple Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform. A common sense recap of the day's biggest stories. It's John Catsimatidis and Rita Cosby. Cats and Cosby on 77 WABC. Breaking news, WABC.
And for some big breaking news, let's go to the great investigative journalist. He's also the founder of Just the News. We love him here, the great John Solomon. And John, we have with us also in studio Tony Carbonetti and also Dr. Kevin Roberts of the Heritage Foundation. Take it away. You've got some big stuff. Yeah, we don't fool around. This is top notch, John. You know that. And Judge Weinberg is always on the all-star panel. He knows that. Of course. What do you have on Cash Patel and what they're looking at in terms of funding?
Follow the money. Listen, the lessons of Portland, Oregon in 2020, where the government was slow to get involved and was slow to follow the money and try to choke off the money for these violent protests, not being repeated in 2025. President Trump and his team on top of the game. They're making arrests. They got the troops out there quickly. They're restoring order as quick as possible. But one thing that they never succeeded at in 2020 was who was funding organizing. Can you follow the money back to the people who are actually fomenting this violence, fomenting the chaos, fomenting the harm to an obstruction of ICE agents who are on the front lines? The answer to that is yes, you can. And last night, FBI Director Kash Patel told Just the News directly, they are following every lead to try to find the money, choke it off, and if that money is in violation of any law, bring people to justice. That is a very different FBI than the FBI under Chris Wray in 2020, which was slow to react or to prosecute anyone who brought the violence during the summer of rage in 2020. So big development today. I think we're going to learn some new elements about who's funding this in the next couple of days. I understand that the FBI has provided a briefing or is about to provide a briefing to the Homeland Security Department. That could be the beginning of either a criminal case or some sort of joint intelligence operation. But
John, the American people deserve to know the truth. And if somebody died during those operations and if somebody supplied the money, they should be called in as co-conspirators and face their own charges.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think every common sense American would think. Listen, we support everybody's right to protest, but when the protests are turned into weaponized attacks on Americans and American law enforcement, that's a line most Americans aren't ready to cross, and there should be accountability. This FBI just postured and thinking differently than the Chris Wray or James Comey FBI.
I still can't get over James Comey. I still can't get over him.
You mean 86-47 accidentally in the sand, James Comey? Come on.
In a couple of weeks, we're going to learn a lot more about Comey and the Russia collusion case. New documents will be coming out, and we'll have an even greater basis of facts to judge James Comey's time in government.
Wow. And I want to go back to the funding, John. Do you know, are we talking foreign sources, domestic sources? Are we talking Chinese? What do you hear?
Have you heard any rumors?
Well, I don't ever talk about rumors. I only want to report facts.
We already know, but listen, you're disclosing it may be a rumor, which is fine.
Yeah, I like to stick just to facts.
All right,
Found it lucky as a reporter being a rumor guy. Here's what I will tell you. Congress believes there's some foreign funding in this. We had several members of Congress on the show last night. They believe there's a trail to foreign funding. They would look at all the natural places. You see a lot of people out there who proclaim themselves to be socialists, communists. There's people that are overtly out there. Does that lead to China? We don't know. I think that's one of the things that people are looking at. Then they're looking at some far left ideological groups and nonprofits. One group we do know, it's called Churla, and we've talked about this already once. Churla is a pro-immigrant group in California, but around 3 decades. They're kind of mainstream. They've been getting a lot of their money from the state of California. The taxpayers of California are funding a group that is sort of functioning as the spokesperson for all of these protests that have turned into riots. That's a funding stream that a lot of people are looking at today. It's a story we broke yesterday on Just the News.
Yeah. I'm going back and forth. I was just sorting out some clothes, doing some laundry, all that stuff. I just put another load to wash. I had to check out my son. He's upstairs on the computer. He's playing. So, of course, you see the gathering now. Again. Let me load this all the way down. Sorry. Oh, remember the extra. I'm back. That station on 102, 104.2. I managed to ID it. It is BBC Radio. I can't pronounce that. Anyway, from Wales in Gaelic language. Okay, that's why it sounded like German or something. So, okay. Yeah, it definitely was another language. And it was weak. So, weak signal. But, okay. So, you got that ID. Pretty cool. Let's see if I'm honest. So right now, of course, they're just gathering. This is what they do. They just gather and then they start making noise. And then a couple of them, of course, they're going to try to set up dumpster fires. Yeah, this is their playbook. It's organized. And like what you just heard right now on the radio, they're going to find out who bankrolled this. And all those rock throwing at the police officers, they're going to face federal charges for that. And, when you face federal charges, unlike state and local charges, they're more serious. It's now nothing to sneeze at. Okay, my dear. The signal may have been over 100 miles away, but the relay has a power of 150 kilowatts. 150 kW, excuse me. Yeah, kilowatts. All right. So right now you see the police. You see the police is setting up a perimeter now. So, while these people are gathering up, the police are also gathering up, and then they're gonna, in a few more hours, they're gonna start like what happened last night. They're gonna start closing it off and arrest a few. This is paid. These protesters are paid. These are all paid to agitate. That's it. That's all this is.
On the ballot on both sides, experts are watching today's turnout, and Republicans are hoping they can flip the governor's office from blue to red. Also, the polls close in New Jersey at 8 o'clock, so just a few hours left. And John, those are the big headlines.
Thank you.
And Kevin.
I'm going to put on 10-10 wins for a while.
Quite done.
with the threat for rain just yet. There is a line of some showers, maybe a couple of thunderstorms moving through the Poconos and the Catskills right now, and one shower's popping in western parts of Orange County too. So as these still slide through early this evening, a few spots, especially across North Jersey and the Hudson Valley, could see a thunder shower, but not nearly anything as widespread as what we saw earlier today. It is going to clear out as we enter the night, a low of 65, and warmer tomorrow. We'll get up to about 84 for a high, but the humidity will be lower with a good deal of sunshine. Might have a bit of haze tomorrow due to the Canadian wildfire smoke, and then warm tomorrow night with a mainly clear sky, low close to 70. As we head through Thursday, very warm, and it will be a bit more humid with hazy sunshine and some clouds. Can't rule out an afternoon or early evening thunderstorm north or west of the city, a high of 88. Not quite as warm on Friday with mixed clouds and sun. Again, the risk for a spotty afternoon thunderstorm, high 82. Mostly sunny and 72 degrees. Right now, Midtown, we're going down to 65 tonight. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Brian Thompson on New York's weather station, 1010 winds on 92.3 FM.
From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
It was a family affair at the Tribeca Festival for Lin-Manuel Miranda, there with his family for the launch of Collectivo, a fellowship and filmmaking program in partnership with Tribeca Studios to champion the next generation of Latino storytellers.
Look at this. Look at that Humpty Dumpty. You know, the minute police are gonna move, they're gonna run like roaches. All this grandstanding, and most of them are gonna run like roaches. As soon as the police start moving in on them, it's all grandstanding. These protesters, you know, they're just getting paid to agitate. That's it. They're protesting what? Removing illegal aliens? That's your fight? You know? This is why 2026 and 2028, they're going to lose the election again. Because, you know, we voted for this. I voted for this. I voted for law and order. And you people on the left are just freaking nuts. You're nuts. You're nuts for supporting lawlessness. So you keep doubling down on this. You keep doubling down on the stupidity. You know, like I said, I'm Hispanic. But I support immigration legally. Legal. Come here legally. Go through the process. And while you're here, be a good citizen. Don't come here illegally and be a criminal. These are the ones that are getting deported. And don't come here, bring your third world values here. You know, your third world mentality. You come here to assimilate. You don't come over here bringing your Neanderthal ways or your Sharia law or whatever. You know, you come here, assimilate. But believe me, I'm surrounded by a lot of them around here. They come here, they get all the free shit, all the free benefits. Don't do anything, sit on their ass all day. They're illiterate in their own language. You know, I'm serious. They're illiterate in their own language, let alone now we have to support them. So the minute you take away that stuff, this is how they act. This is how they act. You take away their benefits, this is how they act. Like spoiled children.
Care.com.
Now 1010 wins entertainment. Diana Prince has another tale to tell. A new Wonder Woman movie is currently being written. That's according to DC studio chief James Gunn, who tells EW. The next movie will be a reboot, and Gal Gadot, who shot to global fame in the 2017 hit, will not be playing the character moving forward. She's been the marvelous Mrs. Maisel. She's Lois Lane in the upcoming Superman, and now the very busy Rachel Brosnahan will take the lead in the second season of the legal thriller Presumed Innocent on Apple TV+. No word yet on a premiere date.
Entertainment on 1010 Wins is sponsored by Shulman & Hill, New York's injury lawyers.
Go to hurtny.com.
That's hurtny.com.
Are you or a loved one a Bronx resident? Neighborhood Shop has some exciting news for you. Neighborhood Shop's case management program, funded by the New York City Department for the Aging, is here to make a difference in the lives of our homebound older adults. We're focused on planning, arranging, and coordinating in-home services to help maximize your functional independence in the Bronx. Our services cover everything from home-delivered meals to home care and supportive services like monitoring, advocacy, benefits, and entitlements counseling. If you're a homebound senior living in the Bronx, call Neighborhood Shop at 718-328-3536. 718-328-3536. Neighborhood Shop is your connection to a happier, healthier, and more independent life. If you are an older adult or may know someone who is 60 years or older with physical health impairments that hinder you from managing your daily activities inside or outside of the home, call us at 718-328-3536. That's 718-328-3536.
All News 92.3 FM, powered by 1010 Wins.
The News Watch never stops. This is 1010 Wins at 92.3 FM. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
Good afternoon, 72 degrees at 5:40. I'm Lori Madden, and here's what's happening. Protesters denouncing ICE and President Trump's immigration policies are gathered at Foley Square in Lower Manhattan. We have a live report coming up in a moment from our Mary Lynn Buckley. California's governor seeks an emergency order blocking President Trump's military deployment in Los Angeles. The New York City Council calling for an investigation into the NYPD's relationship with ICE. The department says there's only a relationship when criminal matters are involved. Former Mayor Mike Bloomberg makes his endorsement in the current race. You're going to hear her roar after a fan rushes the stage during Katy Perry's concert in Australia. In sports tonight, Mets host the Nationals, Yankees at the Royals. 1010 Wins AccuWeather says clear sky tonight, low 65 degrees. Sunny, hazy from the wildfires tomorrow, high 84. Wednesday time 5:41, time now for expanded traffic and transit from the Mercedes-Benz of Edison.com Traffic Center. Here's Greg Wright.
Well, it's getting a bit crazy in New Jersey. Route 4 westbound closed right now, getting over to Route 17 because of a bad crash. That's why Route 4 is at a standstill right now, getting out towards the area of Teaneck. The ride on 21 southbound coming down through Passaic, you are subject to closure. Reportedly, a car went over a guardrail on the southbound side of Route 21, coming down towards Main Avenue, and that's why everything is at a standstill back to 46. Southbound Parkway gets you down to Route 3 in much better shape. Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. Citybound George, no more than a few minutes into town, but outbound, southbound Deegan slowing from Fordham Road, west side out of the 70s, and those are your clear winners. Lincoln's about 10 to 15 in. Outbound Lincoln, no more than a few over at the Holland Tunnel. The outbound ride is going to run you no more than 10 minutes. Outbound covered roadway, inbound Skyway, the worst of it on the Jersey side. Brooklyn bound Brooklyn Bridge, Citybound Battery Tunnel, Citybound Midtown Tunnel, Queensbound RFK, and the Whitestone. Either way, pretty slow. The Clearview Thrives Neck, that's the best of it right now across the Upper East River. It's a slow eastbound ride on the Southern State the whole way from Fletcher Avenue all the way on out to 110. Westbound slows from 109, getting you back to Eagle Avenue. Sunrise Highway is not perfect, but it may be the better option right now through Nassau County. Traffic and transit every 10 minutes on the ones and breaking traffic alerts whenever they happen. I'm Greg Rice, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
Protesters in Lower Manhattan say they stand in solidarity with their counterparts in Los Angeles. We're going to go live now to Foley Square and connect with 1010 Wins reporter Mary Lynn Buckley. Mary Lynn.
The protest is underway
There are so many people here that they've taken up all Foley Square, and now the protest is even spilling a bit into the street. We see so many people here holding signs saying ICE out of New York, stop the deportations, and you really can feel the frustration here in the crowd. People chanting, people speaking out, and also even people banging their drums here. Now, protesters, they're demanding an immediate end to the ICE raids and the deportations happening all around the country, and they're saying they are standing with the protests happening over in LA, and they're saying that they are planning on coming out each and every day, calling this just the beginning. They say they're going to be out here every day until the deportation stops. Mary Lynn Buckley, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM, live in Foley Square.
California Governor Gavin Newsom is asking a court to block the National Guard and the Marines from assisting with immigration raids in Los Angeles. The Marine Corps Commandant says the Marines have not been called to respond to any protests in LA, that they are there to only protect federal property and federal officials. President Trump, though, may have a different idea about their role.
In certain areas of Los Angeles, the president said it could have been called an insurrection.
If we didn't get involved, right now, Los Angeles would be burning just like it was burning a number of months ago with all the houses that were lost.
In the House, California Democrat Nanette Barragan's district is where the tension started to build. She says the administration is using words like insurrection and invasion.
This is their way to lay down the groundwork to try to have martial law and invoke the Insurrection Act.
The president talked about that possibility.
If there's an insurrection, I would certainly invoke it. We'll see.
On Capitol Hill, lawmakers heard how much the Los Angeles deployment will cost.
The current estimated cost is $134 million, which is largely just TDY costs, travel, housing, food.
Ed Donahue, Washington.
Now back to the city. The NYPD maintains it does not cooperate with ICE unless a criminal matter is involved. But the New York City Council has questions about that.
Council Speaker Adrian Adams calls reports that the NYPD is helping the feds on civil immigration matters disturbing.
Our laws must be followed, and city agencies must not naively help Trump's administration skirt them.
She's asked the Department of Investigation to look into it. Immigration Committee Chair Alexa Aviles.
When you see local law enforcement potentially colluding and or openly colluding with ICE, it really complicates safety for people.
She wonders if the NYPD unknowingly gives information to the feds or if the feds mislead the NYPD. Mac Rosenberg, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
We do have a statement from the NYPD. The department says it does not engage in civil immigration enforcement, period. Former Mayor Mike Bloomberg is endorsing Andrew Cuomo for mayor. He praised Cuomo's work at LaGuardia Airport and said his management experience stood above the others. The two had a somewhat rocky relationship years ago, and Bloomberg alluded to that in his statement today, saying, during my 12 years in City Hall, I served with 4 New York governors and had differences with all of them, including Cuomo, but I also know his strengths as a leader and manager. Cuomo said he was deeply honored to be endorsed by Bloomberg. The polls in New Jersey are open until 8 o'clock tonight. In the primaries for governor, 6 candidates are competing for the Democratic nomination, 5 on the Republican side. President Trump endorsed former state lawmaker Jack Ciattarelli, who came within 3 points of beating Governor Murphy 4 years ago.
I guess it's Stu Leonard, and I'm in Amish country with our chicken farmer and his family. A horse and buggy just went by. Raised on an all-natural diet, no antibiotics, and no added hormones. Stu's naked chicken breasts are only $3.99 a pound. And there's Stu Leonard Jumbo 6-ounce beef patties for only $4.99 a pound, fresh ground daily. Chicken breasts $3.99, beef patties $4.99. Fire up the grill. Happy Father's Day.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing. Oh, hey, more like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects. Ooh, how does it work? It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at Walmart. Use as directed for occasional constipation.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part?
Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A Long Island golfer makes the record books.
Called him the holder of a new world record. Kalichi Azihi has only been playing golf for 2 years, but here at the Huntington Crescent Club, he played and played and played for 35 plus hours straight and broke the old record of 32 hours.
I feel relieved that it's finally over, because this is a dream that has been almost a year now. I am tired.
The club's Kevin White was there for the start and the impressive finish.
Oh, this is a great achievement, not only for him, but also for the people that supported him. I believe he had 10 people helping him out, because it's the whole recording, witnesses, and also just support team.
Sophia Hall, 1010 wins on 92.3 FM on Long Island.
If you signed up with the now bankrupt 23andMe, New York State Attorney General Letitia James is among 24 AGs suing to block the sale of personal genetic data without your consent. The lawsuit comes as Regeneron Pharmaceuticals, a biotech company, seeks a bankruptcy court's approval to buy the struggling firm. The suit says biological samples, DNA data, health-related traits, and medical records are too sensitive to be sold without each person's express informed consent. Regeneron says it will comply with 23andMe's privacy policies and applicable law. A new asteroid forecast is in, and the moon may need to duck.
Scientists who first warned last year that an asteroid called 2024 YR4 had a slight chance of crashing into the Earth in 2032 have reworked the numbers and determined that we're completely safe. But now the moon has a 4.3% chance of being struck by the same rock. While the 10-story high stone would devastate any city on impact, it's expected the asteroid would have little effect if it were to hit our nearest natural satellite.
Correspondent Jim Ryan. Katy Perry gets an unwanted surprise. We'll have that story coming up next. Wednesday time 5:51. Time now for expanded traffic and transit. Here's Greg Wright.
Well, take the George and you'll like it. Sitting outside of the George Washington Bridge. Pretty good ride so far to the upper and lower levels. But as I look on the Cross Bronx, not so great right here. Eastbound side of the Cross Bronx getting over to Rosedale Avenue. Looks like either a crash or a breakdown in the right lane. So that's why the eastbound Cross Bronx is crawling southbound Deegan to the eastbound Bruckner is going to treat you a bit better right now. Getting you out of town, southbound Deegan slows from Fordham Road. Northbound and west side sloppy out of the 70s. The Queensbound RFK, word of a crash just as you get to the Bronx and Manhattan. Whitestone slows either way, and that traffic won't help. Clearview, Throgsneck, that's the best of what you've got across the Upper East River. Lincoln, still about 20 minutes in, 10 out from 11th, even better from 9th. Holland, no more than 10 to 15 out. Outbound Covered Roadway and inbound Skyway are slow. The Newark Bay, it's going to be a much, much better idea. The ride at this point in Westchester County, to the southbound side of 95, a bit slow through Larchmont, but the hunch is worse, so deal with 95 either way, because the alternatives are worse. Route 4 in New Jersey, westbound subject to closure. Getting over to Route 17 because of a crash in Passaic. 21 southbound subject to closure near Main Avenue because of a car that flipped over a guardrail, part of a nasty crash. Traffic is sponsored by Optimum Business. Cyber threats, not today. Get Optimum Business secure internet starting at $60 a month with 99.9% network reliability and speeds up to 1 gig. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 8552-OPTIMUM today. I'm Greg Rice, 1010 wins on 92.3 FM.
Now the AccuWeather 4-day forecast. Here's meteorologist Brian Thompson.
Lori, as we've gone through the afternoon, we've been seeing increasing amounts of sunshine. Now, there are a few showers starting to pop up in some far northern and western areas in far northwest New Jersey, parts of Sussex County. We have a couple of thunder showers around. Those are over into Orange County, too, right along Interstate 84. So, especially across the Hudson Valley, northern New Jersey, that'll be the best chance to see kind of one more thunder shower here as we head through the evening hours. A lot of areas, though, will get mist. It will turn out mostly clear, a low of 65 tonight. Tomorrow will be warmer, but less humid with a good deal of sunshine. Might be a little bit of haze around from some of the Canadian wildfire smoke, a high of 84, but overall a pretty nice day tomorrow. Mainly clear and warm tomorrow night, a low near 70. Very warm Thursday will be a bit more humid with hazy sunshine and some clouds. We may have to deal with an afternoon or early evening thunderstorm in a few spots north or west of the city with a high of 88. And not as warm Friday, a high of 82 with clouds and sun and maybe an afternoon thunderstorm. Mostly sunny right now at 72 degrees in Midtown. We're going down to 65 tonight. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Brian Thompson on New York's weather station, 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM.
Katy Perry added a new verse to her hit Hot and Cold after a fan rushed her on stage during her show in Sydney, Australia.
There's never going to be another show like it, so just enjoy it, Sydney.
She was okay. The fan was escorted off stage by security. The man is seen running down the circular stage and trying to put his arm around Perry while she was singing. Other than what you just heard, Perry really didn't miss a beat and continued on with her hit. We have an update this afternoon to a story we've been telling you about the instruments stolen from Heart.
The band had set up its gear for a May 30th show at the Hard Rock in Atlantic City when someone stole Nancy Wilson's purple Telecaster electric guitar and Paul Moak's 1966 Gibson mandolin. Atlantic City police used surveillance video to identify a suspect and learned that he had sold the guitar to a woman. Detectives tracked her down and she surrendered it. The mandolin is still missing. Police warned if anyone bought it, they could be charged with receiving stolen property.
Correspondent Michael Wallace. And now this message, if you're heading to the Mets game from New Jersey, the best way to Citi Field, George Washington Bridge to the Whitestone. This report brought to you by RWJ Barnabas Health. Let's be healthy together.
Think a new central air conditioning system is out of your budget? Think again. Sloman's is here to change the game with sizzling summer savings. They're offering cutting-edge 18-SEER 2025 refrigerant-compliant R454B systems, expertly installed by their certified technicians, all at the lowest prices of the year. That's right. Get started with zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for 18 months. Every new installation comes with a comprehensive 5-year all-inclusive service plan, including annual system checks, filter replacement, and refrigerant to keep your AC running smoothly all summer long. Stay cool and worry-free this summer. Don't miss out. Call Sloman's today at 516-932-7000 for your free AC estimate. But hurry, these cool savings won't last. Call 516-932-7000. That's 516-932-7000. Subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions apply.
Now Bloomberg Money Watch.
Facing higher costs and lower revenue, Paramount Global plans to cut more jobs. A company memo seen by Bloomberg shows hundreds of positions will be eliminated at the owner of properties, including CBS, MTV, and Paramount Studios, amounting to about 3.5% of staff. This follows a round of cuts affecting 15% of staff last year. Radio, TV, billboards, online, on the subway. It's a tricky time for the advertising business. And now a major industry forecaster is scaling back its expectation for the year. WPP Media now predicts global advertising revenue will grow 6% this year instead of 8% as first predicted. It blames economic uncertainty and trade policies threatening to reverse 2 centuries of increasing global economic openness. Wall Street's indexes rise today. Dow up 105, NASDAQ up 124, S&P gained 33. Bloomberg Money Watch at 26 and 56 past every hour. I'm Andrew O'Day for 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Now a commercial message.
I'm Larry Mullins. Personal injury should equal personal attention. That's what you get at Spector & Associates Serious Injury Law Firm. They understand accidents and represent people who have been seriously injured. Spector & Associates is based in New York and will help. Injured? Call them first. 800-318-8888. Spector & Associates has recovered hundreds of millions of dollars for their clients. Have you been involved in any kind of accident? Visit their website, crashinjury.com, or call 800-318-8888. The attorneys at Spector & Associates are fierce in getting you the money you deserve. Call them first, 800-318-8888. That's 800-318-8888. Or visit their website, crashinjury.com.
Spector and Associates, your serious injury lawyers. 800-318-8888.
WINS, WINS FM and HD1 New York. Always live on the free Odyssey app. 1010 Winds AccuWeather says, hello, sunshine. After all that rain today, clear sky tonight, low 65 degrees. Tomorrow, partly sunny, less humid than today, although it will be a little hazy because of the wildfire smoke. High tomorrow, 84. Right now, it's 72 degrees. We are going down to 65. More people get their news from 1010 Winds than from any other radio station in the nation. Angela Boria is our service aide. Sarah Milano is writing. Swatina Kakar is at the editor's desk. I'm Lori Madden.
All news, all the time. This is 1010 Winds at 92.3 FM, New York.
Good evening, 72 degrees now. The partly cloudy skies at 6 o'clock. I'm Larry Mullins, and here's what's happening tonight. Protests in New York and in other cities over President Trump's immigration policy. So the protests here are in solidarity with what's going on in L.A., where Donald Trump continues to send in the military. California officials say just showing off. Up in the Bronx, an MTA worker walking up and down the platform doing his job, and a stranger shows up and smashes him. So now cops are on the hunt for this guy. It happened at the Whitlock Avenue station up in Foxhurst. An indictment for a man who allegedly hacked a guy in the head with a crowbar after a big fight. Police say the victim had been arguing with his girlfriend when the suspect showed up to intervene. Allegedly took his life. Back to the Bronx, they're holding the father of a 2-year-old after police say he hinted that his son was in the river, referring to a little boy who's been missing for more than a month now. He was reportedly embroiled in a custody battle with the boy's 17-year-old mother when the boy disappeared. And on a much lighter note, the big stage and the big screen collide, but in a really good way, as a Broadway star lends his hand to a program.
All right. Let's see. Yeah, look at this guy. Look at this guy with the hands up nonsense. Yeah, you're gonna be moving soon. Don't worry about that. You'll stand there grandstanding, with your vest. With the upside down flag, what a fucking jerk off. Anyway, good evening. 6 o'clock now, so getting there. CDM 1250 UHF 1 from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Hello. Hey, I'm just letting it roll. Again, another day of people acting up. This is the new norm for the time being. Because, people failed. These leaders in your state, California, they just failed. They failed you. Your governor failed you, and the mayor is failed you. When you pander to a minority group like this, This is what happens when you take away their stuff. And when you deport a few of them, this is how they act. So, you know, they're just setting back their own, you know. And as a Latino, that's what happened. They're setting back what they think of you. You know, what they think of us, you know, Hispanic and all that. Even the ones that are here, law-abiding citizens, legal citizens, you know. I say it to people. When people ask me, let me turn off the fan. When people ask me, Danny, why we never have good stuff in our neighborhood? This is why. This is why right here. We don't deserve stuff like that. We don't deserve nice stuff in our neighborhood because, you know, you guys are petty. You know, the American people have spoken. We voted for law and order. And we voted for deporting criminals. And all these people that are protesting is basically to protect criminals. That's it. You know, they just don't care about law and order. And we dodged the bullet when she lost. You may not think so, but we dodged the bullet. How she would have won, oh boy. You know, so this is this is not even about this. This is about just Trump derangement syndrome. That's all this is. That's what this is about. Let me focus there. Focus back. That's what this is about. This is not, you know, they're really, you know, Trump derangement syndrome. This is what this is. I mean, let's call it for what it is. You know, that's what liberals do. They cry. They just cry, manufacture drama, pay people to riot and all that. And that's what they need. They need to go after the people that bankrolling this shit. They need to go after those people. Now, I know some lefties going to come in here and say, you know what? Bring it on. Bring it on. But you know I'm right. See, all this lawlessness, this is what you vote for Kamala, right there. Right there, that's what you're going to vote for. And I'm going to say it over and over. We dodged the bullet, but 4 years from now, he's not going to be here. And you know that excuse about blaming the boogeyman? You know, you keep blaming the boogeyman. You're not going to have that excuse 4 years from now. So, you know, whoever's in charge 4 years from now, you know, we might not have a country after 4 years. Because you guys, you lefty, you liberals, don't want to play nice. You guys don't want to play nice. You guys cannot be reasoned with. That's right. You guys cannot be reasoned with. This is the result of it. This is all of this is just Trump derangement syndrome. I'm gonna say it here. I don't care if people don't like it. This is what this is. And one day you're gonna get judged. God is gonna judge you one day for your behavior. For your behavior. You know, like a petulant child when they don't get their way. They throw tantrums. Then they want to break shit. Take care, Mary. Take care, Mary the DXer. And thank you for stopping by. 73, my friend. And this is what it is. This is a microcosm of that. When you guys don't get your way, this is what you do. This is what you do. This is how you behave. This is how you behave. Remember that, folks. Remember that in November and 26, and remember that in 2028. Remember that.
Bird flu comes and goes from time to time in the U.S. Can you talk a little bit about this current, what seems to be a sustained wave? And of course, the first time we talked to you, I think, was either in late 2022 or
late 2022.
Late 2022, and then that went away, and then it came back. Do you have an explanation of what is going on, big picture, that this is a sustained, persistent problem in bird health?
Sure. When this round of bird flu started on the East Coast in February 2022, it was still thought to be a seasonal challenge that was carried by migratory waterfowl. Now, I wouldn't say that it's gone away and came back. I'd say it's more ebbed a little bit, Joe. Mm-hmm. We've never, ever, since those first flocks got sick in 2022, we have not been able to fully rebuild our nation's laying flock before the next wave of bird flu starts. So right now, what we know to be true is it's endemic in several environments. We know that we've had wildlife services out trapping sparrows and pigeons and vermin and ground squirrels, those kind of things, and it's all testing positive for bird flu. So it's now endemic in our environment, and it's something that, you know, the pressure to get inside the barns where the chickens are is the 24/7, 365 pressure.
So on this note, this is basically my question. Egg prices have come down a lot. Why exactly is that if bird flu is still with us, if we haven't really rebuilt the nation's chicken supply? Is it down to demand destruction and eggs just getting too expensive, or is it all the eggs we started importing? What exactly accounts for the big fall in price?
Tracy, I'm not an economist, but I will tell you that the high prices did cause some people to seek alternatives for breakfast, whether it's yogurt and berries or, you know, peanut butter on some toast. And we've also had eggs allowed in from other countries that have taken over some of the industrial needs. And so we also traditionally, in the summertime, egg prices are softer because of a lessening in demand. People just don't have the same routines in the summertime where they get up and eat a hot breakfast before heading out the door.
I have to say, I just find this to be a very disturbing, like a deeply disturbing story about the U.S. economy or something about the U.S., which is that you look at this chart, and I extended it going back further, and you just have this very quiet sideways line in egg prices that moves around very little bit. There are a couple of modest spikes. And then in the last few years, there's been this surge. And so even with this big price drop, it's come down. And you mentioned that it's become endemic. Like, is it a policy failure? Is there something we could substantively do different? And in your view, is there any prospect for like a 2013 style supply and demand equation?
Joe, we'd like to have nothing better. We can protect our flocks. And I'm just going to say we're very, very frustrated. Right now, today, our country manufactures vaccine for poultry to protect them against avian flu, and we ship it to countries in Europe and other places. So we're making the vaccine here every day, and we're protecting flocks in other countries. We've been unable to access that same vaccine. I think we have it caught up in some kind of bureaucratic merry-go-round, and we just can't seem to get it pushed over the fence line. I know that we have industry officials meeting with the USDA, but I think it's going to come down to President Trump is going to have to say, we want this nonsense to stop, and we want to start vaccinating these flocks.
Has the Trump administration done anything in terms of bird flu? Because I know Trump has talked about egg prices and taking credit for it, but I've been having difficulty like identifying specific policies or changes that they've actually done since January.
Yes, very much. They've become involved. They allocated, I think it was $800 million towards different mitigation, biosecurity programs, research, and such like that. But there needs to be no more research on vaccine. It's available right now, and basically it's being held up because of the meat bird industry that doesn't want to vaccinate their flocks.
Right, because then they can't export them to certain countries that don't allow vaccinated birds.
Yeah, they cannot export their surpluses to other countries if they were locked out of those markets because they were vaccinating their birds.
Before we get into what happens now in terms of rebuilding the flock, can you just walk us through a little bit more the last several weeks? Like, when did you realize you have to do a massive call, and what's that like?
Well, we started to see a few sick chickens on May 14th, and, it wasn't a big increase, and so we didn't think too much about it. On May 15th, we saw a bigger increase. We took swabs of the sick chickens down to the University of Arizona. Their lab detected bird flu on the 16th, and then we've been in a massive operation to depopulate our farms ever since then.
Do you have any idea of how the flu got in? Because I know you had a lot of protective measures in place, including laser beams to scare away wild birds and things like that. What's your theory for how the chickens got sick?
Tracy, I don't know why the government wants to say this virus is not airborne, but it is airborne. We didn't track this in on someone's shoe. We didn't have a wild bird that was sick get into one of the barns. That's just not happening. What happens is it's airborne. It rides in on a dust particle. And, these barns, we have to ventilate. We have to bring in fresh air for the birds to breathe. And there's just no way to filter that kind of volume at that kind of filtration level. So that's why we need a vaccine. There's no mechanical ways left that our industry has not tried to keep the virus on the outside.
Talk to us about the process of rebuilding a flock, step by step. What do you actually have to do, and how long does that take?
Well, generally speaking, our replacement flocks are geared to replace our flock every 20 months. So for us, it's roughly 300,000 birds a month that we bring in and we grow to adult size to put in the layer barns. That's a staggered 5% per month for 20 months to get our flocks replaced. So when we lost everything basically within a 2-week time span, it's still going to take us 20 months to totally rebuild that flock. But we're going to be suffering through this for quite a while.
Okay, so I believe you get compensated for chickens that you have to cull, although maybe it changes when we're talking, 6 million chickens versus 100,000 or something like that. And I know that you've said that you're not going to be able to fulfill your contracts with customers going forward because of all of this. Talk to us about the financial position that this leaves you in.
Well, we're part of an egg marketing cooperative, so we do have access to some of our other members' eggs, and that's what we're doing right now, bringing those eggs in and making sure that the store shelves stay full. With regards to compensation from the government, we get paid, not just we, but anyone in our industry gets paid to depopulate the flock, clean the facilities, eliminate the virus, and they approximate the cost of the chicken to repopulate that. They don't compensate you for the loss of income. Like, again, in our instance, we will be below full production for the next better part of 2 years.
How are you going to, as a business, what is it going to mean when you think about the future of the business, but the short term, to have so many months of lost income now?
Well, thankfully, we have good relations with our banks. We have some resources of our own. And so we feel like we're going to be able to take the time to rebuild those flocks and such. But, I think the challenge that we're going to have is rehiring the people that we need that have been trained. Some of them been with us as long as I've been here. And so that loss of institutional knowledge is what we're going to have the hardest thing to try to replace.
Do you have a sense of what's going to happen to egg prices from here? Not just because of the loss of, your millions of chickens, but also because it really seems like bird flu is, as you said, becoming endemic in the U.S.
Well, there's two things. There's supply and there's demand. And so we are bringing eggs in from other countries that's helping on the supply side of things. As kind of an interesting point, we are bringing eggs in from Mexico where they routinely do vaccinate their flocks, and we're bringing those eggs in. So that's one of the ways we're going to be able to address this. But frankly, you guys, we're not going to have a steady supply of eggs that we've enjoyed, for the past 100 years if we don't stop the spread of bird flu. And so the only way to do that now that this has become, something we live with all the time is to vaccinate our flocks so we can protect them.
Does everyone else in the world use chicken vaccines at this point?
No, I don't think everyone does. I know that there's several European countries that do. I know that Mexico vaccinates their flocks, and I think it's gaining wider and wider spread acceptance every place.
Okay, you have, now there's sort of multiple years of this, and even the re-establishing of the flock feels like it's going to be a risky process, right? Because you're going to spend, maybe 20 months or close to 2 years getting back to full capacity, but then, of course, the flu could strike again. Do you think that, when we think about the sort of sustained steady rate of where egg prices are going to go, maybe it's not you because you have scale and you have money and you have good access to capital, but that essentially you see farmers sort of depart the egg game, depart the egg industry because it appears, and maybe accurately, to be higher risk than it used to be due to the disease being endemic. And then there's just sort of, less competitive pressure, and, competitive pressure drives prices lower.
Well, Joe, I think we're seeing it already. There's been lots of farms in the last 3 years that have sold out to companies that want to continue to shoulder this kind of risk. And I think that we're going to continue to see that happen. The egg industry, by and large, are all family-owned farms. And so, it does test one's commitment when, we cannot control our future.
This has been Odd Lots on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Joe Wasenthal.
And I'm Tracy Alloway.
To hear the rest of this episode and all of our interviews, be sure to subscribe to Odd Lots wherever you get your podcasts. Thanks for listening.
For 22 years, Bloomberg Surveillance has been about conversation. Mike Mayo of Wells Fargo.
Why is banking finally getting a leg up?
You've had 15 years of financial repression. Now you're going back to normal.
Ed Morse of Hartree Partners.
What is our role in the global energy market?
We have transformed the energy markets of the world, including the oil market.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Weekday mornings at 7.
We've got two of the smartest people on the planet.
Listen on Bloomberg 1130. Watch on YouTube. Or catch us on Bloomberg Originals.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute, a troubling sign that the nation's banks are preparing for a downturn in the economy. Citigroup, one of the country's biggest lenders, is setting aside hundreds of millions of dollars more than it did last year for loans that it expects will go bad. On Wall Street today, stocks end with modest gains on signs of progress following a second day of U.S.-China trade talks in London. The Dow up 105 points, the NASDAQ up 124, that's 0.2%, and the S&P added 33. President Trump said today that the administration will start phasing out FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, after this year's Atlantic hurricane season, which ends November 30th. And after a nearly year-long strike, the Screen Actors Guild and the American Federation of TV and Radio Artists have reached a tentative contract with major video game makers. That includes Activision and Epic Games over the use of artificial intelligence, mimicking their voices and likenesses inside those video games. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Financial advisors, are you looking to add or switch custodians? Are you going independent? Interactive Brokers provides lowest cost trading and turnkey custody solutions for all sized firms. Trade globally from a single unified master account with no ticket charges, no custody fees, no minimums, and no tech, platform, or reporting fees. Plus, IBKR has no advisory team or prop trading group to compete with you for your clients. Switch to the custody solutions that work for you at ibkr.com/RIA.
Missed your favorite show on Bloomberg Radio? Now you can listen to every Bloomberg podcast on YouTube. Visit the Bloomberg podcast page on YouTube to join us today.
Bloomberg Weather is brought to you by PSE&G, Whole Home Energy Solutions.
Take control of your energy bills. A PSE&G advisor can provide tips to make your home more energy efficient. Learn how PSE&G can help you save big at pseg.com/wholehome. That's pseg.com/wholehome.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
It'll become clear and mild for tonight. Low temperature 60 to 65 midtown. Coming up into Wednesday, sunny and hazy and about 80 to 85. At night, clear skies, upper 60s, and sunshine followed by clouds. A bit hazy on Thursday in the 80s. Clouds and sun for Friday. High temperature again 70s across Long Island, 80s in the city. This is meteorologist Gary Best with your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Wall Street prepares for the latest read on inflation.
CPI coming in a little tamer than the expectations.
What will the numbers mean for the Fed's June meeting?
You feel like you've got more work to do? Do you need to cut rates?
Instant reaction on Bloomberg surveillance.
The revisions will really be key.
The market's really reacting. Inflation in focus.
Tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app.
And always on Bloomberg 1130.
Context changes everything. This is a special edition of the podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg Law's June Grosso is off today. Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome to the Switched On podcast on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Tom Rowlands-Rees, and today you're listening to part of my conversation on the UN's carbon offsetting and reduction scheme for international aviation with Bloomberg NEF analyst Leila Hamfar. So Leila, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
So I'm going to confess, I've always found CORSIA to be a little bit of an intimidating topic. In all the different parts of my career where I have been adjacent to or involved in carbon markets, CORSIA has been this sort of shadow lurking in the background. And the reason I'm so intimidated by it was that everything about it seemed kind of complicated. It involves lots of different nations, flights going to and from one place, so which jurisdiction does it fall into? You know, is it voluntary, is it mandatory? But it all seemed a little bit scary to me. So I hope that today we can demystify some of this. And to start with, tell us, what is CORSIA and how does it work?
Well, CORSIA stands for the Carbon Offsetting and Reduction Scheme for International Aviation.
Got it.
And that's all you need to know. No, just kidding. So this is a UN-governed scheme. So it is international by nature, but it's not legally binding. You've got member states to the International Civil Aviation Organization, which the scheme falls under. And this is the jurisdiction or the mandate of CORSIA. It's the member states of ICAO.
The scheme aims at decarbonizing international aviation for both passenger and cargo flights, and it works in different phases, and it has different ways that airlines especially can decarbonize their emissions, and it runs from 2021 until 2035.
And what happens after 2035?
Then they'll have to reconvene.
There'll be a new scheme of some
Probably.
sort.
It's still unclear. They could extend it. They could have a new scheme. They could redesign the scheme. It is still unclear. CORSIA, as it stands now, is also not really set in stone. So at every 3 years, which is whenever a new compliance cycle starts, they'll sit together and maybe do some changes to the scheme. So who knows what will happen in 2035.
And so just to understand that the history of the scheme, CORSIA has been in existence as a concept before now. Has it just been all talk up until now, or is this just a new phase of something that has been ongoing?
No, it's not all talk. So as I mentioned earlier, it runs in 3 main phases: pilot phase, first phase, and second phase. The pilot and first phase are both voluntary, and the pilot phase started in 2021 and it ran until 2023. So it was still running. There were still some talk around it, but it was more of a trial period. And then when we entered the first phase in 2024 is when most market players, especially airlines, started paying attention. I think what makes CORSIA a bit of a shadow that lurks, like you described it, is that airlines' compliance deadlines actually are like 13 months after each compliance cycle ends. So it gives us a lot of time to contemplate and pick and choose and decide what we want to do until we have to submit our offsetting obligations under CORSIA.
I mean, I'd love to have been in the meeting where they decided specifically it had to be 13 months.
It's so odd, yeah.
that really logical time period. So just to really clarify, we're now going from the pilot phase of CORSIA, which ended in 2023. We're in the first phase of CORSIA, and then the mandatory phase would be when?
So the second phase is mandatory for all ICAO member states unless they are exempt, and that starts in 2027. So up until now, when we say voluntary, it means that certain states have said, we'll participate and we'll see how that goes. But once they do, airlines have to comply.
And so ICAO, I'm sorry if you already spelled out, could you just define ICAO? And I'd be curious to know how many states are part of it.
Okay, so ICAO stands for the International Civil Aviation Organization. It's the part of the UN that runs CORSIA, and member states to ICAO, I believe, are north of 150, but the ones that for sure are participating in the second phase or the mandatory phase of CORSIA are 135, because ICAO does give out exemptions to small states or island states, etc.
Got it. So countries that have less alternative options to relying on aviation.
I would say so. So also to clarify, 126 markets volunteered to participate in CORSIA in 2024. That's the beginning of the first phase. And then 3 additional markets joined in 2025. So now we're up to 129 for phase 1. And then in phase 2, which starts in 2027, around 135 markets are expected to join.
So when we get into the mandatory part of phase 1, it's actually not going to be that big a difference in terms of the number of countries participating. The majority of countries that are part of ICAO have already opted in.
That is true. However, the ones that are joining in phase 2 are Russia and China and India and Brazil. And those are big markets that would impact the emissions covered under CORSIA. So those emissions would actually go up by around 50% in 2027 relative to 2026.
Okay, wow. That's a pretty big difference. Okay, cool. So I think I've got a good understanding, certainly compared to where I was 5 minutes ago, on what CORSIA is and the sort of the scope and the sort of trajectory of it. So then the next big question is what options do airlines actually have to reduce their emissions under this scheme?
So airlines have 2 options. They can either use carbon credits, which is why I'm on the podcast to begin with, and those are CORSIA eligible carbon credits, or they can use CORSIA eligible fuels, and those include SAF or sustainable aviation fuels or lower carbon aviation fuels. And to meet CORSIA's criteria, a fuel's life cycle emissions must be at least 10% lower than those of conventional jet fuel. As for the CORSIA eligible credits, they need to also be approved by ICAO. They need to meet certain eligibility criteria, but there's an additional layer of complication, which is that these credits need to be approved by their host countries, such that these governments apply corresponding adjustments so they don't double count the emission reductions when they're accounting for their NDCs, for example.
Got it. So the emissions reductions that take place under ICAO, what you're saying is that can't count towards a country's NDC emissions target.
Correct.
And so these, when we're talking about eligible offsets and eligible fuels, is that all determined by ICAO then?
Yes, more or less. So for fuels, ICAO does provide airlines with a set of fuels that are eligible, and then there's a bunch of documentation that airlines need to submit to ICAO for it to count. And the same goes for credits, but the thing with CORSIA eligible credits is that you don't have new credits that come from a special ICAO registry that's reserved for the use of airlines. They're actually borrowed from the existing voluntary carbon market, which we know, and we've discussed before, even on this podcast last year, it's a very troubled market and it's bruised. So that adds a layer of complexity to what CORSIA or ICAO in general has to do to make sure that those credits are legitimate and have high environmental impact.
Right, so that's part of the issue then, is that the voluntary markets at the moment have too many low quality credits, and that is why ICAO has kind of created its own specifications, but those same high quality credits are still available to other sectors, which airlines will have to compete with those other sectors as well.
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
So whenever we're looking at an emissions reduction scheme, particularly one which is as, maybe complex isn't the word, but it's sort of so multilateral, let's say, between nations. But the question always comes is does it really have teeth? Obviously, the first phase is voluntary, although let's assume that all of the countries involved have good enough intentions that they have volunteered seriously, and then it's mandatory after 2027. But what happens when these targets aren't met? I mean, who's on the hook, firstly? Is it the airlines specifically, or is it the countries, or is it sort of the airlines are on the hook to the countries and the countries are on the hook to the scheme? Yeah, what are the mechanisms that really ensure that this just doesn't turn into sort of, I mentioned earlier, all talk. How do we ensure that this isn't all talk?
It's honestly down to the participating member states and governments to determine this. So the scheme, or at least the responsibility to decarbonize, falls on airlines, but airlines are on the hook to the countries, like you explained. So some countries or some governments, like Canada and the UK, did incorporate CORSIA into their national laws, so they have monetary penalties for airlines that fail to comply. The UK has a pretty significant one. So if I'm an airline and I'm operating my flight between the UK and another member state, and I don't comply with CORSIA, then I will have to pay around £2,000 a day. So that will force me to go and buy those credits rather than pay that fine. But for other governments that don't have any penalties in place, they don't really enforce CORSIA international law, there is nothing really binding those airlines to comply, unless out of the good of their hearts they want to, or if they want to avoid also reputational risk that comes with not decarbonizing, which they're already sort of under.
And just one more question, and this is not so much about enforcement. Whenever I, as an individual, go and book a flight, I do always have the option as a consumer to buy offset credits to offset my flight. So can airlines also claim those as reduced emissions, or is the emissions reductions they have to make in addition to whatever offsets consumers taking those flights are buying?
So it's a bit more complicated. So when you go as a consumer and you go buy a ticket and some offsets on top of it to offset your emissions, airlines use that more or less like a marketing strategy, and you often end up buying very cheap credits that do have questionable environmental impacts. And if they are questionable, then they're likely not eligible to be used towards CORSIA. Regardless, the way this works, or at least the way airlines submit their emissions or account for their emissions for CORSIA, is that they count how many emissions they have at the end of every year, and then they compare that with a preset baseline for that year. And for Corsia, it's the 2019 emission levels. And then my total emissions as an airline for that year needs to be below that 2019 baseline. And the difference is what you need to reduce using credits or eligible fuels.
Stay tuned for more of my interview with Layla. To hear the full conversation, subscribe to Switched On wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Tom Rees, and this is Switched On Bloomberg Radio.
Hurt in the game, we tough it out. Feel exhausted, we push on. Feeling down, we pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. But there are times when bootstraps aren't enough. When stress gets to us and we need to talk to someone about what we're really going through. So we're going to reach out, because sometimes mental health is not a one-person job. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Head Council.
This is New York's only 24-hour source for world markets and breaking business news. Bloomberg 1130. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at CBS News.
CBS News Brief. President Trump ratcheted up the rhetoric today over the protest in Los Angeles, calling those responsible animals and a foreign enemy.
Very simply, we will liberate Los Angeles and make it free, clean, and safe again. It's happening very quickly.
On deploying troops.
Not only are these service members defending the honest citizens of California, they're also defending our republic itself.
Retired General Randy Manner was acting vice chief of the National Guard under President Obama.
There's nothing stopping it from going to every town that resists, either politically or otherwise, the will of this administration. And that's a very, very dangerous slope.
Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy has removed experts who advise the CDC on vaccines. CBS's Alexander Tin.
The CDC is not being consulted on who will replace the 17 members on the panel. It's Kennedy and his aides who will be picking it.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says some progress was made in trade talks with China. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is the Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World's headquarters in New York, I'm Doug Krisner. Let's check our top stories in the markets. A second day of trade talks between the U.S. and China wrapped a short while ago in London, and before leaving for Washington, Treasury Secretary Bessent described the talks as productive. Now, Bessent is scheduled to testify to Congress tomorrow, which is the reason for his departure. He told reporters that U.S. officials will continue discussions with their Chinese counterparts in London. Earlier in the day, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said negotiations went really, really well, and his remarks helped to push the stock market higher. We have the S&P 500 adding 0.5%. The U.S. and Mexico are closing in on a deal that would partially remove President Trump's 50% tariffs on steel imports. Now, we are told under its current terms, U.S. buyers would be allowed to import American steel duty-free as long as they kept total shipments below a level based on historical trade volumes. General Motors is planning to invest $4 billion in its U.S. manufacturing plants over the next 2 years. The aim is to boost output of both electric and gas-powered vehicles. Stateside, tomorrow, the focus will be on consumer prices. We have a preview of the CPI report from Bloomberg's Michael McKee.
Economists are certain the Trump import tax will push up inflation. What they don't know is when, by how much, and for how long. Today's data should offer a first clue. The consensus is the first inflation waves could be lapping at the shore. Prices for imported goods like furniture, apparel, and electronics, and for used cars are expected to rise. And that should push headline and core CPI up.
There you go. Oh, it's back. Okay. It's back. I was cleaning upstairs. I was doing the dishes and all that. You know, I still got to do housekeeping stuff around the house. You know, of course, my wife is at work and I'm here with my son. So I'm going back. I'm letting it roll today. Let me put on my glasses and take a sip of water, and then I'll. Yeah. Let me take a sip of water. Yeah. All right, N2COD. Hello, good evening, my friend. I just got back to Western New York from a visit in PA. Okay, so he was in Pennsylvania. Okay. N2COD. I have to view the the video from last night to see what I missed after I left to go to sleep. Well, I let it run for. I went over 12 hours. I think YouTube said officially I'm at 11 hours and 55 minutes. I don't know how that happened, but I know I went over 12 hours. And then it spiked up. My last 2 hours, I had about 500 views. So that video went over 1,000 views. And then I logged off and I put that in the member area. But I took it out of the member area. It's public now. It's public again. This one, I don't know if I'm going to go that far. We'll see. I'm just going to let it roll. And I'm trying not to talk too much because I'm trying to cover this. I thought it'd be over right now. I thought yesterday was going to be the last day of this. But these people are every day. This is day 5. This is day 5 of this nonsense. And at some point, I'm going to move on. Whatever. Who cares? You know. But I did learn stuff about these long live streams. I noticed I get a lot more views. I noticed on those live streams I do get a lot more views. My subscribership went up. It spiked up too. Let me check my phone to see what number I'm on. My view went up. My viewing hours went up. Okay, let me see what's going on now. Okay, that's True Social. Okay, I don't really care about that right now. And let me go on my YouTube Studio account on my phone. So right now, subscribers I'm at 5,402. So these last few days, I've been getting quite a few subscribers. Yeah, so that video is over 1,000 views last night. See? Yeah, so they have it listed as 11 hours, 55 minutes. But I know I went over 12 hours. I think YouTube, what it does, anyway, I don't know what it does. But anyway, that's the record now for me. So I know I ended the stream right before 3 o'clock. It was around 2 something in the morning. I ended local time. I ended the stream. And then about an hour later, I went to bed because I had to get up early too to take my son to school. But I didn't wind up not taking him to school today anyway because he woke up with a cold. So I let him stay home today. But I have to wake up tomorrow early to take him. So I don't think I'm going to stay up super late tonight. I don't know yet. So I'm just going to let it roll. See what happens. And I'm doing this because at some point I'm going to take a nice break for the remainder of the, especially, summertime. So I'll just probably be coming on doing anti-Kumia and a couple of videos here and there. So I'm just trying to bump up my view count, my viewing hours. So when the summer really kicks in, I don't get demonetized. So this is why I'm doing this. That's why I let it roll. because this counts toward my viewing hours. So in order for you to stay monetized every year, you have to have 4,000 viewing hours every year. Otherwise, they drop you from getting monetized. And I don't want that. I want to stay monetized. You know. So that's why I let these things roll. Even though physically I'm somewhere else at times, I let it roll. You know. So if people come by, they leave a comment, they don't leave a comment. I'll get thumb down here and there. I don't care. I get likes, you know. I think yesterday, yeah, I let it roll. I think I got about 20, 25 likes. And I think I got 4 thumb down. 4 people thumb me down. No big deal. I don't care, you know. But I did get 1,000 views. And I'm very happy about that. I was like, wow, 1,000 views. And when I look at my numbers, I saw that the last 2 hours spiked up like crazy. Let me see if I can do the analytics. You see? That was 1 or 2 in the morning. That big spike, that was 1 or 2 in the morning. 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, I think right there, that big spike. So I had a whole bunch of trolls. Trolls came by, I trolled them back. And that's when she started going down with all this. People were getting arrested. They were putting people in those white school buses. So it spiked up, the view count. So I guess they finally, yeah. Yeah, street action skipped the view count. Yeah. I think what happens was I was getting recommended. Once YouTube recommended me, I had a whole bunch of people watching. Yeah. Once I got recommended by a few people, I guess YouTube recommended, it spiked up my view count. So, I'm trying to learn the algorithm. Is it radio related? No, not radio related. It's fine. I figure let me cover this for today. And then you know what? Tomorrow I'll probably be done with this. So I let it roll. I'll let it roll. All right, and I don't want to talk a lot today too, so because I want to give my trying to. Every time I say that, I talk more. Here we go, disrupting traffic. People are reading. See, this is illegal. What they're doing right now is illegal. Yeah. I'm gonna get something to eat myself. I'm gonna let it roll. All right. I'm gonna go back to 10-10 wins. Enjoy your meal.
2019, we tracked the buying activity.
Further State Parkway, so that's going to treat you a little bit better. Upper East Side of Manhattan, you got Fifth Avenue.
Actually, I'm going to try something else. Let me try something else. I'm going to try this and see if, what is it? Yeah, let's try that. Let's try that. So you're listening to Los Angeles County Sheriff Dispatch. I'm going to leave that feed on while we watch this. The hell happened, man? What the hell's happening? Oh, sorry about that. So I'm going to close some windows here. Let's see. Not this one. I'm going to close grip. That one. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, leave it there. I'm going to put some other noise in the background. Let me fix this. Let me go hide. I'm going to put it like right there. Nothing like this. Let me lower this down. Let's see how that goes. So that audio feed is from Broadcastify. And that is the Los Angeles County Sheriff Dispatch. Get the hell out of here. That's it. You ain't blocking no traffic today. That's it, motherfucker. There you go. See that? Act up, get smacked up. There you go. Already started. You can't be blocking highways, bro. That's it. That's what you do, bro. Try to flex. Go on the highway, try to flex. Yeah, you go. Bye bye. Yeah. Bye bye. Bye bye. There you go. Take them away. Take them away. Consequences. There you go. There you go. Act up. Get smacked up. You spit, you get hit. That's it. Bambo. See what happens when you try to block the highway? That's what happens. That's what you do. You end that shit right there. You don't let them take over the highway. Good job. Get backed up. That's what you do to them. Don't go blocking traffic. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Lock them up. Jerk offs. want. Are you gonna bring your dog to this? Are you bring a dog to this? The low IQ people right here. Low IQ. see what happened with the feed. What's going on? What's going on? I'm still rolling. Just nothing's going on right now. On the okay, here we go. Yeah, just nothing going on in the feed right now. Like it just went quiet. Where's my water? I'm gonna have some water. Anyway, let me put this radio in the room.
718-333-0812. I work for you, providing a service with efficient response time. I'll pick up the phone and pay attention when you're speaking. Then I'll evaluate your case and get straight to the point. I am Mikhail Yadgrov, your personal injury attorney. Take action.
There we go. The feed. This one comes out and folks with flip flops like a dumbass. Flip flop. This is low IQ people. Low IQ people right here. Okay, what's up with this cameraman? What the fuck? You having a seizure? What the fuck, bro? Jeez. Come on, man. Keep it steady, bro. Yeah, and to see yeah, they must be walking into a meetup. Yeah. But some of them went to the highway and they started blocking the highway, and then the police ran over there and took care of that. So now these are the people that are leaving from there. Yeah, I guess they're all gonna meet up somewhere else now. So they arrested a couple of people. You know, they're just waiting for the sun to go down. But right now, of course, it's 7. What time is it here in the East Coast? 7:18. So it's about 4:18. So I still got a few more hours. A few more hours over there before the sunset. But we already saw a couple of arrests already, so they're starting a little early today. They already started acting up today. I guess they want to ratchet it up a little early today. And by the way, that feed is the Los Angeles County Sheriff Dispatch. You can hear it on Broadcaster 5. either through the Broadcastify website, or you can download the app. Or if you have a scanner app, also scanner app, they usually have these. This is probably the #1 feed right now. Los Angeles County Sheriff Department. Los Angeles County Sheriff Dispatch. #1 feed on Broadcastify. So you're listening to here with the with this live stream feed. So I try to give you guys something to watch, and listen. If you like what I do, smash the like button. And you can share it if you want. Thank you very much for watching. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, long time till sundown. Probably a little nasty night again. They won't. Yeah, they because they're getting bankrolled. Somebody's paying for all this. Yeah, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Dispatch on Broadcastify. Thank you for posting that. So you know, so you can hear it there. Of course, I'm doing it here, but yeah, I listen to this stuff all the time. I remember when the Cubs. I remember when the Chicago Cubs won the World Series. I had it on Broadcastify all night on Chicago police. Oh my God, it was crazy. It was too much celebrating. I mean, the Cubs won the World Series, but it was funny to hear that all night. Of course, I was using the app, and I had it on my phone. I had it next to my, I was laying down in bed, and I just had it up all night. I turned it on, I had it on. Nothing but arrest for drunken disorderly. You know, they were really, it wasn't rioting. It was just, a lot of drunken disorderly. Because, of course, they were celebrating the Chicago Cubs winning the World Series. No, most of these people don't have a job. That's their job. This is their job. They get paid for this stuff. These are professional, agitators. And hello, good evening, Richard Califano. Hope you're doing well, my friend. So I'm just playing the streams. Of course, this guy. Bye bye. Go meet Bruno. Hopefully, Bruno's not in. Yeah, yeah. None of them work. They're all receiving benefits. This is why they're angry because basically he wants to take away some of their benefits. This is how they are. You're taking away my benefits. We're gonna burn down this city. That's what that's these are all low IQ, yeah, low IQ you know freeloaders. These are professional freeloaders. When you take away their stuff, of course in this case they're using that excuse as oh, you're deporting abuela, you're deporting people, and of course that's the excuse to freeload, riot, and try to get a few flat screen. They want to loot too. They want to loot, so they want to burn down a couple of stores and try to get a free TV or whatever. You know, these are low IQ people. Just plain and simple. All right, let me take a break for a minute. Wow. I'm just hanging some clothes up and all this stuff. Yeah, these are people that they're not very smart people. They're easily manipulated, brainwashed. Unfortunately, everything has consequences. You know, your action has consequences in your future. So all these people that are racking up arrests, these young protesters that are racking up arrests, later on nobody's going to hire you when you finally realize, oh, I need to work to get ahead in life, and then people are going to watch your social media because that's what employers do. Employees look at your social media and they say, okay, this guy is a soy boy, entitled to whatever. He likes to do. He rants on on anything. He has tantrum issues, and you're not gonna get hired. Nobody's gonna hire you. You understand? They don't understand the consequences of their actions. Look at this one. Look at this one. Look at this one. This is a real jewel right here. Oh, what a winner right here. Look at this winner. You know, they don't understand that later on in life, when you want to apply for a city job or a federal job or a state job, they look at all that stuff of all the arrests that you compiled. Because that's what this is. These people compiling. Those people that are arrested, they're compiling arrests on their record. I know, believe me, I was young and stupid once, and it happened to me. It caught up to me later on in life. When you do stupid things early in your life, it catches up to you. You know how many jobs I didn't get because I was arrested? Because I was arrested. Wow. Well, wow. Action always has consequences, especially now with social media. Yeah, they'll never work, but you know, those are the people that are always going to be relying on government assistance. Low IQ, they have no motivation in life. Um, a lot of them probably smoke weed, which makes them lazy. You know, because forget it, they legalized it here in New York, and that's all I smell down the street now is weed. I'm taking my son to school, and as soon as I walk down that block, I smell weed. It's disgraceful. This all a tantrum. It's like when they were burning Teslas, when they were burning up Tesla. That one guy they caught him. The one guy in Arizona, I think it was, they caught him. And now because you suffering from PBS and Elon, you know, hate. Now he's looking at state and federal charges. He's looking at 25 years just because he had a tantrum and he burned the dealership. Yeah, they did. They made a big mistake. Yeah, they made a big mistake legalizing it. It's out of control. People get arrested and they're just compiling arrests on their record. And it's going to catch up to them one way or another. It's going to catch up to them. They're not going to be employable. You know. And the ones that threw the rocks at the police officer's vehicle, they already identified a couple of them. And they're going to face federal charges. So, you reap what you sow. So those people that were throwing rocks at the cars, you know how dangerous that is? On an overpass, you throwing a small boulder or a rock at a vehicle. They should be charged with attempted murder for that. Low IQ people. There goes one right there. Low IQ over a tantrum. It's no Trump derangement syndrome tantrum. This is tantrum. You're not going to win a battle with police. I tell that people all the time, and they look at me like, no. When you deal with it, you got to know how to deal with it. And, acting like this, you're not going to win. In the long run, you're going to lose. And it's still early. The sun hasn't gone down yet. I already got one, two, a couple of them right there. They're waiting for the white bus. Take them away, you know. Yeah, they made it. Yeah, huge mistake legalizing weed. Definitely. It's just, it really is dumbing down society even more. Trust me, I know a few around here. Nothing good is going to come out of that. Yeah. Oh, hello, Radio Search. I don't know what audio you're talking about. Scanner audio or the this is not this is not audio on the street. The thing in the background is Broadcastify Los Angeles County Sheriff Dispatch. No, there's no TV audio. I can't play the TV audio because they'll shut me down. The YouTube thing, bro. Yeah, it's a YouTube thing. I can't do that. When I do that, I'm gone. So I have to substitute it with something else. That way, yeah. Yeah, hello, Bob, here, Pons. Hope you're doing well. I'm just letting it roll. I'm going through different feeds, and I'll play, like my local radio station and all that, talk radio. But I figured let me play this standard feed and see if anything interesting. Of course, this is day, sorry about that. This is day number 5 of this temper tantrum. So I'm going to call it for what it is. It's just a temper tantrum. You know, they don't get their way and it's how they act. Yeah, thank you, Anticipating. I'm Broadcastify. They also have an app, by the way. You don't want to use the website. This is probably one of the most popular feeds today. I believe it's the number 1 feed today. On a normal day, it's Chicago PD, but today's probably Los Angeles. So at least top 3. The choice feed at night is scary too. Yeah, it is. Anyway, I'm gonna have a little dinner here, so don't mind me. Just letting it roll. All right, I gotta eat some dinner. I'm gonna put this at. I'm gonna put it up here. Chicken curry, white rice, some spinach, and a Caesar salad on the side with a Coke. There you go. That's my dinner. Chicken curry with white rice and spinach. And a Caesar salad. Bon appetit. Gotta eat first before I see, that's right. They're gonna go on that bus. Round and around we go. Round them up. Okay, I'm gonna pause the audio feed. I'm gonna put the radio on for about a little while, and then I'll come back to the end. So let me. And if you want to hear that, you can go to Broadcastify and listen to the scanner. I'm gonna put up the radio.
84, mainly clear and warm tomorrow night, low 70. A little more humid into Thursday, an even warmer day with hazy sunshine and some clouds. Can't rule out an afternoon or early evening thunderstorm north and west of the city. Most places, though, will stay dry. A high Thursday, 88, and not quite as warm on Friday with a mix of clouds and sun. There could be a spotty thunderstorm and a high of 82. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Brian Thompson on New York's weather station. 1010 winds on 92.3 FM.
73 degrees, mostly clear.
The business world is evolving, but saving wherever possible remains smart business. That's why PSE&G designed many different
overturned by the Supreme Court. Then you had the Court of International Trade, which no one has ever heard of before this. They ruled that Donald Trump doesn't have the authority to negotiate tariff agreements with our trading partners. Now, they agreed that Barack Obama had that authority, Joe Biden had that authority, even George W. Bush had that authority, but now suddenly this three-judge panel of leftists have decided that Donald Trump does not have that authority. So to the extent that there is judicial tyranny in this country, it's coming not from the right, but from the left. Just remember Alinsky's rule. Saul Alinsky was a famous leftist who wrote a rule book, and the first of his rules was always blame your opposition for exactly what you yourself are doing, and that is what we have seen from the radical left. The protests are scheduled to take place less than a week after this huge mass anarchy in Los Angeles, where the ICE raids, which began on June 6th, triggered in riots that saw, at least so far, 11 police officers injured, a number of Waymo taxis torched, the 101 freeway turned into a war zone, with protesters again hurling concrete, rental scooters, bricks, rocks, stones, bottles, and other unmentionables. Walmart heiress Christy Walton is funding full-page ads in the New York Times to promote No King's Day, urging a national day of defiance and calling for the people to rise up. Therefore, I am calling on all Americans to boycott Walmart. Don't give your money to people who hate America. It looks like the Walmart dynasty is big mad about the China tariffs. That's because they're in bed with the Chinese. Alex Jones responded to the No Kings ad by saying, this is a communist Chinese front group and is openly organized an attempt to overthrow the United States on June 14th. He added the group is also George Soros backed. Indivisible, that's the organizer behind that week's No Kings protest, received $7 million from George Soros. So once again, we see the usual suspects. Meanwhile, Mexico's president is actually egging on the violent insurrectionists in Los Angeles. Mexico's president this past Sunday poured gasoline on the fire, essentially joined the ongoing insurrection in LA while threatening the United States with more mayhem. After violence broke out on Friday against ICE agents conducting multiple raids in downtown LA, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum began egging on the violent protesters and lashing out at the Trump administration for trying to enforce the law. During a speech in Mexico City, Sheinbaum hailed the rioters, those who are hurling rocks, bottles, chunks of concrete, baggies of urine and feces at ICE and police officers as good men and women who just want to support their families. Mexicans living in the United States are good men and women, honest people who went to the United States to seek a better life and to support their families. Sheinbaum is absolutely right. Those Mexicans who came here illegally have done exactly that. Those Mexicans who came here illegally are not doing so properly. They are, by the way, taking jobs that belong to Americans, and they have to be deported. They can go apply for citizenship and to enter the country in the legal way, in which many Mexican Americans have. If necessary, we'll mobilize. We don't want taxes on remittance from our fellow countrymen. Remittance makes up about 4% of Mexico's gross domestic product. So she's threatening another insurrection against America for tax money flowing out of our country to her. You have to wonder what the thinking is here. If you're just tuning in, this is Roger Stone. This is the Stone Zone on the Red Apple Audio Networks. We're taking a deep dive into the LA riots, as well as what the political motivations of Gavin Newsom are. Yesterday, we visited with John Phillips of KABC in Los Angeles, who explained that this is Gavin Newsom's strategy to get around the real front runner for the 2028 presidential nomination on the Democrat side. That would be Kamala Harris, perhaps soon to be Governor Kamala Harris. So you can see Gavin Newsom furiously operating to take advantage of this tragedy in Los Angeles. It is nothing more than naked politics, folks. But that's what you come to the Stone Zone for us to expose the naked politics of what happens every day in our nation's capital and across the country. Whatever you do, don't touch that dial. We'll be right back. Joining us shortly, Colonel Douglas McGregor. He thinks President Trump should enact the Insurrection Act to counteract the coming revolt, an effort to overturn and overthrow his administration. We'll be talking to him in just a little bit. Whatever you do, don't touch that dial.
This is the Stone Zone with Roger Stone.
Sid Rosenberg here with big news. I'm going to Cyprus, beautiful Cyprus, on June 22nd with my beautiful wife Danielle to celebrate our 33rd wedding anniversary. We're going to the Cap St. George's Hotel and Resort, beachside luxury, incredible restaurants, a world-class spa, even a nightclub, plus private fishing trips and private yacht excursions. Visit Cap St. George's Hotel and Resort, where dreams meet reality. Visit capstgeorges.com.
After joining the U.S. Army, Thomas Kennedy served 2 tours of duty, one in Iraq and one in Afghanistan. He earned dozens of awards and service medals throughout his honorable career. But while he was deployed in eastern Afghanistan, the soldier's life was tragically cut short. Thomas was killed by a Taliban suicide bomber. He left behind his wife, Cammie, and their beautiful twins, Maggie and Brody, who were just weeks shy of their 2nd birthday when they lost their father. Because of friends like you, Cammie and her children did not face their loss alone. Tunnel to Towers provided their family with a mortgage-free home. You and other caring friends helped Tunnel to Towers to step in and offer a ray of hope to Cammie, Maggie, and Brody. Families like the Kennedys, who have sacrificed so much for us and our nation, need your help now more than ever. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org. Thank you for supporting America's heroes and their families.
Folks, Sid Rosenberg here. You know, I'm not inspired by many people, but my close friend Scott LoBaido, America's artist, has a film about his 35-year patriotic career, and his story is simply amazing. The film, entitled The Relentless Patriot, will make you laugh, cry, and love your country more than you ever have. It's profoundly inspirational. So skip the next woke movie, watch The Relentless Patriot, streaming on Amazon Prime or Apple TV, a huge Sid Rosenberg fave.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who's likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, New York, 199 Water Street, New York, New York. Dial pound law. New York lawyer will handle New York cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. Cop Talk with Captain Ed Mamet and Detective Kevin Schroeder.
Retired police officer Sean Cosgrove. Your career was cut short because you were injured, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us about how you got injured?
Okay, I was working the radio car for about 4 years with my steady partner. We pulled up to see two rookies trying to settle an argument between 4 Puerto Rican guys and a white guy. Got heated. I ended up having these Puerto Rican guys chase the other guy. Within 30 seconds, my career was basically over. I tripped on a metal plate on a sidewalk and destroyed my ankle. I twisted my foot completely up, around and up. I was in the hospital for 9 days, required 10 surgeries. I had my ankle fused 3 times. I live in pain every day as a result of that, but I try to live the best life I can. The residual effects of that injury caused me to get both of my hips replaced, and my right knee replaced, and my right shoulder replaced, because it's overcompensating on everything. So I'm not crying blues because it came with the job.
Download all of Red Apple Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Cooge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here is my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Get it with the times.
With the ties.
You're playing the lute. Janet, sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out?
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
This is the Stone Zone with Roger Stone.
They went after a guy named Roger Stone who's sitting in the office. And I'll say this in front of Roger, he's no baby. And right now he's cleaner than anybody in this place. No, they treated him very unfairly.
Now, get in the zone. It's the Stone Zone. Here's Roger Stone.
Welcome back to the Stone Zone. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said today that he is firing all 17 members of a government panel of vaccination advisors. A clean sweep is needed to reestablish public confidence in vaccine science, Secretary Kennedy told the Wall Street Journal. Kennedy is removing all members of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, or ACIP, which advises the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. The group reviews vaccination data and makes recommendations that determine who is eligible for shots and whether insurers should cover them, among other things. Kennedy and his HHS will put the restoration of public trust above any pro or anti-vaccination agenda. He added that many of the members of the committee were last-minute appointees of the Biden administration, and noted that without ousting advisors from the current group, the Trump administration would not have been able to appoint a majority of the new board until 2028. Kennedy says the panel, as appointed by Biden, is plagued with persistent conflict of interest and had become little more than a rubber stamp for any vaccination. Seems to me that anyone who's on a vaccination advisory committee should not be taking money from a vaccination manufacturer or provider. Sounds to me like what the president called it during the campaign, common sense. The advisory overhaul is just the latest move by Kennedy to institute more objective protocols and remove big pharma industry insiders from controlling the regulation of vaccinations in the United States, all since he took the helm at HHS. Under Kennedy, HHS has stopped recommending routine COVID-19 vaccinations for healthy children and newborns and healthy pregnant women. We are covering the LA riots, but nobody more knowledgeable than our upcoming guest, Colonel Douglas MacArthur, is a decorated combat veteran, a former top advisor to the Secretary of Defense, and he has called on President Trump to enact the Insurrection Act. I trust Colonel McGregor implicitly to be able to see what is coming down the road. He joins us momentarily. Thank you for tuning in to the Stone Zone, where we bring you the stone cold truth 5 days a week, the inside skinny on American politics, who is doing what to whom and why. It's all right here in the Stone Zone. Whatever you do, please don't touch that dial, because we want you to hear this terrific interview with Colonel Douglas McGregor, and that is coming right up.
Hello, CDN 1250 UHF 1. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, ready. So these protests they started early today. Today they started early. All these arrests are happening early. Because some of them decided to go on the highway. I believe these are from the highway. A group of them went to the highway. They tried to shut down traffic. And right there, they ran into resistance. So this is the aftermath of that, I believe. Trying to shut down traffic and, can't do that. You cannot just go on a highway and block traffic. So there you go.
It puts pizza night on the table. Life insurers contribute $8 trillion to communities and local economies through bond purchases and other investments, and protect the financial security of 90 million American families, like yours. See how life insurers put life into America at acli.com. Paid for by the American Council of Life Insurers.
Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. Building Bridges, That Which Unites Us. A thought-provoking new podcast hosted by Michael Hirschman, CEO of Solaviv Group.
I'm Michael Hirschman. Join me as I tackle vital national topics that affect the man on the street to the executive suite with unscripted, authentic perspectives that spark in-depth discussions with experts in the field.
Go to buildingbridges.nyc to watch episodes or download wherever you get your podcasts. It's the Rev and the Rabbi every Sunday morning at 7.
This is Rabbi Joseph Batasnik. This is Reverend A.R. Bernard. Join us every Sunday for the Rev and the Rabbi.
Don't miss the dynamic duo, the Rev and the Rabbi, every Sunday morning at 7. If you missed the show, download the 77 WABC app or listen to the podcast at WABCRadio.com.
Join us for the Rev and the Rabbi
every Sunday morning at 7.
Right here on 77 WABC.
Most of those people that are getting arrested early, ones that are getting arrested early, this is they're getting paid for that. They're getting paid for that. These are professional agitators, protesters. I mean, you could tell. You could kind of tell. They're not the Hispanic, whatever. They're just getting paid. They answered, the feed just went down for a minute. I guess they're changing feeds or something. Yeah, so, basically, it's another paycheck. Just a paycheck. Although at the expense of getting arrested, your day is over when you get arrested. So I guess maybe they have to show proof that they got arrested. And for what I read and heard, I heard it's a pretty good paycheck. They're gonna make $1,000 a day. It's not a couple of $100, believe me. It's like G money. You know, this is well funded. Yeah, it says further live coverage is expected. So I'm gonna leave it right there until. So these are, you know, they're in it for the money. You know. Now the ones that come out at night and start burning stuff, those are they just want to create. Those are the ones that you really got to worry about. Because those are the ones that set fires and throw rocks, you know. But these are here, they just you know, those are the more peaceful ones. Maybe a little pushing and shoving because they want to get arrested. That's why they do that. Push and shove, you get arrested. And then they'll get a disorderly conduct, which is not, you know, it's not a misdemeanor. It's nothing like that. It's a violation. It's a, you know, it's a slap on the wrist. If you've done it a few times, sometimes you get community service or you pay a fine. Either community service or you pay a fine. One of the two. You know? So there you go.
Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold. Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here is my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted.
You get another
I love to shop.
Another for another fee.
Times.
With the times.
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
This is the Stone Zone with Roger Stone.
They went after a guy named Roger Stone who's sitting in the office. And I'll say this in front of Roger, he's no baby. And right now he's cleaner than anybody in this place. No, they treated him very unfairly.
Now, give him his own. It's the Stone Zone. Here's Roger Stone.
Welcome back to the Stone Zone. Joining me now is a former U.S. Army Colonel, retired, a combat veteran, former top advisor to the Secretary of Defense. Douglas McGregor is as I say, a decorated combat veteran, an author of 5 books, a PhD, and an expert in both defense and foreign policy matters. He is the geopolitical strategic thinker that I admire the most. He's very famous within our military because in the Battle of 73 Easton, he led the U.S. Army's largest tank attack since World War II, and also for his groundbreaking books on military transformation. We're honored to have Colonel Douglas McGregor with us today in the Stone Zone. Colonel McGregor, welcome.
Oh, thanks, Roger. Glad to be with you.
So yesterday I noticed that you called on President Donald Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act in response to the anti-ICE riots in Los Angeles. Can you tell us what additional police powers the president would gain by invoking the Insurrection Act and why you believe he should do so?
Hey, thanks for asking. This is an important question, and I thought I should be urging the president to act because I was afraid that too many other people in his inner circle would urge him to do nothing. I'm concerned, and I think the president needs to be concerned because the Insurrection Act gives him federal power that he otherwise doesn't have. Nowhere in the Constitution of the United States will you find the words martial law. The president does not have the authority to establish martial law. Some governors do, and local military commanders can, but the president does not. The Insurrection Act that was passed in 1807 at Thomas Jefferson's urging gives him the power to federalize local militia, National Guard, local police, as well as to bring in federal troops, that is, regular Army and the Marines.
in the event that certain conditions seem to be met. And those conditions involved outright contempt for authority, destruction of private property, threats to the bodily harm to not only the agents of the local government and police, but to federal officers and to the population at large. And what we're seeing now in Los Angeles suggests that this is very, very serious, much more serious than most people realize.
If you're just tuning in, we're talking to Colonel Douglas McGregor. Pardon me. He's the CEO of Our Country, Our Choice. You can find him at ourcountryourchoice.com. He's also written a number of excellent books on military strategy and history. Colonel McGregor spent a year at VMI, 4 years at West Point, and retired with the rank of colonel. He served in the Trump administration as a top advisor to the Secretary of Defense, and he has been outspoken in his opposition to a strike on Iran. In fact, Colonel McGregor, your oration on that is so good. We've played it several times here on the show. You've called for the president to now bring back all U.S. ground troops from overseas and deploy them inside America to restore the rule of law. And to help execute these mass deportations. It was on this show, I recall you saying, that the Army should be utilized in the deportation operation. How do you see an operation of that size unfolding, and how many million illegals do you think we actually need to deport?
Well, the true estimates, not necessarily the ones that are locally admitted to, and certainly not by people on the Hill, but the true estimates are that we have about 50 million people inside the United States who are illegally here. In other words, they broke the laws in order to enter the country. Of that number, almost 30 million came in under President Biden when he effectively opened the borders and essentially suspended the rule of law, letting these people in without any vetting or any prior examination of any kind. Now, historically, we have been through deportations before. In 1929, after the stock market crash, President Herbert Hoover signed an executive order that resulted in the deportation of 9 million Mexicans. Now, why did he do that? Because he wisely concluded that they had jobs that Americans under normal circumstances might not do. But with the onset of the Depression, Americans would be desperate for ways to make money. And what he didn't want was a war inside the United States between American citizens and non-citizens doing jobs Americans needed. Franklin Roosevelt deported another 3.5 million. Harry Truman deported another 2.2 million. And Eisenhower ultimately deported somewhere between 1.2 and 1.4 million. Now, in every case, these people were deported because they were not legally in the country, but they were also deported because they held down jobs that Americans needed. The United States Army was involved in all of those deportations to a greater or lesser extent. Why would the United States Army, that is the regular Army, be involved? Because they can mobilize the transportation assets, they can ensure the professional conduct of the deportations, and they can protect the citizens that are being deported from each other as well as from Americans, and protect Americans from them. So this is a natural thing for the Army to do. And by the way, the Marines, as a regular element of the ground force, have also been involved in these things. But when you look at the numbers that are involved, it's going to take a force the size of both the Marines and the Army to get the job done.
Brilliant thinking, in which I completely agree. What I see here, Colonel McGregor, and I think you agree with this is the precursor to a rerun of what we saw in 2020, where these so-called riots, which are really planned, orchestrated insurrections, very well funded, very well planned, will break out across the country. Chicago being one of the, after Minneapolis, Chicago and Los Angeles being two of the worst examples. In that instance, President Trump unfortunately listened to advisors who told him to let the governors decide about the use of the National Guard. And I think it is a decision that he regrets. It's also clearly a decision that he's not going to make again. I wondered if you had seen the advertising for the so-called No Kings protest planned for this weekend. The No Kings protest is backed by a number of radical left organizations, including one funded by George Soros. Are we about to see a replay of 2020?
Yes, I think we're at the beginning of this process. I think we're going to see this stretch to the balance of the summer and into the fall. First of all, let's get something straight up front. So important that you brought this up. We have discovered cell phones found in the possession of people that participated in the riots and the destruction of private property, the attacks on police officers in Los Angeles. They've traced these cell phones back to people in Bel Air, Beverly Hills, and other wealthy neighborhoods, all the way back to Manhattan and New York City. In other words, we know within a reasonable distance just who is ultimately funding all of this, because none of this would happen without copious amounts of money. We've got people on film passing out extremely expensive biohazard masks to people, as well as cell phones, and also, as we saw before, as you pointed out, in 2020, large numbers of bricks and stones and other things showing up. I think before long we'll also see weapons confiscated. The point is that you're 100% right. These are well orchestrated, well funded. That man that Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, mentioned as having been found, who was throwing bricks at police cars, he's the tip of a proverbial iceberg. Any number of people can be bought, put on the street, and told, hey, throw rocks at the police. That's not problematic. The people that we should be going after are the people funding these things. And if you apply the Insurrection Act, then you can begin to prosecute people for treason, people who are rebelling against lawful, legitimate federal authority. And that needs to happen. We have to come down hard on this. If we don't, it will metastasize and become much worse.
That's an excellent point you make, that those who had if the Insurrection Act is enacted, could be charged with treason if they're involved in the planning and orchestration of this. This is something I would have to believe the FBI and the cash patel could very quickly get to the bottom of. We've already seen substantial evidence just from watching the videos online. This is the great thing about the internet. You can have Cory Booker telling us that the protests in California are mostly peaceful, and then in the very next minute you can see protesters dropping chunks of concrete onto moving ICE vehicles in an overpass. In one case, crashing through the windshield and injuring one of the officers. This is an all-out insurrection. Let me jump across the globe here for a moment, if I will, because it's another subject on which you have always been extraordinarily correct. Russia and Ukraine have now met twice in Turkey. The only thing that has emerged from those discussions was a large prisoner exchange. Do you see us any closer to getting a peace deal pertaining to Russia and Ukraine?
Unfortunately, Roger, I don't. And I think that President Trump has been sabotaged by people in the Senate and in the House, individuals who are desperate to keep this war going for any number of reasons. A good example is this Representative McCall from Texas. Other examples include Lindsey Graham and Richard Blumenthal. The President of the United States has explicitly stated his desire to have peace in Ukraine, and these individuals have stepped forward and said, we want nothing to do with peace. Our goal is to destroy Russia. President Trump has made it very clear he's not interested in destroying Russia or harming Russia, nor should he be. But I think the only solution at this point is one we discussed before, and that's for the President to simply end any further aid. He's the chief executive. He has authority. He can stop the aid, and then he can direct that all American citizens, in or out of uniform, in intelligence capacities or any capacity whatsoever in Ukraine, leave Ukraine. When he does that, the Ukrainian
regime is finished because the Europeans can't provide the equipment, the cash, or anything else to keep this going. And that's the quickest way to end the killing, because the Russians are now stuck. Since they're dealing with this madman Zelensky, who's determined to fight to the last Ukrainian, they have to fight even if it requires them to kill the last Ukrainian. That's something they don't want to do. It's something we shouldn't want anybody to do. So the president needs to be the leader he is and simply say, that's it, everybody out, this stops now.
Yeah, I suggested that if Senators Lindsey Graham and the Vietnam War hero Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut met privately with Zelensky and urged him not to make a peace deal with Donald Trump, they would be in violation of the Logan Act. And there is no immunity for U.S. senators on that law. Now, I didn't say they did it. I said if they did it. We don't know if they did it, but they certainly undermined the United States. It's also abundantly clear that President Trump was not informed of the Ukrainian attack on the Russian airfield, in which a number of their bombers and their weapons were destroyed. So the Ukrainians are not operating in good faith. If you're just tuning in, folks, we're talking to Colonel Douglas McGregor. Our country, anyway, we'll be right back with more Colonel McGregor. Stand by and don't touch that dial.
This is the Stone Zone with Roger Stone.
Roger Stone here for Colonial Metals Group. Pay attention, because China is leading the largest anti-American alliance since World War II, one that's already dumped U.S. bonds, grabbed 43 million acres of our...
As you can see, they're marching down in downtown LA now. So at some point, they're going to meet resistance. It just takes a few of them to really act up and either, destroy property or physical violence. So there you go. So starting earlier today,
$500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Termbusters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 800-786-9161. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-786-9161. Remember, 1-800-786-9161. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Donate now to toysfortots.org. Working year-round, delivering hope to children at Christmas time and beyond. In 2024, Toys for Tots provided over 30 million toys to nearly 13 million children in need. Donate now. Go to toysfortots.org. Since 1947, Toys for Tots has distributed 708 million toys to 314 million deserving children. Working year-round. Toys for Tots. Donate now. Go to toysfortots.org. Breaking news, WABC.
In the New Jersey primary for governor this evening, Jack Ciattarelli is projected to win the New Jersey Republican primary. Ciattarelli has 66.5% of the vote, with an estimated 25.4% of votes counted. On the Democratic side, Mikey Sherrill has 35.3% of the vote, with 41.7% of votes counted in the Democratic primary for governor. Now, back to our regular programming with Roger Stone in the Stone Zone.
Every weekend, newsmakers are on 77 WABC. The Cats Roundtable, Governor Patrick Morris on West Virginia's contribution to America.
We're ready to make sure that America has energy independence.
Roger Stone on the LA riots.
You would not be mobilizing against the country's citizens. You would mobilize them against people who are in the country illegally.
Anthony Cumia on the LA rioters.
Keep them in line. Give them an inch, they'll take a mile. They're not protesters.
Senator
Senator Tommy Tuberville on Trump's big, beautiful bill.
There's a lot of things that I don't like in the bill. Everybody's got to understand that the number one thing is the tax cuts.
Cousin Brucey with Frank Rena of the Capris.
Went to the dance and I went to the men's room and there was 4 guys singing. Can I join in with you guys? Yeah, come on. I sang for them and it says, you're in the group.
Listen to these mini-casts and more. Download the 77 WABC mini-casts. Everything you need to know in 10 minutes or less. If you're taking a shower and the kids are yelling during Sit-in Friends in the morning and you can't listen, download and subscribe to the podcast.
Go download the podcast for Sit-in Friends in the morning.
Listen anytime. Go to WABCRadio.com/Sid. This is the Stone Zone. Now, get in the zone. It's the Stone Zone. Here's Roger Stone.
And we're back in the zone with Colonel Douglas McGregor, decorated combat veteran, defense and foreign policy consultant, geopolitical thinker. Found my notes here. You can find him at ourcountryourchoice.com, ourcountryourchoice.com. I recommend you go there for Doug's always brilliant analysis of the world situation. We're talking about the Russian and Ukrainian conflict. I was reading these chilling stories about conscriptions in Ukraine, where 14-year-olds, 12-year-olds are being essentially kidnapped on the streets to be put into military service. Are the Ukrainians running out of men?
I think they're running out of manpower because most of the manpower that would have otherwise been available has left the country. And the other thing is that there are now gangs active inside Ukraine that are arming themselves to fight off these press gangs from the Ukrainian government. The population of Ukraine has had it with this war, wants an end to it. So we know the government is no longer legitimate. When that sort of things happens, it's over. But you know, Roger, you said something that's very important that people need to know. Every day, the president is inundated with huge quantities of information. Neither you nor I were there, and neither of us could be absolutely certain what President Trump was told. But the Central Intelligence Agency provides him with a briefing whenever he wants it, and usually on a daily basis. It's the obligation of the director of the CIA to make known to him the intention of a covert operation in a place like Russia as a result of that Ukraine-Russia war. I don't know what Ratcliffe is doing, but that's his job. Obviously, he failed to tell the president, this is what's being planned. If this happens, these are the implications. That's his job, Roger.
Well, we know on 2 instances, the president himself in an interview learns for the first time about an assassination attempt on Putin, that they had an attack on Putin's helicopter. We heard it from his own mouth. He didn't know that. He wasn't aware of that, which means he was never told that. And then the White House put out a statement in the wake of Senator Lindsey Graham and Senator Blumenthal's sit down with Zelensky, saying specifically that the president was not informed in advance of the unprecedented Ukrainian attack on the Russian airfields. So those seem to me to be 2 failures of his own CIA.
You're absolutely right. And you know from your own experience in Washington, every president since Harry Truman has had difficulties with the Central Intelligence Agency. And you've got to have someone in the agency who reports to you, who keeps you informed. You have to have someone looking out for your interests as president of the United States. And that's obviously not being done.
Well, you see similar problems at the FBI. We're now just learning that the FBI had an enormous tranche of Russian collusion hoax documents hidden within their computer system at an inaccessible location where neither Special Counsel John Durham nor the Inspector General of the Department of Justice could get them. Perhaps that would explain why his report was, the report of John Durham missed so many key things. I have very high regard for Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Intelligence. Anytime you get attacked by John Brennan, that's a badge of honor. He said he was appalled by the intelligence professionals that she was firing. And she was firing because they're not loyal to President Trump or to his agenda. She also referred a number of them to the Department of Justice for prosecution for leaking. She's kept a relatively low profile, but I think she's endeavoring to fix the problem that you described. And I frankly think she has the gumption and the experience to do so. I'm afraid we have to wrap it up there. I want to thank our guest, Colonel Douglas Macgregor. You can follow him by going to ourcountryourchoice.com, ourcountryourchoice.com. He always brings it, so I wanted to have him on the show. I completely agree with your assertion regarding what the president must do. He must enact the Insurrection Act immediately to give him the power to deal with what is coming. Nationwide insurrection planned with the assistance, I think, of enemies, both foreign and domestic. Thank you for joining us today in the Stone Zone. Thanks again to Colonel Macgregor for joining us. Until tomorrow, God bless you and Godspeed. We always try to bring you the stone cold truth right here in the Stone Zone 5 days a week. Until tomorrow again, ta-ta.
You're listening to one of the most iconic stations in the nation, an American original. Talk Radio 77 WABC and WABCRadio.com.
This is New York's talk leader, the crown jewel of talk radio. WABC New York, WRCR Haverstraw, and 107.1 WLIR Hampton Bays. News first at 59 past the hour.
77 WABC News starts now.
71 degrees with partly cloudy skies on this Tuesday, June 10th. Good evening. I'm Lisa Ritchie. It's primary day in New Jersey. Vying for the governor's office, Republican frontrunner Jack Ciattarelli has been announced the winner, and on the Democratic side, Mikey Sherrill has taken that primary race. Current Governor Phil Murphy will hold the title until January 20th of 2026, when the term-limited New Jersey governor leaves office at the end of his 8-year tenure. President Trump is warning against protests at Saturday's military parade in Washington, D.C.
Those people that want to protest, they're going to be met with very big force. And I haven't even heard about a protest, but, you know, this is people that hate our country, but they will be met with very heavy force.
The parade is set to happen as anti-ICE protests have been happening in Los Angeles and other cities. Saturday's parade to honor the Army's 250th birthday is expected to draw hundreds of thousands of attendees. New York City Comptroller Brad Lander is calling on the city to bolster its immigrant legal services and protections.
Unfortunately, without access to legal representation, many more non-citizen New Yorkers are facing, and if we don't change it, we'll continue to face the reality of detention and deportation.
Lander says the city should increase its annual contribution to immigrant legal services by $170 million, especially for New Yorkers who are at risk of deportation. 4 senior Biden White House aides are agreeing to testify before the House Oversight Committee. According to a committee aide, the testimonies, which are set to begin on June 24th, come as part of a probe into former President Biden's mental acuity while in office. New York lawmakers have voted to approve a bill that would legalize assisted suicide across the state. Tammy Trujillo has more.
The controversial legislation, dubbed the Medical Aid in Dying Act, was designed to allow a doctor to prescribe life-ending drugs to people with 6 months or less to live. The state Senate voted 35-27 in favor of the measure. Its future, though, with Governor Kathy Hochul remains unclear. I'm Tammy Trujillo. A new plan has been approved in one New Jersey town, and people caught sleeping outside or in tents could face fines, even jail time. James Flippin explains.
I got no home. The fines, the potential for arrest, it depends on the circumstances. But council members in Summit, New Jersey received backlash, then passed a tweaked version of the ordinance, which states people living in encampments or people who have their belongings on public property are subject to fines or jail time if they refuse to work with social service providers or refuse a shelter. Some other New Jersey towns, like Morristown, have introduced similar measures but never passed them. James Flippin for 77 WABC News.
You'll have to step it up if you bought Dad another tie this Father's Day. People are expected to spend $24 billion this year, more from Mark Mayfield.
According to the National Retail Federation, that would be a record amount, up more than 7% from last year. 3 out of every 4 people surveyed said they plan to celebrate the event in some way this year on June the 15th. Average spending is expected to come in at just under $200. I'm Mark Mayfield.
In sports, the Washington Nationals are leading the Mets 4-2, and the Yankees are leading the Kansas City Royals 5-1. From the 77 WABC Weather Center, tonight clear to partly cloudy skies with a low of 65 degrees. Tomorrow's outlook is really nice, partly to mostly sunny, less humid, and very pleasant with a high of 84. Thursday, calling for some hazy sunshine, breezy and warmer with a high of 88 degrees. We have 71 degrees under partly cloudy skies outside of our Midtown studios right now. Wall Street closed a bit higher as investors wait details on trade talks with China. The Dow gained 105 points today to close at 42,866. The S&P 500 added 32 to 6038. And the NASDAQ rose 123 points to 19,714. I'm Lisa Ritchie. Remember, the news never stops at WABCRadio.com.
Now, this is Common Sense with Bill O'Reilly on 77 WABC.
Hey, Bill O'Reilly here, the program Common Sense, radio station WABC. So, demonstration, Foley Square, which is Federal Plaza, downtown Manhattan. The anarchists and the fanatical far left came out to basically say, look, we don't want the Homeland Security apparatus to deport anybody. We don't care if they're criminals or not. We hate ICE. ICE are the problem, not the undocumented criminals, ICE. So we're going to demonstrate against ICE. And it doesn't get a lot of traction because most people, sane people, know you can't have 14 million foreign nationals unattended, unsupervised in this country. That's what Biden did. I mean, it's just incredible what the man did. Worst policy ever from any president in the history of this republic. Hey, Joe, that's you. Open that border. Wouldn't obey or wouldn't enforce the immigration laws on the books passed by Congress. You wouldn't do it, Joe. Okay, and now we're paying money-wise, social-wise, all kinds of stuff. People get hurt. A lot of people, and not just the people who are victims of crime, but the migrants themselves. So you let them in, and they establish some roots here, and then, you know, the federal government shows up and says, you got to leave. And that happens. It may not be fair, but how do you adjudicate 14 million people? You can't. Can't give them all civil trials. They're here illegally. I have sympathy for them. I would design a program where there would be extenuating circumstances, humanitarian stuff, but that's not happening now. So ICE is basically removing you if you're not credentialed to be here. And, you know, that's the law. So anyway, these people in lower Manhattan are out there, and it's not really about the migrants for them. It's about tearing down the system. They don't like America. They don't like New York City. So here's how Mayor Adams warned these protesters. Go.
New York City will always be a place to peacefully protest, but we will not allow violence and lawlessness. The escalation of protests in Los Angeles over the last couple of days is unacceptable and would not be tolerated if attempted in our city. And I want to assure all New Yorkers that we have the best police department in the world.
Yeah, we do, but it's not about the cops, it's about the prosecutors. Okay, how about some stats there, Mayor? I don't want to confuse you with facts, but maybe we'll want to go into this a little bit. So that Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan DA, after the Columbia riots, the anti-Israel riots there were 46 people charged with crimes. Alvin threw out 31 of the charges against the 46. So 31 miscreants walked. Okay, 15 remain. What happened to the 15 that cases weren't dismissed? Alvin won't tell us. Can't find out. We don't know. I can guarantee you nobody went to jail, and I doubt anybody was convicted in a court of law. Probably still going on. Okay, that was April 30th, 2024. Okay, you remember it. A week before that, there was a hellacious confrontation at Columbia University, and 100 people got summonses for trespassing. Nothing happened to them. Okay, so I think you're getting the picture here, Mayor Adams. It's not about the cops. Cops will control it. Cops will make arrests if these people get out of control and break the law. But Bragg's not going to do anything about it. And you don't come out against Bragg. You don't condemn him. So, yeah, you can sit there and go, oh, it's not permitted in New York City. We're not going to let it happen. Yeah, all right. But you know, Mr. Mayor, that in the end, that DA you got isn't going to do jack. And that's why the justice system was falling apart, not just in Manhattan, in all boroughs except Staten Island and Katz tries in Queens. So I'm leading off with this Medicaid propaganda, but I am going to do a big update. We found out who's financing these California anarchists, who's giving them the money to do the violent protests. You're going to want to hear this. Listen to me, Bill O'Reilly, Common Sense, WABC, back in a moment. Hey, homeowners, if you haven't checked your home's title, AKA your legal proof of ownership, it could already be stolen. Scammers target your equity, steal your title by forging just one document. Then they can take out loans or sell your home, all without you knowing. So you need to find out today if you are already a victim. Use promo code BILL at HomeTitleLock.com to make sure your title is still in your name. You'll also get a free title history report, plus a free 14-day trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title, urgent alerts to any changes, and if fraud should happen, they'll spend up to $1 million to fix it. So please go to HomeTitleLock.com now and use promo code BILL. That's HomeTitleLock.com, promo code BILL.
77 WABC, the crown jewel of talk radio. Heard worldwide in 173 countries and all 50 states. WABC is committed to live and local radio 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. See what 77 WABC can do for you and your business. Call 929-552-7175 and advertise with 77 WABC. Listen
Listen to this podcast now
On the Red Apple Podcast Network.
Positively Ernie, the podcast.
I want you to say hi to Dr. Jeffrey Gurian. My goodness, take a look at what's going on with social media, what's happening with reality television, and all the negativity that's out there. How can we make things better for people?
Social media is so much pressure, and it's causing a lot of depression amongst our young people. I find myself looking at my phone way too much. It's very hard to stop. We're just off track, you know? I go through life, my motto is, I love everyone until they teach me not to. You have to detach from negativity. I censor my life very carefully. I only allow people in who have positive energy. And so what I've learned is, and what I teach people is that you have to censor your life. If you're a sensitive person, which is not a weakness at all, and men don't like to cop to being sensitive, and I talk about that a lot. Sensitivity is a great strength. It's not a weakness. And if people were more sensitive, it would be a much kinder world.
Download all of Red Apple Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform.
77 WABC.
This is Common Sense with Bill O'Reilly on Talk Radio 77 WABC.
We will have an update on the LA situation momentarily. And we found out who's paying for these violent riots. And I will tell you, you will not believe it. I didn't believe it, but it's true. Wait till you hear this. But first, the talking points memo, Medicaid propaganda. Now, this is important to you because it will be a focal point for the Democrats trying to regain power in 2026. Medicaid. Okay, let's walk through it. Now, most Democrats want socialized medicine. They believe, as Bernie Sanders has stated very clearly, that free medical care is a human right. All right, this is beyond any dispute. Okay, so I would say 90% of Democrats believe that. If you don't believe it, it's hard to be in that party. So the Democratic Party doesn't want any reforms or cuts to Medicaid or Medicare, which is the federal program. And let's just focus in on Medicaid. So it's a joint federal-state program that covers medical costs for people with limited income. And it's a safety net that's needed. There's some people, particularly with children, young children, we just can't make it in our society. We just can't let them die. All right, so in the Great Depression, the safety net started, and the Medicaid system is evolutionary out of that. Now, in 2024, last fiscal year, federal government put into Medicaid $584 billion of our tax money. And the states picked up the rest, which wasn't near $584 billion. So federal government's picking up the most of the cost of this program. Since 2019, the Medicare enrollment has increased by 6 million Americans, up to 79 million. Okay, there are 335 million people here. 79 million of them get Medicaid. All right, and that's a fairly significant increase since 2019. The problem is there are no restrictions on the Medicaid program. Okay, you don't have to look for work. Even if you're able-bodied and you don't have children, you don't have to look for it. You can just sit there, enroll. So if you're a drug addict, you don't have any money, and all day long you're getting high, you can get Medicaid and just take your drugs, spend all your money on drugs, and you'll get free health care. That sound fair to you? It's not. So Republicans want to revamp the system, providing more oversight for it. They want a work requirement, or at least you have to look for work. Now, there are some, obviously, if you're an older person, you don't have to do that. Okay? So it has raised the age, I think, to 64, where if you're below 64, you got to look for work. If not, you don't have to. Okay? If you have children 6 or younger, you don't have to. Okay? You mind the children. But overall, it's a demand by the federal government that you have to try to get some work, to try to get off this system. And Democrats don't want it. They don't want any regulations at all. And therefore, they're taking Medicaid and they're propagandizing it. Roll the tape.
Last week, Senate Democrats zeroed in on the way Donald Trump's big ugly bill will rip away health care from tens of millions of Americans. At least 16 million Americans in total. No health care.
Don't forget, the reason they're fighting is because Donald Trump wants to devastate Medicare and Medicaid and other middle-class programs, and Elon just wants to eliminate them.
There was a report, a study done by Yale University and the University of Pennsylvania. They said 50,000 people a year are going to die because of their lack of health care.
No, it's all BS, and you can take any study and twist it any way you want, but nobody's going to be dying in the street. People believe what they want to believe, and, you know, people who don't like the Republican Party and Donald Trump, they're going to believe Bernie Sanders, and they don't care what the facts are, but you do. So let's go through it. In this big bill that President Trump wants passed, there are no direct cuts to senior citizens at all in Medicaid. None. Not in there. Okay? As I said, if you are below 64 years of age, you got to look for work to qualify. Okay? And then parents with children older than 6 would have to meet a work requirement. They have to look. But that's dicey. Okay, so there's no work requirement if you have dependent children at home. It's confusing as everything is, but the federal government's not going to queue up Medicare or Medicaid if you have kids in the house that depend on you. All right, so states like California, Oregon, Washington State, we've studied them, and they use Medicaid payments to pay for dance classes, cooking classes. It's just as corrupt as you would imagine it to be. Federal government says you can't do that. Okay, there got to be oversight. There got to be rules. You got to obey the rules to get nearly $600 billion in payments. Does that seem, any of this seem unreasonable to you? I mean, if it does, bill at BillO'Reilly.com, bill at BillO'Reilly.com. I don't see anything here that's unreasonable at all. Nobody's going to die. Nobody's getting chucked off the rolls unless they refuse to look for work. And how hard is that? Just, you don't even have to get a job, you have to look. And you have to, you know, provide documentation that you are looking. Okay. But this is going to be continuing. You'll hear they're going to be dying. They want to cut. They want to do this. That Trump's killing people. The children are this, that, the other thing. It's because the media doesn't care about it and will not correct the record. There's no fact check on these people. When they say this, I'm the fact check. All right, and that's the memo. All right, LA. So thank God, I mean that literally. We should all be praying for peace in our country. Things are calmer in LA last night. There were a few arrests, but they haven't put them out yet. There's a small group of agitators that are running around trying to cause trouble, but this has not morphed into what they call an organic protest. There's no base. Okay? So the troops worked. Federal buildings were protected. No car set on fire last night. Nobody hurt. There are 1,700 National Guard in LA, 350 Marines on the ground right now. And the reason that those troops are there is because of the Los Angeles Police Department. Their chief, Jim McDonald, said this on Sunday. Go.
Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people.
So Chief McDonald says the local police in Los Angeles are overwhelmed. So what would you do? What would you do?
There you go.
If you're president?
First beer.
So Trump has no confidence that Governor Newsom and Mayor Karen Bass will do anything. And I'm with him. Those people don't want to confront these demonstrators. They're open border people. They are. Newsom in the last 2 or 3 months has said, maybe we should have an open, but you know what they are. There's never going to be any responsibility taken by the local California authorities. So the most liberal state not only in the Union, but in the history of the country. There's never been a state more liberal than California, ever. Okay. So Trump says, look, it's a good issue for me, as we went over yesterday. My MAGA base wants a tough guy approach. I'm a tough guy. I'm sending in the troops. But it worked. Okay, so therefore, Bass and Newsom look stupid. And they're embarrassed. Now, they're not really embarrassed because they're beyond that, but American people are watching this pretty closely. So Trump wins. Now, here's something interesting. State of California just sue the Trump administration and lose, and that's millions and millions of more taxpayer dollars out of California wasted. The reason they're going to lose is the Insurrection Act of 1807. So if you read Confronting the Presidents, you know that Thomas Jefferson was faced with a couple of problems in 1807. Number one, the Spanish were coming into Louisiana and trying to establish themselves there. And number two, Aaron Burr, okay, who was vice president under Jefferson's first term, was fomenting an insurrection west of the Mississippi River, for which he was arrested and charged. He was acquitted, but he did it. So Jefferson had Congress make up the Insurrection Act of 1807, which allows all presidents to bring in federal troops to quell these kinds of disturbances. Okay. Now, we have learned that in Washington, this is the center of propaganda in the United States, the Democratic machine has pumped out talking points about the riots, okay? And the main talking point is that President Trump, quote, manufactured the crisis. This is coming out of Washington, K Street. Roll the tape.
We're here to support local law enforcement, the sheriff's office, LAPD, but they didn't need that support. He made this up. This is a manufactured crisis.
This is a manufactured crisis created by Donald Trump. This is classic, Trump playbook. Manufactures a crisis.
Again, this is a situation where I think the president and the administration are trying to manufacture a crisis to justify the continued militarization of our streets.
All right, so they all got the memo, and I mean the memo. It's sent out. It's faxed out. All right, every morning. And then they're just parrots. You see that time and time and time again. All right, so summing up, Trump wins, Newsom loses, country wins, LA isn't burned down, nobody dies, and that's the memo. All right, just the news. This is an unbelievable story. I got to give full credit to John Solomon for this story. Just the News is a news agency like BillO'Reilly.com, and it's independent. So they did some research to find out who pays for these kinds of demonstrations in Los Angeles, okay? Well, the main agency is the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. This is funded by far-left people like the George Soros Open Society Foundation. Pours a lot of money into it. And then these people organize the protests. But this isn't the worst part about this. The state of California finances another group, okay? And it is called the LA Rapid Response Network. It also finances the state of California, the Coalition for Humane Immigration Rights. So that's tax money going into this organization. So during fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023, the Coalition for Humane Immigration received from the state of California $34 million. So the state of California paid for those rights. Hear that anywhere else? John Solomon had it, but we had to pass it along. Staggering. All right, President Trump's at Fort Bragg today, 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army, a big dog and pony show. That's a cliche. Down there in North Carolina, we wish everybody well. Finally, Kamala Harris is living in Los Angeles. She wants to be governor when Newsom hangs it up in 26. And she issued a statement about the riots. Quote, I'm appalled at what we're witnessing on the streets of our city. Deploying the National Guard is a dangerous escalation. and to provoke chaos. In addition to the recent ICE raids in Southern California across our nation, part of the Trump administration's cruel, calculated agenda to spread panic and division, unquote. This is posted on X. Okay, you will remember that as Vice President, Kamala Harris was tasked by President Biden with finding the root causes of illegal migration. See a report on that? If you did, please let me know where it is. Okay? Kamala Harris was on the border less than an hour. 1 hour in 4 years. It's an open border advocate. No constraints at all. Okay? Just a nerve. I mean, this woman was put in charge of this. You find out why these people are coming in. We all know why. She didn't do anything.
And by the way, you cannot have a felony conviction either. No felony conviction.
Okay. Trump tariffs. So they're meeting with the Chinese, and I know this because unfortunately I got roped into this China stuff. And Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, Howard, so it's going well with the Chinese on a trade front. I don't know. I have a big call tonight on this. I'll try to report tomorrow if I learn anything. I don't know. All I do know is that if China makes a trade deal with the USA, all of the other countries will follow. And
Me, I have many repeaters. I'm in the middle. I'm near New York City, so I have repeaters right across the Hudson in New Jersey, the Bronx, Manhattan, here in Yonkers, further up in Westchester County. It's a bunch. Closest one is less than a mile.
Americans, regular folks, about their spending. And here's what they found out. All right. 77% have changed how they manage money due to economic uncertainty. That would be the tariffs. 86% feel the economy remains uncertain. 58% believe a recession is inevitable. Wow, it's a big number. Average American expects financial uncertainty to last another 10 months. Also, 39% are avoiding credit card interest or fees. That's a good thing. 28% are working to improve their financial literacy. They're trying to figure it out. 23% are exploring different payment options. And 90% are seeking more value from their financial providers.
Part 2 of this Bill O'Reilly interview continues in a moment.
Prescription drugs in America cost way too much, as you know, especially compared to other countries. That's because Big Pharma sets the rules and makes.
I'm going to look for another feed. Let me look for another feed. I'm trying to get one with an aerial. Aerial feed. So
Get more than 200 essential medications, including
I'll find another feed.
Antibiotics, ivermectin, and
Let me see.
methylene blue. All orders include a doctor's prescription and ship right to your door. Please visit allfamilypharmacy.com/bill. Use code BILL20 for 20% off all medications. That's allfamilypharmacy.com/bill. Code BILL20 for 20% off. Take control, save money, make America healthy again.
Roger Stone here for Colonial Metals Group. They want you to ask yourself, why is China now dumping U.S. bonds, grabbing prime American farmland, and
my feed shows up as a recommendation. Yeah, look at my feed. It's showing up as a recommendation. Recommendation right there. Let me do KCAL and then let me see that one. Because I really don't want one with a channel logo on it. Okay. Yeah, I want to look for another one. Let me see. Anyway, I'll leave it here. It just says Mayor Batch issues curfew. So they have a curfew in place. I'll show you that. I guess she put on her big bloomers today. I guess she's wearing her big girl bloomers today. She's issuing a curfew. Somebody wants to crack down. The mayor, all this time she was asleep. Now she wants to issue a curfew.
Hundreds of patients and visitors in bathrooms at the facility. If you were a patient or visitor of Northwell Health Sleep Disorder Center in the last 3 years and received a letter in the mail, you may be entitled to substantial cash compensation. Call our law firm's Hidden Camera Abuse Helpline now. Northwell Hospital sent out a letter notifying those who may have been subjected to hidden spy cameras in the facility's bathrooms. If you were a patient of Northwell Sleep Disorder Center in Great Neck, Long Island.
Oh, yeah, you can also use repeater book. Repeater book. Repeater book app actually works better. That's what I use. I use repeater book. Repeater book app. That's a good app. I find repeaters there. In fact, on some programs, I can just copy and paste it when I program my phone. Not all. I mean, my handheld. Not all handheld. Some of them. With Chirp. I done that with my old Baofeng. Just copy and paste. I think also my rad cell. Just copy and paste. That's it.
Incapacitated attackers with tear gas and kinetic ammunition. Even better, Burner just announced their all-new compact launcher. It's the same size as a smartphone. Fires at 400 feet per second.
Let me find another
feed.
All right, let me find another feed.
The compact launcher pairs maximum concealability.
I want to find another feed because I don't like the ones with the station. Because they could shut down my live stream. So let me look for another feed. I prefer the ones that don't have Let's see. Yeah, this one is really slow. This one's really slow. Oh. I might go with the AP. Yeah, but I don't want that one. That one has the same view. Let me see. Let me try this one. I'm going to put this up.
A 4-year-old girl taken, families separated, friends quite literally disappearing. In response, everyday Angelinos came out to exercise their constant.
I don't want to hear this drama. This guy's just perpetuating the drama. Governor Newscomb. 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 Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with the AP one. I'll go with this one for now. Cause
It's still there. Would you disagree with that?
No, I agree completely. Agree completely. You can see that what happens in the market is every time that the Trump administration says they're going to impose or increase tariffs, the stock market goes down. And every time they say that they're going to delay or reduce or negotiate away the tariffs, the stock market rallies. And the reason for this is very simple, Bill. Tariffs create uncertainty when businesses don't know what their costs are going to be. They don't buy inventory, they don't hire employees, they can't expand because they're sort of frozen by the uncertainty. And so the reason that the markets have rallied now 25% from the market low after Liberation Day to where we are now is simply that investors don't believe that the worst case scenario is going to be what we're stuck with in the end, that the tariffs are going to be reduced or negotiated away. So to that extent, the market is celebrated, and that's why we're up 25% from the lows of 2 months ago.
Yeah, but that's what people want to believe. That's not necessarily that would happen. So I told my audience last week that I have sold off some stocks that are speculative, not my core group, not the group that provides dividends, but the ones that are speculative. I sold them because anything could happen on any day. And with these Chinese negotiations and all of that, very complicated. Now, when I was in North Asia 10 days ago, I did not see one American car in Japan or China or Korea. Not one. And I was on the road. I mean, where we're going. And I said to myself, you know, in theory, Trump is right. We're getting hosed. These countries are not taking our cars and a lot of other of our goods. They're making it impossible for us to sell them abroad. Biden and most of the other presidents ignored it completely because it's such a hot issue and could go either way, but Trump decided to take it on. Now, that leaves the investor in the land of uncertainty, correct?
That's correct. And again, to the extent that we can use the tariffs as a bargaining chip to get other countries to reduce their tariffs, I'm completely in favor.
But that's what's happening now. Where that, I mean, he's going to have a 10% tariff on everybody. That's the admission fee to do business in the USA. That's going to happen. He's not going to blast that out. But if they make a deal with China, and again, very complicated with China, but China's hurt. Chinese economy is hurting big time. But investors, they're getting whipsawed, all right, every day, like this. So then my question to you, as a stock picker, is what do you do?
Well, there's a few things you can do. First of all, I'm not a market timer. I do commend you, Bill. If you're going to lighten up your positions, do it after the big rally we've had in the last couple of months.
That's what I did. That's what I did.
Good. So good for you. But I'm an optimist long term because you can look at the long term chart of the market and it goes up and to the right. So we know that things that do well over time. But what you can do now is, number one, you can avoid investing in companies that are hurt by tariffs, and not just by tariffs of countries exporting to the United States, but also countries that are exporting that face retaliatory action. So you can avoid the companies that have the big tariff problems. You should also be aware that one of the reasons you don't see a lot of American cars on the road when you go overseas is quite frankly, they make very good cars in South Korea and Japan and other parts of Asia. The best-selling sedan in the United States is the Camry, then the Corolla, then the Civic, and then the Accord, and so on. So it's even Americans that like a lot of these Asian-made cars. But as an investor, you want to invest in those companies that have such a competitive advantage, are either not hurt by the tariffs, or they operate in industries that are resistant to the tariffs. A lot of service companies, for instance.
Well, it takes a lot of research, though, Alex, for the individual person to figure that out. I mean, you're going to be up real late trying to do that.
No, you're right. Listen, Bill, I'm a stock picker. That's the kind of company I'm looking for. For the average investor, you know what they should really do? Is do what you've done with your core portfolio, just sit tight and ride out the inevitable ups and downs, because you're right. No one knows exactly how this is going to play out. Not even Donald Trump. Because he doesn't know. he can't know what the other
Well,
side's
Shake,
going to do in retaliation for what we do. So that's all the uncertainty. That's why the stock market is up and down, is because no one really knows how this is going to play out. But let me just say that research shows that if you miss the best 10 days in the market over a 20-year period, your returns are cut in half. So if someone gets out of the market completely, they run the risk of missing some of the biggest gains because you just don't know. And because things could be resolved very positively for American businesses, and that means good things for corporate profits and good things for the stock market.
There's no doubt that can happen. I mean, but China is the key to it, and China is very rough. You know, when I was speaking to them, I made this point to China. I said, you know, in the United States, if we have a recession, people have 401ks, they can finance their mortgages. Many people have savings accounts to fall back on. You guys have nothing. Okay, nothing.
Yeah, no social.
Your 1.5 billion people have to eat. Your economy goes south, it crashes because the worldwide economy will be affected. All right, you're gonna have a problem. So it's best for you, China, and the United States to make a trade deal. That was my presentation. There was no pushback because the Chinese people have no reserve. They don't have any money. That's communism.
No, you're right, Bill. There'll be political unrest. They're already afraid. They quit pushing how many young people are unemployed because they don't want them to see that it's a nationwide problem.
But the government will employ you there. They have enough resources. So if you're out of work, they'll give you a broom, and you'll get enough to feed yourself. But if the more factories close, and that's what's happening now in China, the factories that make the hats and the shirts and all of that stuff, they're closing. And because this month was the worst month for Chinese exporting into the United States in 25 years, and they'll continue. The Americans hold some advantage, and I don't want to get into microeconomics, but the last question I have for you is that people are terrified, Alex, because this is beyond everybody's control. You know, human beings like to control their environment. They like to control their money, their security. They can't control it. And if you got IRAs, if you got college funds, if you got mutual funds, you can't control that. You're at the mercy of forces far beyond you. And I don't think that's a healthy thing.
Well, you're so right, Bill. With these tariffs, nobody knows. But think about it. Under ordinary circumstances, you don't know what GDP growth is going to be. You don't know what inflation is going to be. You don't know what corporate profits are going to be. You don't know whether the market's going to go up or down. Uncertainty is just part of the cost of admission when it comes to investing. No one can tell you what all those things will be. But we can look back at history and see that nothing has outperformed a diversified portfolio of U.S. stocks over time. And the best thing that most people can do with all these uncertainties they're facing is not to freak out and run to cash. Because if you do that, the risk that you run is that while you're in cash, the market does something like it's done the last 2 months, which is it goes straight up. And then you're faced with the choice between, do I stay on the sidelines while I'm missing all the action, or do I get in and, having missed the rally, be in for the next sell-off?
So as you can see, curfew is going to go into effect in downtown LA at 8 p.m. So in another hour and 16 minutes, they impose a curfew. So there you go. And let me read over here. James Farley, I'm back. Had to take a nap. Yeah, of course, these are long streams. I was doing a whole bunch of other stuff. I just opened my first beer now. I'm just having my first beer. I'm just relaxing. Interesting that the mayor had the cojones to do a curfew. So the mayor is cracking down now. I guess she put on her big girl bloomers. She put on her big girl pants. So she imposed a curfew. So let's see how this is going to play out. There you go.
whether you personally believe that in general it is morally acceptable or morally wrong. Changing one's gender, morally acceptable, 40%, morally wrong, 54%. Do you think transgender athletes should be able to play sports on teams that match their current gender or the one they were born with?
Yes, I like that logo.
Able to play on teams that match their identity now, 24, born with 69. That is an astronomical plurality. And again, that hurts the progressive left because that's not changing. That's not going to change. It's not like gay marriage or these other things that evolved over time. This is never going to evolve. People know it's not fair to have biological males compete against females. They know that. They're not going to change. That question, in your view, being gay or lesbian, something a person is born with, or upbringing and environment. Born with 45, upbringing environment 38, both 8. Fairly close. Final question, in your view, is being transgender, some person born with or acquired. Born with 30%, upbringing environment 50%, both 7%. And that is the danger of children getting involved with this madness. There should be laws in every state, 50 states, that you are not allowed to do surgery on a minor under the age of 18. Okay? That's it. To change your gender. Absolutely, all 50 states should have the law to protect immature minds. Am I wrong on that? No, I'm not. Stay in history, June 10th, 1964, United States Senate breaks a 75-day filibuster against the Civil Rights Act of 64. What's that? Okay, Civil Rights Act under Lyndon Johnson banned discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. Outlawed segregation in public places. Prohibited employment discrimination. Required equal access to public facilities and schools. Okay, that's all taken for granted now in 2025. The senators who opposed that act were Russell of Georgia, Byrd of West Virginia, Strom Thurmond, South Carolina, Eastland, Mississippi, Stennis, Mississippi, Talmadge, Georgia, Irvin, North Carolina, Ellender, Louisiana, Smathers, Florida, Holland, Florida, all in the deep south. Okay? They all didn't want equal rights. And some of them were absolutely outrageous, like Strom Thurmond. Roll the tape.
There's not enough troops in the army to force the Southern people to break down segregation and admit the Negroes into our theaters, into our swimming pools, into our homes, and into our churches.
Evil man. He didn't make the cut for my book, Confronting Evil, because his evil was
Let me do something here. What does it do? Yeah. Because the mayor is a spineless, corrupt, incompetent moron. So now she's feeling the pressure that this is dragging out too long now. This is the 5th day. And now it's spreading all over the country. It's spreading all over the country now. So now, because of her incompetence, she opened up the floodgates. You know, the very thing, you know, they were trying to accuse Trump of starting it, you know, escalating it. No, she didn't do anything for 2 days. They let it, you know, and then he finally stepped in on the third day. So now she wants to put a curfew now. You know they're not going to take it seriously, right? So it's not going to end well tonight. So 9:51 here on the East Coast, 6:51 on the West Coast. So in a little over an hour, the curfew is in effect. All right. You don't look like they're gonna listen to the curfew. From the looks of it, it ain't gonna happen. So exactly, why didn't they have a curfew for this is the same mayor. They didn't even have water in the fire hydrants when they had all those LA fires. This is the same mayor. Karen Bass, DEI elected. Now 9 hours and 1 minute in the books. If you like the live stream, smash the like button. You could also share the live stream. And thank you for watching. People don't even know what they stand for. This one waving the Palestine flag. What a dumbass. People low IQ, freeloaders. Not that many, are they? They're not that many now. It's not that many here. Not that many in this spot. Oops. Sorry, chicken curry. Chicken curry. Oh my God.
For downtown LA starting today. I wanted to let the city know that I have declared a local emergency and issued a curfew for downtown Los Angeles to stop the vandalism, to stop the looting,
area will be roughly 1 square mile and will be in effect from 8 p.m. tonight through 6 p.m. tomorrow. LAPD Jim McDonald says anyone not found to be exempt within the designated curfew area will be arrested. Nearly half of Americans are disagreeing with send Marines into LA in response to these protests.
Yeah, so it's basically, okay. Let me stop this. Yeah, so it's basically downtown LA, not all of LA. It's downtown LA where they're gonna have the curfew. So it's not all of LA. It's a designated area of downtown LA that's gonna have the curfew starting at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, of course, their time. In about an hour. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and forth. I'm not gonna play all radio. I'm gonna go back. I want to hear the police radio too. Yeah, yeah, it was a good idea, James. Using Broadcastify website. This is the Los Angeles County Sheriff Dispatch feed from Broadcastify. Or if you have a scanner app, you can use that also, which I have a couple of them. But I'm using Broadcastify feed. So if you go to broadcastify.com, it is probably the number one feed right now or the number two feed, I believe. Yeah, I have a couple of them too. I have one that I paid for too. So that one doesn't have no ads. Excuse me. Wow. They're getting ready. They're getting ready. Look at that. They're getting ready. They're gonna go. They're gonna move in. They're gonna. So And these people here just standing in front of them. I don't understand why. Well, anyway, I don't want to understand. Why would you stand in front of an officer and just agitate them? You know, like this clown. How they're getting blocked. Here, they're getting blocked. Oh yeah, by the way, YouTube, they issued a commenting. I did get a message from YouTube saying that the comment, they had issues with the commenting. So they had issues with the commenting. I did get a notice about that. Yeah, yeah. They said they're working on it. Yeah, yeah. When I logged into it this morning, it did say something about they had an issue with my in general commenting. I don't know if it's my channel only or overall. Okay, I can't scream over this thing. I'm sorry. I can't do that. All right, sorry. I can't be yelling over this shit. I'm sorry. Yeah, so YouTube did, when I go to my YouTube dashboard, it is saying there that there was an issue with the commenting. Now I don't know if it's my channel or all of YouTube, because I didn't really read it. I just saw it. You know, so I think maybe it's YouTube wide. Not only my channel, but I think it's overall. I don't know. But yeah, I did see something this morning on that. All right. Anyway, I'm going to put the radio on.
Outlandish claims, essentially saying that ICE is just going on the streets and just snatching people off the streets for no reason, in a sense, without migrants, going after them for their skin color. Some really horrible things, which could not be further from the truth. And of course, he had to invoke January 6th and President Trump. The whole thing was anti-Trump, and yet he wasn't even condemning the protesters. Boy, oh boy, very brazen, very audacious. And here is Governor Gavin Newsom just a few minutes ago.
Trump and his loyalists, they thrive on division because it allows them to take more power and exert even more control. And by the way, Trump, he's not opposed to lawlessness and violence as long as it serves him. What more evidence do we need than January 6th? Ask everyone. Take time, reflect on this perilous moment. A president who wants to be bound by no law or constitution, perpetuating a unified assault on American traditions. This is a president who in just over 140 days has fired government watchdogs that could hold him accountable for corruption and fraud. He's declared a war on culture, on history, on science, on knowledge itself. Databases quite literally are vanishing. He's delegitimizing news organizations and he's assaulting the First Amendment. And the threat of defunding them, at threat, he's dictating what universities themselves can teach. He's targeting law firms and the judicial branch that are the foundations of an orderly and civil society. He's calling for a sitting governor to be arrested for no other reason than to, in his own words, for getting elected. And we all know this Saturday, he's ordering our American heroes, the United States military, and forcing them to put on a vulgar display to celebrate his birthday, just as other failed dictators have done in the past. Look, this isn't just about protests here in Los Angeles. When Donald Trump sought blanket authority to commandeer the National Guard, he made that order apply to every state in this nation. This is about all of us. This is about you. California may be first, but it clearly will not end here.
Unbelievable. Invoking January 6th, invoking that the parade that's taking place on Saturday is because he's a dictator, as opposed to condemning these people who have been throwing slabs of concrete off bridges onto police cars and other vehicles down below off of overpasses. I mean, you can't make this up. They're looting stores in Los Angeles, and Gavin Newsom is blaming Trump. Unbelievable. We're going to take your calls on that in a moment, guys. 1-800-848-9222. 1-800-848-9222. And again, a big night in the...
Well, of course, this is why this is what this is. This is all this protest is just TDS. That's all this is. It's Trump derangement syndrome. That's all this is. It's not about illegal immigrants. Most people don't even care about that. It's about, this is a big, you know, I'm going to say it for what it is. This is a big fuck you to the people that voted for law and order. That's it. This is what this is. This is just a big this. You know? So they're saying we're going to do this for the next 4 years. We're going to make your life difficult for the next 4 years because we didn't get Kamala. We didn't get Kamala in the White House. So this is the way they're going to play it out. This is their playbook. This is their playbook. That's it. This is just another tantrum from the left. That's it. There you go. Thank you.
And now it rolled through New Jersey now, and I think that Jack will be the eventual winner in November in the general election. Now, you know, Mikey Sherrill is going to be his opponent, and they're already gearing up. They're already ready to attack and go against her. And I think it's going to be an amazing race in November. I think he said he's got 146 days. As you know, John and you and I and the judge and all of our panelists at WABC will be right next to him, like we have been during this whole primary race. I mean, he's been on the radio dozens and dozens of times, whether it be on Sid in the morning or with us, the Cats and Cosby at night, or on Sunday with John and I and you. We were really, really big supporting him. And at the end, he came over to me and he gave me a big hug and he said, I can't thank you guys and WABC enough for all you did to help me to win this race tonight.
You know, Craig Eaton, I can't even imagine just, first of all, how exciting it was. We're so happy for Jack. And that was a huge win. He came so close last time to ousting Governor Murphy. I mean, within just a few percentage points. So clearly, momentum is definitely on his side. Talk about everybody sort of in the history prior to this. And also, he's a businessman. He was a New Jersey assemblyman. This is someone with a good variety of background.
Well, you know, he's a CPA by trade. And he was a CPA for many years. Then he had a big business. He sold his business, went into the state legislature. And, you know, the race 4 years ago was a totally different race. He was running against a governor that was beaten up, a governor that was not popular. And this time, if you looked at his Instagram post, I mean, I texted him almost every day over the last 3 or 4 weeks. And I couldn't believe, I would say to him every night, I just can't believe how many times you're out, how many events you're going to, how many diners you're at. I mean, he was the Energizer Bunny in this race, and he pounded the pavement every single day and every single night. And he deserved this victory more than anybody else. But, you know, it's funny because I had a couple of my friends from Brooklyn with me, Dimitri Kugel, who's a Republican district leader in Brooklyn, and Vlad, who does Russian radio and does a lot of work with the Republican Party. And they both said to me, they said, you know what, it's so different They said, look at this room. It's filled with Republicans, energized. He said, we need to bring New York back to what we saw in New Jersey tonight. And we haven't seen that in New York in decades, since the Pataki administration. We've never seen a more organized, dedicated group of young, middle-aged and older Republicans working together, all colors, all races, all creeds, all nationalities, working together for one common goal, to get someone elected. And if we don't get back to those principles, we will never win a statewide or a citywide election again in New York.
No, great points. Great points. Well, so exciting to have you here, Craig Eaton, in the middle of it all. Lucky you to be there in the thick of it all, and give Jack a huge congrats from us. And hopefully he'll be calling in later on in the show too. We're here till midnight, so we can't wait.
Hopefully, I told him we want to talk to him. Hopefully we can grab him before I leave or before he leaves. But as you know, there were 20 news channels there. They were all looking to take a piece of him and talk to him.
Hey, listen, nobody's more important than the Rita Cosby Show. You know that.
That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here, Rita. Let me see what I can do. If not, we'll get him on the show in the next night or two. But thank you for all you guys have done. And together, I think we really, really made a difference in this race.
Great stuff, Craig. Thank you so much. You are awesome. Craig Eaton there at the headquarters of the winner, Jack Ciattarelli, on the Republican side. Thank you so much, Craig. And now let's go to the Democratic side. Let's go to Eric Shuffler, who is a well-known Democratic strategist there in New Jersey, knows everybody. And Eric, you were with the winner on the Democratic side with Mikey Sherrill. That was a huge night for her too. Talk about it, Eric.
Hey, Rita, it's great to be here. I'm just actually heading out now. An amazing night for Mikey for a couple reasons. She so overperformed. I mean, Mikey was a strong candidate, a huge base of support. But what she did tonight exceeded anyone's expectations in the strength of her victory, and really send a lot of different messages as we head into the general election. So people are excited. There is a pent-up energy in the state to get on an election and make it an election about really two things. One, the Trump agenda, and people in New Jersey and Democrats feeling this is the place we say no. And second, that Mikey really voiced a message of change, which as a Democrat was interesting because we've been in power for a long time. But Mikey got out there, the Congresswoman, and said, I'm going to shake up the status quo. I'm going to focus on making this affordable. I'm going to focus New Jersey on standing up to what Trump has done that a lot of New Jersey Democrats disagree with, and make this a referendum and take it to Jack Ciattarelli, who is a very strong, very capable candidate. So this is a mega race that we're going to have over the next few months here.
Yeah, it is. And by the way, I was seeing, I think it's like 122 million has been spent already on all. I mean, this is, and you can't even imagine between now and November, like you said. And many people see it as a bellwether. There's only 2 gubernatorial races this year. So this is really, this one and in Virginia, I mean, this is a biggie. Let's get to also Mikey Sherrill so people understand her background. She's got a very impressive background, a pilot, mom, prosecutor. Tell us a little bit about her.
I think what's so unique about Congresswoman Sherrill is she does not come from a traditional Democratic background. She is an Annapolis Naval Academy graduate, one of the first women to fly combat helicopters, 10 years in the Navy, an assistant U.S. attorney, foreign affairs officer, a mom raising 4 children. Her husband's a fellow Naval Academy graduate, Congresswoman who won a Republican seat. She took it when it was there, comes from the suburbs. She is a candidate that is very non-traditional.
Okay, I don't care about Mikey Show, whatever the fuck. Anyway, that's your problem, James. With the governor. Organizers. They probably order a whole bunch of them from, website, whatever, and distribute them out. I know around here you can buy those flags everywhere, especially in my neighborhood. There's a lot of those places where they sell the flags. Those are cheaply made. Some of these flags they're not the best made. Some of them are very cheaply made. Probably made in China. And buy them everywhere. They sell them everywhere here. You know, so of course, Amazon, places like that, you know. So, some of them says Viva Mexico and all that. So those are probably, made locally or whatever, or, buy them everywhere. They're cheap, cheap made flags. Dollar store. Some dollar store has them. They sell them everywhere. And over here, you can buy them everywhere. So, yeah.
In many ways, the money in the country will be looking at New Jersey to see where this prevails. So it's going to be a lot.
It is going to be the battle of the Titans. Boy, oh boy. Eric, a huge congrats to you and, of course, to Mikey, too. What a great night. And we're also just so happy to have you join us there as you're leaving the scene of the big victory party there on the Democratic side. Really great to have you here, Eric. Thank you.
Always, Rita. Anytime you need it, you do a great show. The station's great. And you guys will give great coverage to what's a bellwether race over the next few months.
Yes, we will. We are front row and center and thrilled to be doing it, too. Thank you, Eric. Thank you. Huge congrats. Thank you very, very much. And everybody, we'll take your calls when we come back. 1-800-848-9222. What a news night it's been here on The Rita Cosby Show.
The Rita Cosby Show.
Allie Dwyer.
By the way, James, Sandra will be calling in on that one. So, the end of the stream on this one. Okay.
He was awarded the Bronze Star Medal, the Meritorious Service Medal, and the Air Medal with the combat device, among many others for his service. Allie says Stephen will always be the love of her life and her boy's real-life superhero, who they are proud to call their daddy. Thanks to friends like you, Tunnel to Towers helped this family with a mortgage-free home, giving them security and hope in their darkest hours. Tunnel to Towers provides mortgage-free homes for families of our country's fallen heroes and builds specially adapted smart homes for catastrophically injured heroes. The foundation is also committed to eradicating homelessness among our veterans and helping our nation keep its vow to never forget 9/11. Help more families like the Dwyers. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
Ray Kelly here for Colonial Metals Group. China's leading the largest anti-American alliance since World War II, one that's already dumped U.S. bonds, grabbed 43 million acres of our farmland, and is plotting to dethrone the dollar. That's why IRA and 401k savers are protecting their savings with gold. Go to freegoldguide.com/Kelly or call 800-655-5186 for your free gold guide on how to protect your wealth with gold 100% tax-free.
Life insurers put life into the things you live for. The new factory that's hiring your neighbors. Maintenance on the bridge that keeps traffic flowing. The paycheck that puts pizza night on the table. Life insurers contribute $8 trillion to communities.
Okay, I'm going to find another feed. This one is awful. This one is awful. Oh my God, this one is just like, wow. Associated Press. I'm surprised. Get a fucking gimbal. Wow. Fucking too much shaking. Holy shit, man.
So many items you'll want to go.
Let me show this one.
Born on America's darkest day of 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been helping America's heroes ever since.
Anyway, I'll leave it on this one for a bit. I'm trying to find an aerial one, but there's not one available right now. Look at that one right there. Look at that. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh my God.
Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. Protect
Protecting America with Rita Cosby.
Joining us now is Lieutenant Colonel Tony Schaefer. Great to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
Tony, how is President Trump reshaping the military?
I think it's a combination of Ronald Reagan as the best of Reagan and the way Reagan recognized that we had to reinvent and prepare our military for the worst possible conflict, but work at the same time to avoid it at all costs. So I think President Trump recognizes that as an objective, as well as the art of the deal. I always tell people, Rita, read his book. If you don't read his book, don't criticize the man for his techniques, because he's pretty clear on how he does things. And I think you put those two things together, it's a very unique and so far a very effective combination.
Download all of Red Apple Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform. This is 77 WABC Newsroom Extra.
The United States Army is preparing for the largest military parade Washington, D.C., or the country, has seen in decades. It's an event President Trump has been pushing for since his first term in office and will mark the Army's 250th birthday.
On Saturday, June 14th, which is Flag Day, we're honoring the 250th anniversary of the greatest fighting force in history, the United States Army.
The celebration is expected to bring 7 million pounds of hardware, including nearly 7,000 soldiers, dozens of tanks, fighting vehicles, howitzers, and other artillery pieces.
For 2.5 centuries, the men and women of America's Army have dominated our enemies and protected our freedom at home.
I'm Lisa Ritchie for 77 WABC News.
It's the Rita Cosby Show.
You know, he was the Zoom in, right?
And at this hour, some massive protests taking place in New York City, in downtown New York, also Chicago, and also Los Angeles, where a curfew is going into effect in downtown LA. And also, Mayor Karen Bass still blaming Trump. Also, Governor Gavin Newsom just did, quote, what he calls an address to the nation. And he essentially just bashed Trump the entire time and didn't even criticize any of the protesters. So, boy, oh boy. Let's go to Dom in Minnesota on line 3. Go ahead, Dom, your thoughts.
Yeah, Rita, remember when Trump was asked by a reporter if he was going to take revenge on these detractors? He said, my revenge will be success. And he's succeeding so much that the Democrats are getting so mad they don't know what to do. They're lost in a fog. That's what's happening right now.
Yeah, you're hitting it on the head very well, because even if you look at some of the polls and, would you want deportation of criminal migrants? And overwhelmingly, I just saw a poll a few moments ago, is 59 or 60% of Americans want it. So he's doing the will of the people. The Democrats are in the wilderness.
Donate now to toysfortots.org. Working year-round, delivering hope to children at Christmas time and beyond. In 2024, Toys for Tots provided over 30 million toys to nearly 13 million children in need. Donate now. Go to toysfortots.org. Since 1947, Toys for Tots has distributed 708 million toys to 314 million deserving children. Working year-round. Toys for Tots. Donate now. Go to toysfortots.org.
Greg Kelly here for Colonial Metals Group, China's leading the largest anti-American alliance since World War II, one that's already dumped U.S. bonds, grabbed 43 million acres of our farmland, and is plotting to dethrone the dollar. That's why IRA and 401k savers are protecting their savings with gold. Go to freegoldguide.com/Kelly or call 800-655-5186 for your free gold guide on how to protect your wealth with gold 100% tax-free.
Talk Radio 77 WABC. Dominic Carter. Entertaining and informative.
Why would I give a damn about illegals, migrants getting health care when Americans are hurting? Americans need health care. Why is the Democratic Party pushing for migrants to receive Medicaid and health care? I don't get it.
Dominic Carter. Weeknights at midnight. Talk Radio 77 WABC.
Roger Stone here for Colonial Metals Group. They want you to ask yourself, why is China now dumping U.S. bonds, grabbing prime American farmland, and rolling out its own new digital currency? Look, I hate doom talk as much as you do, but it's pretty clear that communist China is plotting a financial Pearl Harbor that could pull the plug on the U.S. dollar and devastate your IRA and 401k savings. But President Trump is a genius because he's letting retirement savers like you protect your life savings with gold, and it's 100% tax. The one inflation-proof asset that survived the fall of currencies. And when you call the trustworthy experts at Colonial Metals Group at 800-747-6589, that's 800-747-6589, or visit freegoldguide.com/stone, you'll receive a free 2025 gold guide on how to bulletproof your wealth with gold. Plus, you can receive $7,500 in free silver. That's freegoldguide.com/stone, or call 800-747-6589.
It's the Rev and the Rabbi every Sunday morning at 7.
This is Rabbi Joseph Potasnik. This is Reverend A.R. Bernard. Join us every Sunday for the Rev and the Rabbi.
Don't miss the dynamic duo, the Rev and the Rabbi, every Sunday morning at 7. If you missed the show, download the 77 WABC app or listen to the podcast at WABCRadio.com.
Join us for the Rev and the Rabbi
every Sunday morning at 7.
Right here on 77 WABC.
Lunch was great. Greenwich Village is a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mild irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of that old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction too. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
Kick off the summer with the sure way to have fun. Play the new Sure Thing scratch-offs from the New Jersey Lottery. 3 unique scenes celebrating the beach, eats, and nightlife of the Jersey Shore with a top prize of $500,000. Play today. Anything can happen in Jersey.
You're listening to the #1 Nielsen-rated, The Mark Levin Show. Thank you for listening. 77 WABC. Rita Cosby is on. The Rita Cosby Show presents Back the Blue.
And this Back the Blue segment coming from Ackworth, Georgia, where a police officer is being praised for her swift actions to help a driver choking on a water bottle cap. The driver, identified as Stephen Williams, pulled over in an area one morning and called 911 to report a medical emergency. Corporal Tamara Severson and a police recruit responded to the scene, which was just down the road from the police department. The corporal said, when we got there, we found that the water bottle was lodged in his airway, He was unable to breathe and he started turning purple and was obviously very panicked. She said, thankfully, we were able to get him on the ground and I was able to use my life vac system. It's a unit that has a mask and a vacuum chamber to dislodge and extract an airway obstruction. So they were able to dislodge the bottle cap from his airway and able to get it out. He kept saying, thank you, you saved my life. I truly believe God places us in certain places at certain times. And I think this was his situation for me. Bravo, of course, to the great police officer, that corporal, and the police recruit who responded very quickly. And she had that life vac in her hand and was able to save the man's life. And everybody, we are talking about these protests that are growing around the country tonight. There was a big one in New York, and it started in downtown area in Foley Square, which is not too far away from Battery Park, if you will. Pretty massive. I mean, it looked like thousands upon thousands of people, and they were marching. About a mile long was the line of marchers throughout downtown. And now they are surrounding a couple federal buildings. There's a lot of NYPD, the best of the best there protecting. So far, things are quite pushy, but it looks like the NYPD has things under control. In Chicago also, very unruly crowds there. And also in Los Angeles, we're entering a fifth night of riots there. And they are looking at a curfew about to take place very shortly. First off, here's some sounds from New York with anti-ICE protesters stopping traffic in the Big Apple. It's a pretty good rhythm. I'll give them that. And here is Mayor Eric Adams and also the police commissioner, Jessica Tisch, saying that violence will not be tolerated.
I understand that some New Yorkers may be angry, afraid, and ready to express that. New York City will always be a place to peacefully protest, but we will not allow violence and lawlessness. The escalation of protests in Los Angeles over the last couple of days is unacceptable and would not be tolerated if attempted in our city.
We have no tolerance for violence. None. We have no tolerance for property damage. We have no tolerance for people blocking entrances to buildings or blocking driveways or blocking cars from moving. And any attacks against law enforcement will be met with a swift and decisive response from the NYPD. We are responsible for public safety and maintaining order in this city, and we will never abdicate that responsibility.
And they sent a message, also the Trump administration sent a message saying that if the NYPD and New York officials can keep things under control, there are reports that he has said, I will not send the military in as long as things are under control. That's the only reason he said that he sent them into LA, because even the sheriff there was saying, we need help. And other local sheriffs in that community are saying the same thing too, and blaming Newsom in many ways for not clamping down sooner, not being tough on crime, and allowing many parts to just really get out of hand. And that's why the president said, we will not have a repeat of 2020. And last night in LA, it really was heartbreaking to look at the footage. You could see the images of a lot of people looting stores, breaking in. You could see the Apple store. A lot of drug stores were being broken into. I mean, people were walking out reminiscent of what we saw during a lot of the Black Lives Matter protests. Remember when they were like rummaging through Macy's in New York? There were like hundreds of them rummaging through Macy's, carrying out, huge, baskets full and carts full of stuff. And that's what we were seeing last night in many places in Los Angeles. And here's a business owner talking about how terrible this has been. Take a listen.
This is so ridiculous. This doesn't look like this is they're protesting for ICE or anything. This is they're doing just for the looting the stores and everything. I saw they break into the Apple store, they break into the Adidas store. This is not they're doing protest.
And President Trump today at the White House spoke about the violence.
Last night was terrible. The night before that was terrible. We have, as you've seen, it was on most of your networks, full with big, heavy hammers, pounding the concrete and pounding curbs, pounding it, breaking up both, and handing these big chunks of concrete to people. And they were taking that concrete, going up in bridges and dropping it into the roof of a car. They were throwing it at our police. They were throwing it at our soldiers that are there. And we got it stopped, and we have them in custody right now.
That is extraordinarily dangerous. Just a matter of time until sadly somebody gets killed if they keep throwing concrete slabs. What they were doing was going over to the sidewalk. Imagine this, going over the sidewalk, breaking the sidewalk apart with some devices, and then taking those concrete slabs and throwing them over overpasses onto traffic below. That's absolutely deadly and dangerous. So it smashes into a driver's car. It could easily kill somebody. It could easily create an accident. It is so damaging. And then you could see some of these other guys, these other looters that were essentially over there, and they were throwing slabs of concrete and granite at ICE cars as ICE cars were driving by, trying to smash and scare the drivers. A lot of them were smashing the windows of these cars. That's scary. What if it goes through? Could also, again, cause a very serious accident. This is frightening stuff. And these people should be charged, I think, with attempted murder. I think they should figure out who these people are and throw the book at them, which is why they're bringing in also federal authorities in part, because part of the reason is then they can also charge them with federal crimes too. So there's a lot of issues here. And I say throw the book at these people. And Gavin Newsom, shame on him. Just a little bit ago, he addressed the country. I played that clip for you. And all he did was bash Trump. He didn't spend any time talking about the protesters that were getting out of hand. He didn't condemn anybody for throwing concrete and doing other things like that. No, he didn't do that. Instead, he started criticizing Trump and calling Trump a dictator, started invoking the old January 6th tired line all over again, started saying, oh, the parade this weekend is a sign of a failed dictator. It's a brazen abuse of power. He is traumatizing our communities. I would say people breaking into the stores. I would say people throwing concrete. I would say that's traumatizing a community. But Gavin Newsom announces he's doing a big address to the nation, and all he does is use it to bash Trump. He's clearly trying out to be the Democrat presidential candidate for the next go round.
This is total irresponsible. How do you bring children into this state? It's beyond me. How you bring children into this? This is totally irresponsible. These people have no morality. They have no values. How are you going to bring your child in a volatile situation like this? You know, it's disgraceful. It really is awful. Wow. It's crazy.
I'm trying to figure out where you're going with this.
The state of California is in debt between 18 and 24 billion.
Because they're willing to do that. And that's the sad thing. I think you're bringing up a great point, Luciano, because where did you live in California? You said you lived in...
I lived in West Covina. Covina and San Gabriel Valley near San Fernando, yes. About 60 miles from Los Angeles downtown.
And what years did you live there? How long ago?
I lived there between 1992 and 2004.
Was it like this? Was it like now? It is like you just said. It is mismanagement. You look at. I mean, there's obviously been different governors since that time, including Governor Schwarzenegger. And you look at how Governor Gavin Newsom in
Just
so many
crazy.
ways has turned a blind eye. I mean, he did that during the wildfires. They were saying
That's
same
really
thing,
bad.
pointing the finger at Trump during the wildfires. I mean, that was an incredible moment. And part of the problem is, Luciano, and you know this, part of the problem, and Karen Bass essentially said it today, who is, of course, the mayor there in LA. She came out and said, you're going to destroy our businesses, our livelihood. So many people, you know, have illegal migrants essentially that work for these businesses and these communities. And guess what? They don't mind having as many people, I think, as possible because it adds to the census. So they can get X amount of seats in the electoral process. It gives them X amount of members of Congress. There's a lot of reasons why, Luciano, because it's pretty obvious the effects that it's had. Like you just said, it's busting through the seams. And you have a governor now who wants to give more benefits to illegals, not less. He wants to give more. He's going further and further and further to the left. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you still have friends there in LA, and what do they think?
Acquainted, but I lived there that long. But just let me tell you this: I keep up with LA news. The Black African American population, the mayor has a 16% favorable rating between about the Black African American in Los Angeles County, and so she's terrible. She's going out, and so Newsom is a big mouth. He's only got 8 months left in his, and that's why he's such a loud mouth. And Fetterman's the only modern, only sensible Democrat that they have in office. Fetterman.
Yeah, you're right, Luciano, you're so right. Fetterman has been the voice of reason so far. I never thought I'd say that, but he has been the voice of reason on Israel. And even on this, he has spoken out about these protesters. Are you worried tonight when you just sort of see all these images of what's going on there and the lack of willingness from the governor and from the mayor? They seem, they keep saying, what protests? What are you talking about? And yet you look at the looting and you look at the burning of cars and all that. I call that destructive. And it really scares me, Luciano, because you think about the LA riots that happened, of course, in '92. I mean, you guys have lived through a lot.
Thank you, Rita. Good night.
Good night, Luciano. Good night. Well, I am praying for California, as I know you are too, my friend. Let's go to Sandra in New Jersey. Sandra, what a mess, huh?
There you go, Sandra.
Yeah, I know. Oh, God. I can't. I can't. Okay. Okay. Rita, I couldn't get my phone to work. Anyway, Fetterman, you know why he's a voice of reason? Because his parents were Republicans. He was raised with normal parents, and that's why he has all these good values. I always laugh when they say that, he learned it from his parents, and he kept those values, and they're instilled in him. So that's great.
And maybe, the thing is, too, Sandra, he doesn't seem afraid of the rest of the Democratic Party. Like, that's the problem. Like anybody who seems to speak out, like Schumer, when he tried to speak out, remember when he was voting for, okay, well, let's let this, the vote on the bill go through. They hammered him and his party because they don't want him to agree to anything, even if it's good for America. And for some reason, he doesn't care the way he dresses, and I guess he doesn't care if they're in line with the party or not. He seems to be a much more independent spirit, and I wish there were more people like that out there today in all parties, because the Republicans clearly have much more independent-minded people, whereas Democrats are sort of eunuchs. They have to walk in lockstep, and if they don't walk in lockstep,
why is she getting cut? Why is she cutting off? What is going on with
agreeable to the GOP in Congress, even though it was the right thing to do for America? It's a sad state of affairs, Sandra. It really, really is. Great to talk with you. Let's go to Norm on line 5. Go ahead, Norm.
Isn't Gavin Newsom Nancy Pelosi's nephew?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. I'll do a search. That's a new one. I think she'd like him to be her nephew, but I'll take a look. I'm going to look that up because I'm not sure. I don't want to say yes or no, but that's the first I've heard. Maybe so.
Yeah, there's a relationship there, I believe.
Yeah, I think there is something. I don't think it's I don't think it's the nephew, but I think there's
Right.
some relationship through some marriage or something. I think there is something.
Yeah. No, there's definitely. I mean, he is sort of a chip off of her.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now they're moving. I guess the religious people that were here, now they're moving. So the so-called peaceful ones. Why am I having 0 watches right now? What is going on with YouTube? This is crazy with YouTube. Anyway, 9 hours, 55 minutes. So 5 minutes away from the 10-hour mark, and I'm going to let it roll.
Leadership here, that, while far from perfect, is trying to keep things under wraps here.
Yeah, I agree.
California,
I agree.
Just, everything
they're
goes.
surrendering. They're surrendering. And by the way, Norm, also, I did look this up a second ago. I am told that Gavin Newsom's aunt, Barbara Newsom, was once married to Nancy Pelosi's brother-in-law, and they divorced in 1977. Ron Pelosi. So that's what I'm told. But there is a disconnected. That's a long extension of a family tree. But there is a connection there. But you're right. They are kind of two peas in a pod. Norm, thanks so much. We're going to continue your calls after the break here on the Rita Cosby Show, guys.
The Rita Cosby Show.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month. Level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Termbusters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 800-786-9161. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-786-9161. Remember, 1-800-786-9161. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Hello, folks. Larry Kudlow here. Pay attention, because China is leading the largest anti-American alliance since World War II. One that's already dumped U.S. bonds, grabbed 43 million acres of our farmland, and is plotting to dethrone the dollar. That's why IRA and 401k savers are protecting their savings with gold. Please go to freegoldguide.com/Kudlow or just call 800-621-3908 for your free gold guide on how to protect your wealth with gold 100% tax-free.
Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. Building Bridges, That Which Unites Us, a thought-provoking new podcast hosted by Michael Hirschman, CEO of Solaviv Group.
I'm Michael Hirschman. Join me as I tackle vital national topics that affect the man on the street to the executive suite with unscripted, authentic perspectives that spark in-depth discussions with experts in the field.
Go to buildingbridges.nyc to watch episodes or download wherever you get your podcasts. Now, the latest from the 77 WABC Newsroom.
Can I get the rest of those cookies, please? The cookies. The Fruity Pebble cookies.
Who knew my innocent homemade sugar cookies filled with Fruity Pebble cereal would make a grown man confess his sins to the food gods?
There's no purpose whatsoever for a Fruity Pebble. A Fruity Pebble may be beautiful. I know it's inspired by Fred and Wilma Flintstone and those guys, right? But you can't be eating this stuff.
Day host Greg Kelly making his mid-year pledge to his arteries. No more artificial coloring.
You know, this stuff is actually poison that I'm about to eat, but I'm eating it for the last time. This is it. This is it. It's been wonderful. No more artificial 40 synthetic food dye for me.
He says the red Fruity Pebbles are really the devil.
Yeah, I see. You said James. Oh, yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. I'm not showing 0 people watching. It's weird. So anyway, I'm just clearing up this table over here because I'm gonna take this table out tomorrow, this one right here, and put up the air conditioner in the window tomorrow. And I'm thinking about doing a pass through, build another pass through. So I don't know yet. I don't know what yet to do. Pigtail wire, put it right here. Pigtail cable. Yeah, throw this one in here. Jesus Christ, Danny. What the hell, Danny? Throw that one in there. What's this? Oh, this is for my radio. My QYT radio. Where the hell did I just put it at? All right, here. Let me put this thing there. Yeah. Put this in here. Do some housekeeping here. Pigtail, this one is broken. I'll put that in there. Another adapter here. Put that adapter in here. Oh, let me put the volume up. I'm sorry.
Easy, I thought, very much on Kamala Harris and really went after President Trump. And a lot of people are saying that it's kind of ironic that ABC News is questioning Terry Moran's fairness when a lot of people are saying they should look within the management there at ABC Television. So very interesting. Terry Moran now reportedly out at ABC News after putting out a nasty tweet against President Trump. 1-800-848-9222. 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Jerry in Freehold, New Jersey on line 3. Go ahead, Jerry.
Hi, Rita. How you doing?
Good. What do you think?
Gavin, well, Gavin Newsom, the only thing he has left, any Democrat has left, is just the anti-Trump scoop, because they're wrong on all the common sense issues, whether it's immigration, the border, men playing in women's sports, and sadly, half of the electorate suffers that same thing, Trump derangements, whether they've been indoctrinated through the colleges or like the black vote, which they've been unfortunately lied to by the Democrat Party for 7 years, and they believe it. You know, that's still out there. So that's their only chance of getting reelected, is to keep knocking Trump. And it's a shame that, you know, no matter what the guy does, these people are going to hate him, man.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he even said it the other day, Jerry, he could cure cancer, and they would start criticizing him for that.
This is New York's talk leader, the crown jewel of talk radio. WABC New York, WRCR Haverstraw, 107.1 WLIR Hampton Bays. News first at 59 past the hour.
77 WABC News starts now.
Partly cloudy skies on this Tuesday, June 10th. Good evening, I'm Lisa Ritchie. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is testifying before members of the House over the deployment of the National Guard to Los Angeles as the city deals with anti-ICE protests.
Why are you sending war fighters to cities to interact with civilians?
Every American citizen deserves to live in a community that's safe, and ICE agents need to be able to do their job. They're being attacked for doing their job, which is deporting illegal criminals.
Democrats on the subcommittee have also pressed Hegseth for details on where funding is coming from to send the National Guard to LA. Hegseth turned to his acting comptroller, Bryn Wollicott McDonald, who provided the total of $134 million. President Trump says he's happy he got involved with putting down anti-ICE protests in Los Angeles.
Until we went in, if we didn't do the job, that place would be burning down.
The president called California Governor Gavin Newsom and LA Mayor Karen Bass incompetent. He also said the federal permitting process for houses affected by the fires is done and that the city is way behind schedule because its leaders are moving too slow. A Queens neighborhood is on edge after a home invasion. Noam Layden has the story.
Cops searching for two men who dressed as Amazon workers to make their way into the Whitestone Queens home on Monday. They tied up the entire family inside, including the kids, then stole jewelry and cash. Eventually, the dad freed himself and ran to this neighbor for help.
It looked like he was pulling something down, and I realized that it was duct tape. I was like, "Are you okay?" And then he said his kids were in the basement. He seemed really rattled and like he did not know even what was going on.
The two wanted men stole the family's car and used it to get away. The car's been found.
10 hours and 5 minutes in the books. I'm going to continue to stream live. This is day number 5. And right now, I believe is curfew time. I think the curfew time is here. Yes, it is. So, and the curfew is for downtown Los Angeles. It's not all of Los Angeles, it's downtown. So, at some point, they're going to have to start enforcing the curfew. The mayor announced it that they're going to be posing a curfew from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. for downtown LA. So I'm going to put the scanner radio on the feed. Excuse me, let me go over here. What am I doing? And let that play for a while. Because they have an ad. I'm just going to kick back and watch this. And when I see darkness there, I'm going to look for aerial one. Give us aerial shots. I like the aerial shots better. Let me know this thing down more. Okay, there we go. So you also have California Highway Patrol, CHP. Everybody's out in force tonight. Let's go, baby. I gotta play that song from Dr. Dre. What you gonna do when it's over? When it's time to face responsibility. What you gonna do when it's over? Dr. Dre. What you gonna do when it's over? That's for the Chronic album. I still got that CD. I'm gonna find it right now. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it right now. Oh, they're bringing in the horses, baby. Oh, they're bringing in the horses, baby. The horses. Cavalry. Oh, it's on, baby. Here we go. Dr. Dre, here we go. Here we go, Dr. Dre. Here we go, Dr. Dre. What you gonna do when it's over? I'm gonna let it play. You know, I got copyright already. Here we go. Here we go. gonna do when it's over? Responsibility. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's time to face responsibility. Yeah. Bye bye. There you go. Party's over. What you gonna do when it's over? It's time to face responsibility. There you go. There you go. Uh, what you gonna do when it's over? There you go. There you go. Oh, that's funny. Oh my God, that's good. They're going to bed, see? They're gonna clear that part. Bye bye. Everybody go home. Go home or you're gonna go to jail. Take your flag waving at home. Curfew is on. Curfew is in effect. Curfew is in effect. Curfew is in effect right now. Party's over. Time to put them to bed. Tuck them in. Tuck them in. Bye bye. Se acabó la fiesta. Se acabó. Se acabó. Turned out. gotta go. You gotta go, bro. You gotta go. That's it. You gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta die. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. That's right. Yeah. Oh my God, this is funny. That's it, man. She should have done that on day 2. Impose a curfew. She's wearing her big girl panties today, boy. There you go. I said it. She put on her big girl bloomers today. The mayor. She said, that's it. There's a curfew, and it's gonna take effect tonight. Oh boy. That's it. You ain't gonna be downtown tonight. Downtown is gonna go. Downtown is getting locked down tonight. Oh my God. Yo, this shit is, oh my God, this is fucking great. I love this. I love when a well-oiled machine comes together. Yeah, Tom, you're gonna have to wait for his depends. Yeah. Yeah. All you protesters gotta go home, or you're gonna go to jail. That's it. That's it. That's it. Look at the Palestine flag guy up there now. He's walking away now. Remember Palestine guy with the big flag? Yeah. Get out of here. That's it. They're clearing out the spot. That's it. That's it. They're clearing it out. Look at this on the golf cart with the rascal with the brake lights. It's gonna put him stress on that brake. So I guess if you're like a journalist, they're letting you stay there. But if you're not a journalist, you got to go home. If you're a protester, you got to go home. If you're a journalist or something, you better have your credentials. Otherwise, you're going home. They got to go home. Curfew's on now. Because they're going to move in and they're going to. There you go. They took over the overhead, the overpass, and the park. They took over it. was Tuesday yesterday. I recognize that one with the scooter. He was down there yesterday too. The woman that you saw with the scooter, she was down there this morning. I mean yesterday. How the hell you on a scooter? You trying to be in a part of a protest? You don't get enough from the disability? I guess you don't get enough disability. So she has to be down there with a scooter. Cause I seen that yesterday. I seen that one yesterday in the middle of the march with her scooter. With her rascal, whatever the hell that thing's called. Yeah, this guy with the bike. Yeah, see now they all try to be. Oh, I'm a journalist. I write a blog. Sorry, blogs don't count. You gotta have credentials, bro. Credentials. Well, you ain't getting through. They enforcing that shit tonight, yo. Hmm. So he's like, oh man, press. Yeah, this guy was taking pictures earlier. Yeah, he's just taking pictures. He's not a protester. Yeah, this guy was taking pictures earlier with his phone. Yeah, press cards. Let me see your press cards. Yeah, we saw this guy earlier. This guy right here. He was taking pictures though, but he wasn't. He was just taking pictures. A video. Yeah, he has his pass. He has a pass. He has it in his hand. I see it. Yeah, because some people just make video and try to sell it. Yeah, you can make money. You can make money with it. Good if you take good pictures or video. You know, like that picture of Trump when he fist pumping after they try to kill him. That picture won a Pulitzer Prize. I think it won a Pulitzer. That picture. So isn't the right picture can make you a lot of money. The right picture can make you a lot of money, or a video clip, and it'll go viral. And you have the rights to that. So, see, they're locking it down now. They're locking it down, baby. See, they're allowed to stay. They're allowed to stay to let it press. So they're allowed to go with them. So they're allowed to tag along. Let me tell you something. I don't know who else is doing this, but smash that like button. And thank you for watching. So they're getting ready. They're going to move in, and they're going to clean out the street. That's it. So anybody that's not pressed, they don't have a legitimate reason to be out there. They need to leave, or they're going to be subject to arrest. Because now there's a curfew. In downtown LA, there's a curfew tonight. Curfew. So the mayor just said the curfew. I guess she's wearing her big girl bloomers tonight. She should have done this like days ago. There you go. They're finally in there now. So. This dum tripped over his foot. All right, it's just a radio ad. No, not the press. They had to verify all of them. One by one, they got verified. So those are press. The press gets to stay. Everybody else is gone. They're going to corral the rest of them. But those are press. So they had to show their credentials. Otherwise, they were going to send them over there. Over there, they were going to send them. They're allowed to stay, the press. So, no, the press won't get arrested. No. You know, if you're press, you stay. If you're not press, then you ain't there. You better be somewhere over there on the way home. Because that's what they're gonna sweep to see who's out there that shouldn't be out there. Right now it is 11:32 p.m. here, local time. 10 hours and 37 minutes so far. And like I said, I'm just gonna let it roll for maybe another couple of hours. And so on. The sun is setting in LA. The mayor has announced there is a curfew starting 8 o'clock their time, 8 o'clock LA time. So it's way past that now. So I guess the next thing is from 8 p.m. to 6 in the morning for downtown Los Angeles. The curfew. I guess they're getting ready to round them up. Time for a refill. We got a refill. Ah. We got a cold one. Cold one. What you gonna do when it's over? And time to face responsibility. Oh man, I love that song. Dr. Dre. That was Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg from the crowd. Yeah, I gotta go use it. I gotta empty the bladder. There we go. There we go. All right, they going into what they doing now? Yeah, they're going through all these little places, I guess. Oh, the park. Oh, the park that's above this little. This is compelling stuff tonight, baby. This is real. This is real, baby. That sounds like a whistler. That sounds like a whistler scanner. I'm gonna check another live feed. I want overhead shot, man. There haven't been too many today. Not that many overhead feeds, with the helicopters and all that. Maybe they're waiting till another, whatever. Oh, it's about to get dark over there. Yeah. There you go. Speaking of helicopters, there you go. Speaking of the devil right there. Well, not the devil, but helicopter. Oh, they got Quizno sub, cilantro, fresh Mexican grill, Ichiban. Is that like a Japanese place? Hibachi, hibachi grill. Yeah, helicopter. There you go, helicopter, baby. Let's see, helicopter. Another feed in the field. I want an aerial feed. You know what? I'm gonna look for one now. Let me look for one. Let me find an aerial feed. Let's go. This is okay. Let me see this one. Let me see this one. Let me see. This is my aerial. No, I'll put on that one for a bit. Yeah, so that's LAPD chopper. Yeah, see the spotlight. Sending them home. Bye bye. Time to go back to your sandbox. Go play in your sandbox. Yo, there you go. There you go. I can't put the audio because if I do, uh, they'll shut me down. Somebody asked me that earlier. So I cannot put the audio, otherwise that's it. You shut me down within minutes. And I have to do this like once in a while. I have to move it because I'll get hit with copyright strike. Even lose my account. I can lose my account for this stuff. Just letting you know. But I got to put the audio. We already done this a few times. But yeah, just saying. Unfortunately, they tell me to cease and desist, and it says I'll delete the feed. So I don't have a problem with that. Well, yeah, it has happened to me. It happened to me with a baseball game on the Danny show, I believe. I was live streaming and I had a baseball game on. Within 10 minutes, they shut me down. I got shut down. And I wasn't doing the video. And that was it. So, I didn't know audio. You know, all this content is not free. You know, all this content is not free. Somebody's rolling. Somebody's doing all this. And I'm just, you know, showing it again. So I don't take credit for all this. But, you know, there you go. See, they're moving in. They're moving in. They're moving in. People are here acting up. Act up. They're going to get smacked up any minute. If you like what I do, smash the like button. And thank you for watching. Let me wet this rag, bro. It's humid. I'm humid right now. So anyway, it's cool off, man. I think the beat is right. All right, let me wipe my face. Man, nice cold washcloth. I can't wait to put the AC on. I don't know how many views I got right now. Last night's video went over 1,000 views. Last night I went over 1,000. The last 2 hours it spiked up like crazy. So I think I'm over 400 already. I think it's about 400 views. I check my YouTube thing and I believe I'm around 400 things. 400, I forget what's the number. I'm approaching 11 hours now. 10 hours and 53 minutes. So 11 hours coming up. Put the fan on. So if you hear a little rumbling, that's a fan. There you go. That's the jail bus. That's what they put you in. Look at these guys. All bark and no bite. That's fuck around. You're gonna find out tonight. Fafo. Look at that. They even got the horses. They got the horses, baby. They got the horses. They got the horses, baby. You don't want to be in front of that horse. I can tell you that right now. You don't want to be. You don't want to be in that. You don't want to be in front of that horse. Yeah, giddy up, giddy up. Yeah, giddy up, giddy up. Come on, man. They've done this training many times. So, when they're ready, they're ready. When they're ready, they're going to set you down. They're just getting all everything together, then they're going to shut it down. They're going to shut it down, baby. You're not going to be looting. You're not going to be looting tonight. Forget about that. Let me go. Let me look at my YouTube. Yeah. 371. There you go. There you go. There you go, boy. There you go. There you go. There you go. See, one block after a block. That's it. There you go. Yeah, 371 so far. So we'll see in a few hours if I get to the. But yeah, it's on. It's on. There you go. Get him. Get him. Get him. Jay's probably right. Giddy up. Giddy up. The party's over. Remember that Monday Night Football? I don't know if you remember that. Remember Dandy Down Meredith? Remember, he used to be on with Howard Cosell, and remember Monday Night Football when it was on Channel 7 on ABC, and when the game was out of hand, when it was over, he was saying, "Turn out the lights, the party's over." Dandy Don Meredith. Yeah, I remember Danny Don Meredith. He was a quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. So of course, when he retired, he was one of the color commentators, the announcer, whatever, and he was on Monday Night Football. Monday Night Football. This is what this is way before, when it was free to watch it. Back in the '80s, Dandy Don Meredith and Frank Gifford. Yeah, Frank Gifford. No, you talk about Frank Gifford. Yeah, Frank Gifford was married to Kathy Lee. Kathy Lee Gifford. Of course, my favorite ABC was college football was Keith Jackson. Oh, Nilly. Oh, Nilly. He did Monday Night Football too. Keith Jackson. Oh, Nilly. Keith Jackson. Man, they were all great, man. They were all great. I love Keith Jackson. College football. So he did Monday Night Football too. He was doing college football for many years. This is Keith Jackson. Yes, Frank Gifford. Frank Gifford was Monday Night Football for Frank Gifford. He used to play for the Giants. New York Giants. Yep. Yep. And they're sitting around. They know they're gonna have to move. Eventually. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Line them up. Remember Bronx Tale when Sonny told that biker gang to leave, and then they leave. Remember that? And he said, "I told you to leave. Now you can't leave. Now you can't leave." And then they locked the door and they beat the shit out of all the biker. Biker gang. Remember that? Sonny looked up and said, I told you to leave. Now you can't leave. That's what they're doing now. They're getting the Sonny treatment. You should have left when you left. Now you can't leave. Now you're going to jail. You should have left when you were supposed to leave. Now you're going to jail. Booyah! They were getting tickets available for the jail bus. They all got first class seats to the jail bus tonight. He just earned a first class ticket to the jail bus. Maybe you could give him one of those first class tickets to the resurrection. Oh my God. Maybe you could give him one of the first class tickets to the resurrection. Oh my God, this is fucking rich. I don't want to hear down to the fucking crickets. So quiet like crickets. Fucking crickets so quiet. Fucking flag waving. Flag waving like you. Crickets. Crickets. All barking, no bite. There you go. Now boarding. First class ticket to the bus. Fucking dummies. Yeah, fucking dummies. Fucking flag waving. Dumbasses. They're gonna board that hot bus. There's no AC in that bus. No, no. Yeah, they're gonna need a bigger bus. They got a few of them. Yeah, they have this one that looks like a school bus. Then they have another one that looks like a Greyhound bus. The other one looks like it has AC and all that. This one, not so much. The same. They're all the same. Maybe put the cups on. You know, they'll be out in a couple of hours or so. They're all probably gonna get a desk. They're all probably gonna get a desk appearance ticket. You know, they'll check if they got any warrants. If they don't have any warrants, they'll let them go in a few hours. In a few hours they'll be out. Yeah, I got one of them bats. Easton aluminum bats. Yeah, Easton makes some great bats. Easton. I got a aluminum baseball bat. It's for baseball. They're pretty good bats. Easton. They're not cheap either. I mean, I've seen Eastons go up to $100. See it is. See it is. It is. It is. Here we go. Here we go. There was a time that I wanted to move out there, like in the 90s. But thank God I didn't. I lived in San Francisco for 2 months. But at that time, San Francisco was a nice city. Now it's a cesspool. It's horrible now. There you go. Now they're running. See? They're running now. Hey, look at that. Run, run, run. They're running now. Okay, why is showing this jerk off? Hey, well, let me look for another feed. Let me find another feed. Let me see. Let me try this one. No, that one is just okay. Let me see. And they're recommending my feed. I'm coming up on the recommendations. Oh, that's funny. Let me put this one on for a little while. Then I go back to the other one. Black semi-automatic handgun. So that's a gun. Gun possession. My God. How about that? There you go. James Farley, 66 or 65 in downtown Los Angeles. 80% humidity. Yes, pretty humid. 11 hours and 36 minutes in the books. Of course, YouTube. Last night's live stream, it was 11 hours and 55 minutes officially, according to YouTube. I'm going to let this roll for another hour, go over the 12-hour mark, and then some, maybe even into the 13th hour. And depending what happens, we'll see. So right now it's 12:32 in the morning here out in New York. I'm going to let it roll for another hour, maybe. But let me for another feed. So let me look for another feed. Let me look for another feed. Because I don't like this feed. Let me find another feed. And yeah, let me find another feed. But let's see. So this is let me try another feed. Oh, let me just, thank you. Let me try. Let me try this one. All right, this one has area. Okay, here we go. All right, KCRA. This one has aerials. So let's go with the aerial. I appreciate that. But you don't have to do that, you know. I know, but YouTube has it registered as 11:55. So you'll see. What the hell, man? Let me fix this shit. Excuse me. My throat just got dry. What the hell, man? I mean, I'm gonna tip it over because I don't want to see the. Ah, I'm definitely gonna take a break after tonight. Definitely gonna take a break after tonight. The level of stupidity is very, you know, well, not surprised by it. You know, there's a lot of stupid people in this world. There's a lot of kids. Exactly. She's going to take credit for no looting, but it's not over yet. They need to go after the organizers. Until I see arrests of organizers, to me, it's a failure. Like Cash Patel and until I see some arrests for organizers, um, I'm losing faith in them. I'll be honest with you, with especially with Cash Patel. You know, all talk, I haven't seen no arrests. I haven't seen no arrests. I'm hearing nothing about it now. But it's almost 6 months already. It's approaching 6 months since he took office. And I know it took time to confirm him, but if I don't see arrest by the end of the summer, to me they failed. They need to arrest the organizers. Arrest the organizers, make an example out of them, and this shit will stop fast. But until then, it's gonna keep on. You know, it's gonna manifest itself over and over. It's unfortunate, but it will. If you like what I do, uh, please subscribe to my channel. Also, if you like the live, and thank you for watching. Well, that one ended. Let me find another feed. Yeah, that was a nice that was a nice one. I like that one. I like the aerials. Well, it's probably more than one source. They organize this stuff. James, probably they should close down the app that they use. Yeah, but probably more than one app. This administration wants fast results. This guy is a designer. I know. I know. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. Nice Patel. Gotta give him the benefit of the doubt. You know, gotta see some arrests. I did that for a while. All right. Don't run away now. Now you're all going to be arrested. You see them now, they're talking shit. They're going to get arrested soon. Especially the women down there. They're all flapping their gums down there. look at the space shuttle. Oh yeah, my brother. Oh yeah, that's where my brother went. Yeah, there's a space shuttle right there. That's one of the space shuttles. They have on the space. See it right there, the space shuttle. You see it right there? Space shuttle. I believe that area has a couple of planes. It's like a small aerospace museum. You know, it's just a shuttle. That's a shuttle. My brother was out there. My brother was out there for a year. He was living out there, and he took pictures of that. So he was showing me the pictures. So I forgot which one that is. Space shuttle.